All right. Good evening. Welcome to Psych Guy, Psych Guy Live. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me or not. Someone in the comments say yes. I don't even know how many people are viewing this. Are we live? Are we live? Let's see here. Let me just type this here. Are we live? Are we live? No? Oh, cool. Perfect. All right. Well, thanks, guys, for joining. I am Psych Guy. I guess I'm going to wait till maybe a couple more folks. All right. Okay. There we go. Wonderful. There's a lot of folks who are chiming in. Thanks for joining. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate the passion you have for this channel and so on and so forth. This is my first time doing something like this. I'm a little nervous. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, thanks a lot again. While waiting for people to come in, I really can't see how many people are viewing this. Oh, 9 people now. So I think some people are sifting in. And like I said from the beginning, in my comment section, I believe down in the community tab or maybe on the chat, I mentioned I don't care if even there's only one person in the room, as long as there's someone. To be honest with you, this whole live, Psych Guy Live is something I thought about for the longest time. I wanted to do. To anyone who's new to this channel, I am Psych Guy. I'm a double board certified adult and child psychiatrist in it to teach the masses of what I love in life. Nice to see you too. Thank you, Leanne, Cotton Candy, Izzy, Pia Pill, Scarlet B. Thank you guys for joining. But like I mentioned, I'm a double board certified adult and child psychiatrist. I'm very passionate about the field I practice in, psychiatry, psychology. And I love to go ahead and just try to teach as much as I can. I know I don't have that many videos. I know that my channel is small. I know that it started about a year, maybe a year and a half ago. I know it's not the sexiest channel. I've only got like 2,000 under 3,000 subscribers, but I'm not complaining. It's not about the numbers. No problem, Scarlet B. It never was about the numbers. I'm not gonna lie. In the beginning, if you were started from the scratch and you saw me, I was kind of like, I don't know how do you say it. When I was doing like my first videos, I was kind of like very, very just energetic to get to 1,000 subscribers. Cause I wanted to get to that point. But after that, then I realized, it's not all about the numbers. In fact, if you watch my videos, it's not about the money or monetization. In fact, for example, this video I'm going to do today, this live stream, I am not going to go ahead. I made it a fact that this is not going to be monetized at all. I don't know if you guys know what super chats are, but that's where you can donate money. I disabled that feature because, I really truly feel I'm very passionate about, this case, and I feel bad for the child involved. And in no way do I want to come across as being sort of someone that is, taking advantage of this kind of situation, especially when it involves a young 10-year-old little girl. I know other content creators may disagree, and they may say, well, it's my time and so on. Well, it's also my time too. It's late at night here. I just got off of work about a couple hours ago. I just barely learned how to stream this, and I'm just doing the good of my heart. So I hope that maybe some other folks out there who do these videos would also kind of follow suit and respect not only the family and everyone involved, but also the poor girl going through this. So anyways, let's begin here. So like I said, I am Psych Guy. I'm a double board certified adult and child psychiatrist. And I just make these videos on different various topics. And this video that I did today, it was kind of a last minute kind of thing. I'm not going to lie. While I was at work, I was doing my notes and I thought, hey, wouldn't it be kind of cool if I just went ahead and go live? This is something I want to always do for the longest time. And I envision maybe there might come a point in time where I'm hoping that we can kind of do this kind of regularly. Like maybe a Psych Guy live show or something, maybe, I don't know, once a month or once a week, or I don't know how what's going to happen if there's demand for it. Maybe if people want to kind of call in and ask questions about, a certain case or topic or something that you have questions about, because I get it. I mean, I've seen my colleagues, I've seen, who I deal with, day in and day out. And a lot of folks, a lot of doctors, nurse practitioners, a lot of times they're very restricted and they're not very personable and they won't share you all the ins and outs of certain things. And if I can act as a sort of consultant and try to help out and try to help give a better understanding for everyone, that's what I would like to do. It's not about drama. It's not about tea. I know for a fact if I were to go ahead and attack other channels or try to start drama, yeah, my sub count will go up. Everything's going up, but it's never about that. So thank you guys so much to the 15 who are watching right now. And just a heads up also, this might be a one night only type thing for this specific video, because this is a free, the Streamyard. I just signed up just a couple hours ago, and this is on the free option. So I don't know if they'll let me put this video into my collection of videos, if I can download it. I don't think so. So, hey, kudos to you guys who are checking this out, because the folks that heard, they might miss out. Anyways, let's talk about, oh yeah, all right, great. Okay, good. Thank you so much. I appreciate that for an energy synergy. All right. I recognize some people from the Disco TV chat room too. Climb and know, that was a great channel for sure, Leanne. All right. Okay, so to those of you who are new to this case, let me just kind of give a brief introduction before I kind of talk about the main stuff that most people are here for. So this case involves a young girl. She is 10 years old. And I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head, because I did a series of videos on this case. I think I did about 4 videos. If you want later on, you can watch it. You can kind of see exactly, they're the colored videos. They're red, blue, green, and yellow. And it's my Sophie Long series. And it kind of explains in depth about the entire case. But just for to recap, this 10-year-old girl, she's in Texas. And she's caught in the middle between 2 parents in a high conflict custody case. Between the mother and the father. And I believe they divorced, I want to say in 2015. I'm not 100% sure on the numbers. Again, I did this video series 2 months ago, so I'm just trying to remember from the top of my head here. But anyways, they divorced. Yes, yeah, I will get to a lot of that stuff. Let me just give an introduction. So they divorced. And since the past couple of years, the parents have been fighting for custody of her. And it's been a very, very high conflict type custody case where my understanding is that the dad, according to the father, he's tried his hardest to win custody because the mother had custody for the longest time. And the dad has done anything and everything to try to go ahead and win her back. But on the same token, he's saying that he's doing everything. But then again, it's going through the court system. And to make a long story short, the latest ruling is that I guess the dad had, apparently what happened was toward the very end, I think dad was on his last straw. He's tried many different times to get custody, win custody, but it was unsuccessful. So he was kind of fed up with the court system. And apparently, I guess one day or a couple of days, there's these events where the daughter came out and it was videotaped. Where she was screaming and alleging that she was being SEX-ABUS, allegedly by mother's boyfriend. And, also there's allegations that also another event that happened in a hotel room, in a motel room, there was perpetrators. I heard initially there were like 4 perpetrators. Then they're changing the number to like 1 and they don't know for sure. But anyways, there's these videos that are floating around online. The dad uploaded them as a sort of a last-ditch effort to go ahead and say, listen, my daughter's screaming and pleading to everyone that, she's being victimized and so on, and nothing's being done. Why is she going to live with the mom? She's being victimized there and so on. So basically what happened was the court, they're in a big court case right now, and temporarily, I guess if they play it safe, or I don't know exactly the details, but right now the girl is with the dad, okay, until they figure out what's going on. And figure out, and she's got also these 2 other brothers, and they're with the dad also. So basically right now, the real court case, the custody case happens in January. But tomorrow there's this motion that was filed, I guess, by the mother. And the mother is pushing for 2 things to happen. The mother is pushing for, number one, for the 2 boys, the 2 brothers, to come back and live with her. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that the mother is pushing for the little girl, to go to inpatient therapy, to go hospitalized in a hospital, away from the father and so on. And I'm sorry if I'm kind of skipping over certain kind of details, and because I don't want to make draw this out too long. But anyways, that's what's going to happen tomorrow in the court. It's not going to be it's going to be a hearing. It's not going to be the official custody battle case. That's officially starts in January, but it's just going to be like a docket hearing where I guess the judge is going to decide two things. Will the brothers come back to live with the mother? And number two, will the girl go to inpatient therapy? Which is kind of bizarre because, the more I think of it, is this the right kind of move? Why is she doing this? Honestly, just looking at the entire case, if anyone knows this case too, and most of you viewers know this case pretty well, it's really pretty much a discussion between, okay, was the girl SEXABUS? Did that happen to her? Allegedly by mom's ex-boyfriend or mom's, connections or whomever. Did that happen? Or was there parental alienation involved? Because it's either one of the two. It's very rare for the girl to go ahead and wake up one day and say, you know what, I like living with dad better, so I'm going to go ahead and just feign and fake all these screams and cries and allegations to go ahead and push this narrative that I'm going to do whatever it takes possible to live with the dad. It's unlikely for a 9-year-old girl to concoct this plan. So either one of the two things happened, okay? And the more I look into this case, the bottom line is that really no one knows all the facts, okay? We as YouTubers, I'm kind of like doing this as a hobby, all right, to be honest. This is not my full-time job. Like I said in the beginning, I'm a psychiatrist. But no one really knows the facts. You're going to have a lot of YouTubers who are going to go ahead and say that, and by the way, welcome to the comments. You guys probably know more about this case than I do because I haven't been really actively keeping up with it, to be honest, so I appreciate the input. But the reality is a lot of YouTubers are coming out and they're claiming that, they talked to this lawyer, they talked to that lawyer, they're talking to the mom or dad, and maybe the mom and dad are divulging information, but I find it kind of incredible or highly uncredible, I should say, for lawyers to discuss details about a case to just YouTubers. It just doesn't make any sense. They're claiming also to call in the police department and so on. So the bottom line is that really, honestly, no one knows all the facts. We just have bits and pieces. And this is what's kind of hanging me up because we all are on the girl's side. Okay. We want what's the best for the girl. We don't want her to be SEXABUS. We don't want none of that to happen. Okay. So, on dad's camp in the beginning, a lot of dad's, followers, and even to this day, they're basically saying, hey, look, this girl is screaming that she's being allegedly ABUSE at mom's residence and so on. You've got to listen to her. These are her cries. She's screaming out loud. Why are you that selfish? Why don't you got to listen to the poor girl? She's crying out. How insensitive are you? And so they're kind of saying that, okay, if you don't believe the dad, you don't believe the girl. They're linking the dad with the girl. They can't. But honestly, I think everyone on both sides, whether you're on dad's side or mom's side, we all are siding with the girl. We want what's best for the girl. No one wants, any sort of ABUSE to happen to the girl. No one wants any sort of parental alienation to happen where, the dad is coaching her or telling her. None of that happens. But honestly, it's one of the two. And, there's certain kinds of things about this case, and I'm trying to say as neutral and objective as possible. But there's certain elements of this case which really kind of, I don't know, I've always kind of felt that, I've taken this sort of beyond a reasonable doubt. The dad is claiming that, hey, listen, my girl is crying out that, she's being allegedly ABUSE and so on. So dad sort of went ahead and posted all over, the social media and all over Facebook and did a social online campaign. And I guess he ran out of money, so he put up this GoFundMe account. Next thing you know, there's he raised like $200,000 or $250,000, which is good. And then the judge ruled, okay, temporarily the girls and the brothers will live with the dad. Okay, boom, fine. But then after that, we really haven't heard much from the dad. The dad is just kind of laying back, or that I know of. Maybe he's preparing for his court case. But the only things I've been hearing is the dad going on these YouTube channels, like on a Friday night or wherever, getting interviewed by these YouTubers. So honestly, I'm trying to be as neutral, and I'm not seeing much oomph, if you get what I mean. To me, in this kind of situation, this case, especially in Texas, in any kind of child custody case, they look at two things. Number one, the ultimate goal is reunification, okay, to the prior residents. And always they're going to go ahead and, unfortunately, the way the system is, they're going to favor the maternal object. I mean, just from a Freudian standpoint, I've explained in my past videos, the mother by default, unless if there was any solidified sort of confirmed, allegations have been confirmed that, okay, there was some, dangerous kinds of hanky-panky, who knows, sketchy stuff going on. If there was, proven stuff, then of course, then they say this is not a good fit environment. So of course, and they'd go and take her away and put her with dad. But since the time she's been with dad now for 2 months. And like I said, I haven't seen much. He hasn't really done anything. For the longest time, in the beginning, like I think he threw like a party, which is fine. The first day, okay, good, we get that. You're happy that she's with you. Bought a Taylor Swift cat, and a very expensive cat. By the way, there were also phone calls made prior to this where he sort of promised her gifts and so on, which is a sign for parental alienation. Not saying this is happening, but they're just red flags here. And but no, the past 2 months, he hasn't really done anything that I can notice. And to me, it just shows to me that, okay, how much sort of oomph is he showing? What sort of drive he's showing to go ahead and try to prove to the courts that he really wants to make this happen. He really wants, the girl and his, family to stay intact. The two brothers. This is a person who never really, I think for the past couple of years, wasn't working. He's lived in an RV at his parents' house. I think he took a pilgrimage for 6 months or 7 months away from the kids to Oklahoma. Then he came back. That's not showing to me that, okay, this is someone who's really passionate about, okay, wanting to do anything and everything. Honestly, if I was in his shoes, I don't know about you good people, but I would be the one basically like just doing anything, making phone calls, not harassing, but contacting the guardian ad litem saying, listen, I want to go ahead and try to connect with this therapist, that therapist, just try to immediately set with a therapist in charge. I want to go ahead and do whatever it takes. I'm also doing my best to, get a job, wherever, McDonald's, Whataburger, wherever the case be. And this, by the way, his not working has been going on for many, many, many months, even before the COVID situation. Okay. So I'm not seeing that much sort of drive and initiative. And it doesn't matter what I think. It matters what the courts think. And the courts are going to side with what's called goodness of fit. I explained that in one of my videos. And unfortunately, I mean, if the courts are, if you're a judge and you're hearing the evidence presented to you, if you're seeing one party who's not really taking that much initiative, I mean, yeah, he was very passionate about the GoFundMe account. He was just very gung-ho about that. But then after that, it just kind of teetered off. And I don't know exactly, maybe it's a strategy of his. Maybe his lawyers told him to be quiet. If that's the case, then hey, put out a video, go ahead and just, put out a message saying, listen, I can't say anything. We're saving everything. Our ammunition for the case in January. Maybe he did that. I don't know, but I'm not that impressed. The other thing also that really irks at me and gets me is, if this really truly happened, okay, there's these videos that are out of her screaming and pleading to the father and the stepmother in the car that, she's being SEXABUS by the mother's alleged ex-boyfriend, okay? And she's very fearful and terrified to go back to the environment. So put yourself in dad's shoes or put yourself in the stepmother's shoes, okay? If you were like in their position, okay, you're filming the girl, okay? You're in the car, and apparently they had that day when they're filming this video, they had to return her back to the mom's care because I think they rotate the schedule about, who's with the girls with this person, that person. So it was mom's turn to go ahead and, have residence, the girl, whatever. So they're filming her and she's crying and pleading and so on, and screaming on the top of her lungs. And not once did the father or, the stepmother step in and say, hey, listen, let's just stop this recording. This is getting ridiculous. I'm very highly concerned. Later that night, by the way, I heard that they took her, I think, to the hospital. They could have pulled aside one of the doctors and said, listen, I'm very, very highly concerned for my daughter's safety. Go ahead and do what you got to do. But I'm really concerned. She in the car has made a lot of allegations of being SEXABUSC. I don't know who's right, who's wrong. I understand that I would like her to be with me, but I get it, However, I'm very concerned with safety. And then what the doctor would have done, or the nurse practitioner would have said, okay, well, this is serious stuff. And they probably would have just admitted her to the hospital, away from both parents. But that didn't happen. So it just shows to me, okay, why didn't the dad say anything? The dad seems like a very, very vocal guy. He seems like a very passionate guy. He seems like a very nice guy. Thinks he means well, but it just seems kind of like odd behavior. How you're going ahead and you have all this passion for your GoFundMe, but at the very end, when it really counts, you just kind of drop the ball. Honestly, I don't know about anyone else here, but I would have just threw my camera down and fought whatever tooth and nail to go ahead and make sure that my daughter or my son or whomever doesn't go back to the wolf's lair, to go ahead and later on risk the potential of getting, ABUSC, as the girl was allegedly saying. But you can see the video also. She kind of, her affect, her emotional regulate, it shifts quickly. And then once she's now back with dad, everything is fine. Everything seems hunky-dory. She's doing really well at dad's house, apparently, according to dad's team. That's not typical of someone who has been really victimized to the extent of what dad has claimed and so on. So there's just a lot of red flags. There's a lot of inconsistencies also on dad's behalf, a lot of changes of initially there was like a mention of there were 4 perpetrators that victimized her in a room. Then now they're changing the number. Then there's changes about stories about how many SANE exams were done. Initially, there's reports of 12 and 10. Now I'm hearing 1. So nothing is kind of adding up. And so that's why I'm kind of neutral with all this. But honestly, if I had to say one way or the other, the mom seems like she's kind of more quiet and just kind of letting the process roll. There's been a lot of criticism towards mom, and I'm not siding with mom. I don't talk to mom. I don't talk to any YouTubers who are affiliated with mom. But initially when I saw this case, there's a Zoom call where they had all the legal team, and both sides seem pretty strong in regards to the lawyers. And I think my impression was in the beginning, the first kind of hearing, you had the dad's lawyers and the mom's lawyers. And you can kind of tell if you watch the entire Zoom call, the dad's lawyers are going to focus on the emotional aspects of the case, try to touch the emotional nerve. This is a 10-year-old girl. She's bleeding and crying and screaming. So they're going to run with that, I think mom's lawyers are going to quickly shut that down and throw the facts. I haven't seen any facts thus far. Everything's all speculation. And dad has the onus. Right now, the ball's in dad's court. He has the onus to go ahead and prove, hey, listen, A, B, C, D, these are the facts. These are hardcore evidence. Maybe they're waiting till trial. That might happen. I don't know. I would have think it would have came out by now or something, but it's all speculation. It's all, well, don't you wait until we pull this off. You'll be blown away. These YouTubers are saying that, but it's all just kind of just dragging along. There was a stream 2 weeks ago on a Friday night. It was with dad and the lawyers. I think the lawyers are basically, I can't blame them. They're basically, either he's got the nicest lawyers to do this. I don't think they're doing a pro bono to be on Friday night. I don't know if you guys dealt with lawyers, but they charge by the hour. Usually they'll get a retainer fee and then they'll go ahead and deplete from hour by hour. So I think the lawyers just kind of rolling with this. And it seems like when I watched that stream, there was no added information. There's no added value. Only again, it was like, okay, they have a GoFundMe, continue paying with the GoFundMe, believe in us and so on. But there's nothing of substance except for there's a SANE exam that was done. And it was, it's still in process, which is, by the way, it could happen. I've seen situations where it could take several weeks or months. So maybe there is a SANE exam waiting to be fully processed. Maybe there's not enough collected, evidence. I don't know exactly the details, but I don't know. There's just a lot of inconsistencies. And this whole case is just a bizarre case. It's a very fascinating, interesting case, but the other thing also, and I'm kind of going all over the place. I really didn't prepare for this, to be honest. I just kind of did this on sort of last minute, and I had a lot of notes and charts to catch up on. And I'll get to the comments later, I promise. But I'm just doing this top of my head. But one thing also about these types of cases is that the media, they're very smart. They're very, I don't like what a lot of the media does. I think a lot of the networks, the media folks, they do for ratings. They'll exploit people, you know. I mean, look at, for example, the Natalie Holloway, how long they dragged that out. The poor mom was, there's several kinds of examples of that where the media will just fix, on a certain, tragedy of some sort, and they'll just kind of, run with that for weeks and weeks on ends and so on. But this case, it caught fire, I think, like 2 months ago. I want to say 2-3 months ago when Dad did the GoFundMe thing. It caught fire, and a lot of people, were emotionally involved. People riled up. They went down the court. Some people went to the courthouse with guns with guns and so on. It was just a very bizarre kind of event. But then the media, it just kind of washed away. And I think, honestly, the media is pretty good at sniffing. And again, I don't agree with everything they do, but they're pretty good. I know that Dad has reached out to several celebrities like Donald Trump, Taylor Swift, and Nancy Grace. And I don't think anything came of that. I don't know if Nancy Grace took her on her show. I wasn't following any of that, but I know Donald Trump and Taylor Swift kind of just brushed it aside. But if there's something really substantial, if they thought, okay, wow, this is something that's really, really serious, they probably would have ran with it. And these media folks, these celebrities, they have great PR firms as kind of sniffing out this kind of stuff. So I'm not, again, hearing anything. There's just a lot of there's more doubt of, anything happened with, maybe something happened. But again, like the legal team, I'm not blaming Dad's legal team. They're doing whatever they can. But it seems like now they're kind of picking at little straws. Like they're kind of shifting their focus on Mom's ex-boyfriend. Maybe there's a plan with that. But they're kind of shifting their focus on that. Shady characters in her life. They're shifting focus on also this SANE exam that's pending. This one SANE exam. I thought that there was like multiple doctor visits. I thought there was 12 out there. We'll know for sure later when January the court starts. Of course, when they have the discovery phase, maybe they have it already. I don't know. But when it officially starts, all the facts will really come out. So this is all just speculation. No one really knows. I'm rooting for both sides, to be honest. But more importantly, I'm rooting for the girl in all of this. I have no ill will towards Dad. I have no ill will towards the supporters. Do I wish that Dad was more proactive? Yeah, I think that, honestly, if I was in his shoes, I'd be like rolling up my sleeves, waking up at 6 a.m, making phone calls. He's got a lot of supporters. I'm sure one of them would hire him in a heartbeat to do like odd jobs and just try to show that he wants to do anything and everything instead of just going on YouTube and, or selling his crystals or whatever he does, which I respect that also. But the courts want to see, again, more what's called a goodness of fit, the home environment. And this kind of brings me now to this weird, bizarre kinds of petition where the mom is Tmrrw, where she's basically stating that she's doing two things in this hearing. She wants to go and petition for, number one, the custody of both of the brothers. And number two, she wants this girl to go on inpatient. Now, what do I think about that? So here are my thoughts on that. Do I think that Mom, and again, I don't know Mom too well, but these are just my opinions. I may be completely way off. I haven't been keeping that much up to date with this case, to be honest. But do I think that, what do I think about that? Well, long story short is that I think the inpatient is just sort of like a strategic move. And let me explain when I say that. If you mention that to anyone right now, and I'm sure Mom's lawyers also know this, if they were to go ahead and just flat out mention that to the judge, they would be laughed at, okay? They would be like kind of, scoffed at, because everyone knows any good family attorney, any good judge will know that in these kinds of situations, always you have to go and respect the Texas Constitution, and in it, it has specific statutes where you want to go ahead and harbor or have the child into what's called the least restrictive environment. Use a sort of least restrictive method approach as possible, and just abruptly just jumping from the girl to be at Dad's home all the way to this inpatient hospital. It's just a huge step. There's other different layers that you just can't bypass. So I don't think Mom, I think it was more of a strategic play. It's just my opinion. Maybe her lawyers is advising her or pushing her that way. And I think she's doing that in the sense that for strategy, because I think that right now, honestly, hypothetically, if they didn't do anything, if mom's case camp didn't do anything, I think that probably time would run its course. And again, the ultimate goal is reunification. And like I said in the beginning of the stream, is to go ahead and reunify with the mother, unless if there was some evidence, and maybe Michael, the dad, has something that, whoa, there is some evidence, and that would totally change the course of everything. But right now, I'm not hearing anything. I don't. Maybe I'm wrong here. I don't know. Maybe it's something pending, and if there isn't, I respect that. I respect that and say, okay, cool. There was evidence, but from what I'm hearing, there's nothing. So right now, the clock is ticking. I think mom right now and mom's lawyers are basically going for the jugular. I think they want to go ahead and set the stage. They know that the hearing is around the corner. They know that it's in January. So I think they want to go ahead and be the aggressor. I think they want to go on the attack, and they want to go ahead and sort of dictate the course of this, because you got two parties, okay? And usually, like the judge, I believe it's, in most of these custody cases, it's usually a judge that decides. And unfortunately, in Texas, I believe, had Sophie been, I believe, 12 years old, if I'm not mistaken, she could decide where she wants to go ahead and her preference, but she's 10, right? So the judge has to kind of decide exactly what's going to be in her best interest, right? So I think mom's lawyers are going for the jugular, and I think they want to set the stage and show that they're the aggressor, and they just want to quickly end this as quickly as possible. And so this kind of reminds me as negotiations, okay? There's two ways to negotiate, okay? In real life, for example, if you guys are negotiating, and I might talk about this in another video, but if you guys are negotiating for a higher pay and your salary at your job or whatever, the first way is you're basically setting, you say, I want, say, for example, I'm just throwing out a number, okay? I want, you say you're making $20 an hour, okay? But you want double that. You want $40 an hour, okay? The first way is just basically setting the bar high and saying, listen, I want $40 an hour, or I'm walking out. And your employer has to decide, okay, whether to go ahead and respect it or not. And a lot of times, they won't. It's like an all or nothing type thing. But in that situation, if they say, no, you're being absurd, you got to be ready to walk out. You might have seen Shark Tank. A lot of times you see these folks negotiating with the sharks. I don't know if you watch that show. I like that show a lot. But a lot of times you'll see, like, the sharks, Mark Cuban and so on, these guys who are inventors or whatever, they'll pitch their product and they'll go ahead and try to negotiate. But you'll see, like, Mark Cuban or Lori Greiner, whoever, they'll say, listen, no, I'm sorry, this is our final offer, no room, and that kind of thing. So a lot of times in negotiations, you're going to go ahead and just go all or nothing, but you got to be ready to walk out. However, in this case, you can't walk out of a custody case. You can't just, disagree with the judge. So the other way to negotiate is you got to meet in the middle. And, the smart thing is, for example, going back to that job example, if you're making $20 an hour, the smart thing is to go ahead and say, okay, ideally in my mind, I want to go for $40, but I'm going to overshoot. It's just basically psychological tactics, and so you say $60 an hour. And then you go back and forth, and to finally meet in the middle. So it's kind of given like a little option, a little sort of way out, if that makes sense. So I think probably what's going to happen tomorrow, if this is my guess, I may be wrong. I don't know anything about the details, the ins and outs, the nuances, but I think probably mom in her mind had two things she wants. I think one is reasonable, and I think one is kind of ridiculous. So I think they're going to pitch these two ideas, okay, the kids, the boys to come back to me, and also Sophie to go to inpatient treatment. I think just to make it look like the judge is going to be, because judges also have egos. I've dealt with a lot of judges, and they don't like to be, railroaded, or, they don't like someone to go and tell them exactly and tell you what to do. So it's kind of like a give or take in these kinds of situations, So I think probably what may happen is that the judge may look at it and he might say, you know what, that inpatient thing seems kind of ridiculous. He's going to shoot that down. However, I may, go ahead and facilitate the process of maybe the boys coming back to live with you, maybe for a longer period of time, or and so on. So I think it's going to be like a strategic move, because once she gets those pawn pieces back, her two boys, then it's going to be probably even more difficult once the trial starts in January. If the boys, if say tomorrow that happens, and again, I'm just speculating. I don't know. I haven't talked to any of these lawyers. I don't even, talk to any, I don't know the nuances of that. But if that happens, and if say, the judge rules that the two boys are going to live with mom and then shut down the inpatient, the judge is not going to rule the inpatient. Okay. I'll be shocked. I'll be surprised. It's just ridiculous, that idea. I think all parties can agree. I think, honestly, even behind the scenes, mom's lawyer can agree. Because, honestly, what's going to happen in an inpatient setting? What happens? Well, first off, can she even be admitted right now to an inpatient facility? As a psychiatrist, there's really 4 criteria that I look at to admit someone to an inpatient facility. The first one is, are they an imminent risk to themselves? Meaning, are they acutely suicidal? Is there an acute, a danger to themselves? Okay, that's the first criteria. The second criteria is same sort of concept, but are they a danger to someone else? Are they, an inverted suicide? Are they homicidal? That's sort of the second criteria. And the third criteria is there a significant decline in functioning? They're what's called ADLs, activities of daily living. Are they just so decompensating to the point where it's putting them at risk for danger? And you see these in examples. For example, my perfect example, I don't know if you guys watched the diehard Psych Guy fans here. If you watched my last video, I think it's one of my best videos that I did. I'm very proud of it. Use Your Delusion 1. I think that's probably the best video that I've ever done. But the first case, it involved an elderly woman with dementia, I think that's the reason to go ahead and admit someone if there's, is harboring on, if she's, if the functioning is going down where she can't function, properly, and it's impacting her safety, bring up safety issues where she's, putting her at risk and danger. You see this also with eating disorders. That's why you have these inpatient eating disorder units, for example, if the boy or the girl is restricted eating and it's getting to the point where it's causing significant loss of body weight and potential cardiac arrhythmias and really bad medical, so they get admitted to an inpatient facility, right, just for safety purposes. And also, severe drug usage also. They have these inpatient sort of facilities to where you can stay there for a couple of weeks or whatever and detox and so on. So that's the third kind of scenario where and in this situation, maybe at one point, going back to the example when dad was filming her and in the car, she's screaming violently. That would have been the time where if I was the doc on call, if I was in the hospital, I would have admitted her to the inpatient facility for sure. Because I would have said, okay, there's a potential imminent danger here. I don't know the details, I don't know the facts, but it doesn't matter. What matters is safety. Safety is always paramount. It doesn't matter what the mom says. It doesn't matter what the dad says. It matters what's best for the child, that in the best interest at the moment of time. And because the dad's going to spin it his way, the mom's going to spin it her way, I don't know who to believe. I got to go ahead and just admit this patient, admit this girl, and then let my team the next morning settle out the details, hash it out with the social work team, so on, and and get more information and go from there. That wasn't the time to go ahead and admit her to in the hospital. Right now, no. She's right now chilling out at dad's house. I don't think there's any sort of acute danger, nothing that I've heard, no one mention. So I think it's a far-fetched kind of idea. And the fourth example, the fourth reason why one would be admitted to the hospital is this very soft reason. They don't use this anymore. I don't know. And I think it's a strategic move on insurance companies. Insurance companies, their interest is not to go ahead. They want to shorten the days in terms of hospitalization, okay? They don't want to go ahead and pay, for folks to be, which is unfortunate because back in the 1980s, before, managed care kind of came into the picture, you'd have folks in inpatient facilities stay there for many, many, many weeks, which is the right thing, by the way, because think about it. Some of these medications, someone who's very, very depressed, for example, these medications, they can take 4 to 6 weeks to build in your system to notice, okay, are you getting any sort of benefit from, the medication or not? But now the way insurance works is that they kind of have their hand in the cookie jar, and a lot of these private insurance companies, they want to profit. Unfortunately, no disrespect to them. But I've heard a lot of horror stories. I've dealt with a lot of horror stories myself. Personally, and when I had patients in an inpatient facility, there were girls. I remember specifically. There's one I can't get that out of my mind here, who was very violently, very acutely suicidal. Drinking bleach and talk about very ruminating thoughts of suicide and so on. They'll only give you so many days, the insurance companies, for the person to stay in the hospital, and then after that, you have to go ahead and fight for extra days. That's how it works. Okay. That's what happens behind the scenes. See, no one tells you guys this, okay? A lot of people think, oh, it's a doctor that's being the jerk and discharging. No. The truth of the matter is that we want to keep these folks as long as possible. But you have these insurance companies, these folks that don't have a lot of times they don't have, a background, in the field of medicine that we do. A lot of times you also will talk to like a fellow colleague, a psychiatrist, but a lot of times they get kickbacks, they get bonuses and so on under the table. So of course they're going to shut down, my pleading. I remember I was pleading so much. This girl is acutely suicidal. This one instance, I will never forget. I was talking to this guy and I just point blank just pled. I was very passionate. Said, listen, this girl is very dangerous. I mean, there's so many risk factors. She had a recent loss of her best friend, died from suicide. She drank bleach. She's talking about suicide. I just let my heart out, and so on and so on. I was pleading to this poor, about this poor child. And I can hear in the background, I was doing this sort of, how do you say, doc to doc kind of begging for extra days, for his insurance company or whatever. And the doctor has to approve, okay, we'll grant you, 1 or 2 more days or 3 days. I can hear in the background, I kid you not, there was like a baseball game. I think it was like the St. Louis Cardinals. They were playing. I can hear in the background. And you can tell the guy was watching the baseball game. He probably wasn't even listening to what I was saying. And in the end, he said, I'm sorry, we're going to deny, So I had no choice, but I did fight, to keep her longer because I was very, very concerned, but the hospitals won't get paid. So, but there was a lot of pressure, to these doctors to go ahead and discharge these folks. So what I'm trying to say is that, long story short, is that even if hypothetically she were to get admitted to the hospital, they won't keep her that long. And I know for a fact in Texas, this is no discrimination against any sort of state. But the reality is, you look at mental health funding, and Texas ranks, the last time I checked, I think 48th out of 50 states in terms of funding for mental health. So right off the bat, in terms of like their Medicaid funding and so on, I don't know what insurance she has, but maybe she has Medicaid or maybe, I don't know the detail, but the bottom line is that the mental health funding in Texas, it needs to improve. And so she probably would have been admitted to the hospital, and she probably would have been discharged immediately. So it would have been probably like a dog and pony show. Nothing would have been accomplished. If anything, it would have been probably traumatic to her. It's not like one of those one flew over the cuckoo's nest. A lot of people think, oh my God, if you're in the hospital, it's me. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Sometimes it could be traumatic, okay? There may be that 1 or 2 patient that's very, very violent. In my experience, I've seen that more so with the adolescents than with the little tykes, the little kids. But not saying it can't happen with little kids. I've seen like little kids, like less than 10 years old who are like a rampage and they're very violent and so on. So you never know what can happen, what you're going to get. But they do their best in these hospitals to separate like the big guys, 13 and above, from the little guys, 12 and below. So she probably would have been on the other side of the unit and probably, protected, but she wouldn't be there for a long time because there's no really acute there's nothing the insurance companies or anyone would approve for. There's really nothing to sort out or anything like that. So it would have been basically just wasted time. If anything, it would have been very detrimental because you're introducing another person, another type of people that you introduce in your life just for a short period of time, a brief period, and then later on, should be discharged, and then you worry about fears of abandonment and rejection and so on. So it brings a lot of different dynamics and so on. So I think that was just a sort of a ploy. I don't think that they're being that serious. I think on Dad's side, they're trying to push the narrative. Or I watched another channel that was saying that I guess mom's trying to point her out that the daughter is, crazy, or to use their words, they use the word crazy, which I think is absurd. I don't think any parent, would maliciously, whether it's even the dad, okay? I don't think even the dad or the mom would maliciously think, oh wow, my child, my blood is, crazy. I just think that's a foolish kind of thing. I think it's more of a strategic play. The other thing also from the other side is that there's a big issue about therapy. In terms of for the longest time, this girl, she really needs therapy, okay? She really needs therapy. That's the most important main staple. I've said that in my videos. I said that from day one. That's the most important thing. And why isn't she getting any therapy? That's a very good question. And I think for the longest time, I got the impression that Dad, in the beginning, once he got the girl, there wasn't any sort of drive or oomph, to go ahead and seek it out. I think also for schooling also, it seems the same way. I think he was more interested in just, letting her enjoy and relax and so on. I think now they're trying to shift the narrative and showing that he's, they're trying to do this sort of court-appointed therapist that's assigned, but mother's rejecting that from happening. And maybe that's true. Maybe mom is, again, we don't know the facts. Who knows? But from mom's perspective, I can kind of understand why she would do that, because the mom and the dad, they live in different locations, okay, geographically speaking. And the last thing I think mom would want is, for example, if the girl would go to a therapist locally in dad's, county or area or wherever. I'm guessing it's, a different county far away from mom, and establish, a rapport. We call it therapeutic alliance. That's the connection, the therapeutic alliance with a therapist. And then, after about 4 or 5 sessions, then you start getting to the really, really main important stuff. So then it becomes very, very hard, to go ahead and kind of separate, because the girl probably would like the therapist and vice versa, and they're making progress. So it'll be harder for the courts to go ahead and say, okay, well, nope, sorry. We're going to go and cut off this therapist, and we're going to go ahead and take this girl now and put her in mom's plate, possession, to where she can see a brand new therapist. So I think mom or mom's lawyers or whomever, they're probably thinking about the end game, and they're probably thinking, from a strategical standpoint, that, okay, what is the long-term goal? She definitely needs therapy. However, we want to go and pick a therapist ultimately in my location, where hopefully she'll be reunified with me, so that she can go ahead and get this ongoing long-term therapy. Because therapy, it's not going to be like 2 sessions or not even 6 sessions for something as traumatic as this, whether it's SEXABUSE or whether it's parental alienation. Again, who knows what it is? Either case, the girl, unfortunately, she's damaged. I hate to say that. I don't want to sound, mean, but she definitely needs therapy. And it's going to be like long, many months, if not maybe many years. So I think maybe that could be why there is resistance on mom's behalf. I can't speak on mom's behalf because I haven't spoken to her, but that's why I'm thinking why that could be the reasoning to all this. I know I titled this Inpatient or Impatient. Do I think mom is being impatient on her camp? No, I think they're basically just trying to go ahead and try to quickly resolve this and just aggressively set the tone, set the marker, and get their guns blazing. I think it's a good strategical move on their behalf. The judge may laugh at them with this inpatient idea, but hey, I mean, if they get a win tomorrow, hey, that's a win. That's going to be setting them up stuff for gold, starting the trial for in January. Now, if the dad has something, who knows? Maybe the dad has something. Maybe this sane exam that's floating, being processed, there may come some results that might favor the dad, and that might be very favorable for him. If there was confirmed allegations that there did have abuse that happened, then maybe dad may come out on top in January. I haven't seen anything again on dad's behalf. There's all been accusations. Nothing's been confirmed. It's kind of also disrespectful. I might point out in my video, but to the boys in blue who do a hard job, protecting ourselves. I think they do a fine job as best as possible. I don't know. It just rubs me the wrong way. Like, just you would think that, for example, if there's something that happened in the motel incident, there's video cameras everywhere. I mean, wherever you go, there's video cameras everywhere. In a motel, hotel, in the parking lot. You would think that they would capture something by then. Something would have came out, but nothing. I mean, that kind of died down, that talk about that. You would think that, the ex-boyfriend, there had been something already, that was charged. I get it. There's been also accusations that he's kind of connected. I think he's got like his stepfather or some relative who's in the police force, for maybe they're protecting him. But my counter argument to that is, hey, look at the Ahmaud Arbery case. Remember that? How I put a video on that, how the 2 guys, they shot the jogger and the father and son, right? I think the son shot the jogger and the father was protecting. And I think the father was connected to the police force. So I think they were trying to hide it at first. But when, things were uncovered and so on, they just threw him under the bus. They just said, hey, listen, we got to go ahead and do what's right. And we don't want this bad publicity. So both are in trouble now, and both are in jail awaiting trial and so on. So you would think that something, especially in a high profile case like that, something would have came out. I'm just not seeing anything at this point in time. No disrespect to anyone out there. No disrespect to, I respect all the followers of dad. I respect all the followers of mom. I respect everyone in this case, but these are just my preliminary thoughts into all this. I think honestly what's going to happen, this kind of reminds me of like, and I hate to say this, but I don't want to be too political, but this kind of reminds me of sort of like the Trump versus Biden, where, I mean, I think there's still some people that are saying, hey, Trump, I mean, won the election and they're still pushing, you know, but I think a lot of the country are seeing, okay, probably just let us run its course. And then once January 20th comes, Biden's going to take over. I don't think anyone really truly believes that Trump is going to go ahead and keep, you know, all of a sudden on January 20th, he's now president. He still retains his presidency. I don't think that's going to happen. So it kind of reminds me of this, where I think it's going to just, time's going to run its course. I think that probably the reunification probably will come, unless, again, if there's something, like I said, where dad has his magic card, if there's something strong, substantial, everything is speculative. Everything is just like, just you wait. You're blown away. And I don't know if that's something, if they're saving it for the courts. If that's the case, then say that, okay? I think, honestly, a lot of YouTubers are doing this just for views, just for ratings, just because dad has more supporters. I mean, it's a sexier kind of, you know, side to be on. I think the supporters are dwindling down. This GoFundMe thing, it's bizarre. Why, you know, to have this huge GoFundMe account for all this time and it still be active. To me, honestly, if I was in dad's position, I would go ahead and, you know, throw receipts and say, listen, I'm using this much of this to go ahead, and this is what I did, you know, in terms of, you know, for Sophie, you know, for Sophie's benefit, in terms of her school supplies, or, you know, in terms of, you know, I would basically show proof that I want really what's the best for her, you know, and likewise, I'll be showing receipts of, okay, I'm doing my best to try to find as many therapists that I can. I'll be calling the guardian ad litem or whoever I can to listen to me, because you have to present that later to court. So I think it's going to kind of run its course. I don't see dad's case being that strong at this moment. So that's pretty much the extent. I'm kind of, let me see kind of if I'm missing anything here. I'm going to review the comments here. Sorry, I kind of got a little wordy here and I got on so on and so forth. And by the way, this kind of channel, we're actually only talk about this case. I want to talk about other cases, but more so other kinds of situations to where I think it kind of help from a psychological standpoint. Different, you know, how do you say, interventions, approaches, advice, consultations, anything that I could benefit, anything that you would like to hear or have me discuss. I'd love to do these topics and so on. So, all right, I'm just going back here. Wow, there's a lot of comments. My gosh. Yes. So I'm just going to put some of these comments out. Yeah, they're reaching and their arms are short. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that they are kind of, Olivia, thanks for the comment. I think they are kind of, you know, stretching. And I'm not blaming the lawyers. They're basically just, you know, just riding with it. It's a high profile case. And the other thing also for the mention is that he's had a couple other lawyers that kind of just, you know, left, you know, maybe due to threats and so on. I don't know. Or maybe they thought the case was weak. I don't know the details about that, but yeah, I do think that it is kind of reaching, and they're kind of, you know, picking out little straws here. All right, let's see. I'm going to the next comment. He even reached out to Corey Feldman. Okay, wow. When he reached out to Corey Feldman, that's not good. That's not a good sign. Corey Feldman's an 80s actor who I think it's in the Lost Boys. But yeah, that's not a good sign though when one of your sources is Corey Feldman. All right, it's on 110. Okay, interview last. Okay, I'm just going down here. Yep. Okay. Yep. A lot of videos. Okay, so let me just forgive me here. All right, let's see here. You probably should have ill will against the father. He has made those allegations for years since she was. Yeah, no, I agree. You know, and the reason why I was being a good egg. Thank you so much for that comment. Yeah, the reason why I was being very cautious and prudent is because I'll be honest with you, I'm not going to come across here and claim that, you know, hey, listen, I know this. A lot of channels do that, but I don't know. I don't have all the facts. To be honest with you, I'm surprised that, you know, they have all this time to invest. I mean, maybe they're full-time YouTubers. Maybe, you know, they are. I don't know. Bless their hearts if they are. But I don't know. It just seems to me like in a case like this, it rubs me the wrong way than when they're just kind of, first off, the videos are, they're profiting off, the case, and then they're making phone calls to these parties and these, I don't know. It's just kind of odd how they're just so enmeshed into this case. And to me, I've always thought just respect the court process. And I was resistant to this video myself today. But I appreciate the good 27 people that are watching right now. Wow, I'm shocked, actually. I was expecting more than half of that. But no, you're right, though. I mean, if this is true, I mean, if there was like allegations for years, especially since she was 6 years old, again, I don't know if that's true. Yeah, that would be considered psychological abuse, especially when someone at 6 years old, I mean, how fragile is their ego strength? One's ego is not fully developed until, they're a mature adult. So if there was, all these sort of allegations and, coaching and going on and so on, that's definitely constitutes abuse. And I've said that in one of my videos. To me, parental alienation is a form of abuse. I personally think that they should make it as a criminal charge. Unfortunately, it's not viewed as a charge. They should change the laws. Why not? Because, you're taking advantage of a minor. And I don't know. I just see more. I'm not saying there's parental alienation going on, but I just see a lot of red flags. Let me just leave it like that. All right. So cool. Let's see what we got here. Next comment. The amicus actually recommended that. Yeah, I think you're talking about, I'm assuming the court appointed therapist. I'm assuming. I'm not sure exactly what that's in reference to, but I can see why now there's resistance, because I think it's a geographical thing where mom's looking at the end game and so on. Maybe if I'm wrong, clarify that to me later. Scroll it V. Let's see here. Never watched any recording. The one phone recording was voice only, since I think the child hit her phone. So court appointed prof would not know that entire session was being recorded. Never watched any recording. The one phone recording was voice only. So I think, yeah, I think, well, in state of Texas, I think, as long as it's vicarious liability, as long as one party knows, understands, if I'm getting what you're stating, forgive me if I'm wrong, if I don't understand what you're asking, but as long as there's one party that knows, if they're being recorded, then that's okay. And I think you're referring to that phone call that was made, to where the dad calls the mom, and he's in the beginning very, I guess, irritable and so on, and calls her a WHORE word and so on. And the phone call was recorded. But yeah, the one party didn't know about that, and the mom was acting in the best interest as was Sophie, if I remember, if that's what you're referring to. Okay, so it's to get her away from him, but not put her right back with mom. Is to get her away from him, but not put her right back with mom in case the judge isn't comfortable. Definitely. I think the sad thing is that, they had a couple of judges, or at least two, I know for a fact. I think one judge recused because in the beginning there was a lot of violence or threats and so on. And this channel doesn't, approve of any sort of harassment or bullying or threats. I love everyone. We're lovers here, and we're not going to start any fights. And I respect the other side of the view. I mean, by the way, if anyone can go ahead on dad's side and can go ahead and show me something, some sort of proof or something, or tell me, why didn't the dad, when he was recording that night, why was he filming her and letting this nonsense happen, go on, which he's pleading, and didn't intervene? Why? I understand that, everything is, court ordered, where I have to return the child back to the mom's care. But, he could have pulled the doctors in the hospital. He could have, said, no, we got to stop this. This is ridiculous. He could have stood up and fought for her. But no, it didn't happen. So that's the $1 million question that I like to know. Why did he just, why wasn't anything done there? Let's see here. The girl was not aware of the recording. Well, the mom was acting, though, in the girl's the interest. So she was almost put in page. Oh, wow. Okay. I did not know that. And I'm not here to pretend that I know all these, facts of the case. No one does. Like I said in the beginning, no one knows the facts. It's just all just kind of speculations and so on. And I'm just kind of here to try to put things together and sort of teach as much as I can. And my thoughts, and I may be completely wrong. Tomorrow, it might be, nothing may happen. Maybe she might get admitted to the inpatient facility. I doubt it. But she was almost put to inpatient. Okay. I don't know what happened in August. Maybe in August, was that the time when she was crying and dad pushed, crying that she was getting ABUSC, and that's why she was almost put in inpatient? I think that would have been a more appropriate, honestly, I'm not a big proponent of inpatient hospitalization, to be honest, because really nothing happens. I mean, really inpatient, all it does is secure safety. You don't get much therapy. All it is basically you do a couple activities, you have groups and so on. You're there for a short stint of time. It's just basically very brief, especially right now within Texas. Also, I think there's like over 100,000 cases of COVID. Is this the right sort of approach to go ahead and seek out inpatient? So like I said, I think this is all just a strategic play. I don't think they're going to take that seriously. I don't think that they really truly want it. That's just my opinion. I may be wrong. But all right, let's see. Let's move on to the comments here. Strategic. She needs to be an unbiased environment. It's emotions to be evaluated. It's my understanding. Yeah, no, I've always said, Captain Napton, thank you for the comment. Yeah, no, if you watch my earlier videos, ideally, I would like it to be a neutral environment. If it was me, I would have said, okay, in the beginning, I would have said, okay, dad, mom, let's just push each other's aside. Let's go ahead and put her in a more neutral, unbiased environment. There's a lot of conflict, a lot of dust to settle. Maybe someone close to either party, a loved one who's kind of neutral, and as best as possible, to where we can maintain that neutrality. Or to I hate to say a temporary foster care type placement, but if there are strong suspicions of abuse versus PA, everything's risk versus benefits. And if you're worried too much about the safety, then sometimes you got to do that. I'm not advocating and saying that's the best type of place, but sometimes you got to maintain neutrality. He has nothing. You never know, Olivia. I mean, you never know. I'm giving him the guy the benefit of the doubt. I just want to go ahead and just, because they may have something in the back of their car, in his pocket, to where he may actually have something. They're saving it. It's just so bizarre also. Why is this all, I know it's a public very case, and it was especially 2 months ago. Now it's really not that talked about. But why are the lawyers, going on the YouTube, and why are they giving out their playbook or some of it? You would think that things would be more hush-hush and under the table. Moms attorneys seem more that way. And why is that? I don't know. It just seems everything is kind of focused on the GoFundMe and rolling, continuing with that. And so maybe he has nothing. I kind of, you would think that something would have came out by now, but there's it's all speculations. And also in Dad's defense, I'm not saying mom's a saint. Herself, she's kind of, we've all made mistakes and so on, but let me just leave it like at that. Not saying this really all, but I think you missed a lot of info. I personally, I don't know if you're talking to Pia, Pill, or myself. No, yeah, I'll be the first to admit that I'm not here watching the ins and outs. I'm not keeping up every day on YouTube and watching every video that I can. Like I said, I'm a real life psychiatrist, and my first priority, aside from my family, friends and so on, my loved ones, is my patients, my clients, and I'm not here looking at the facts and so on. But whatever I can go ahead and put my thoughts and so on, I'll go ahead and chime in. This is kind of like an experiment tonight. This stream in, just kind of test it out. And I don't know how successful. Maybe it's a disaster. I don't know, but I'm just rolling with it, whatever. All right. Agreed, Haley. All right. Thanks for the comments. By the way. Did Ann take that video down? Okay. I don't know what, I guess, I think you refer to that video, the creator, one of the dad supporters, and I respect, their opinions and so on. The one thing I didn't like was one creator, I'm not gonna mention any names, but was kind of mixing and talking about psychiatry and psychology, claiming that, this girl had, I think, PTSD and catatonia, and it was just throwing all these terms. They didn't even know what they were talking about. It was just two separate domains of conditions, and symptomology. And so I had to quickly shut that down on one of my videos. Wow. Hey, thank you so much for subscribing. That's what it's all about. The love. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I appreciate for everyone here who's still tuning into this stream, because I'll be honest with you, this is something that I didn't prepare for. I just basically just hopped on last minute. I didn't review any of my notes. It kind of reminds me of like residency, med school, where I did a lot of that, where I was so busy with just studying for tests and so on, where we had to do like presentations or something. And a lot of times I'll just kind of just wing it. The term is called winging it. I'm sure you guys also, you get people maybe in your schooling, high school or college or whatever, you guys probably wing. We all do that. We're all guilty for that. Thanks, rock on, happy snaps. I appreciate that. All right. I think the video she alluded to, this is Haley Lynn, is still up, but the video that she went more in depth about is not there. Okay, I think that's in reference to one of the other creators. Okay, all right. Which one? The one, if the the one. Okay, so I think that's still a refer. I'm just gonna quickly go. All right, so Pia Pill, probably right, since I refuse to further victimize child by watching nonsense on clickbaiting channels. I'm only going off court documents and what people have confessed. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, let's Pia Pill gets it. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's a very strong. I mean, everyone here, I think a lot of folks here get it. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, it's going to be what's the facts, the documents, the courts. Who cares about what Joe Blow or even myself? I mean, at the end of the day, you know, the purpose of this video is more for educational than anything. Maybe you learn something. I don't know. Again, I didn't prepare that much for this video, to be honest. I'll be forthright. But at the end of the day, these are just opinions. And really, at the end, a lot of channels they're doing clickbait stuff. And really, I'm only going to listen to facts, court documents, and we'll know the answer in January. We'll start knowing the answer, you know. So yeah, all right, great stuff. Wow, look at all these comments. You guys rule. Well, okay, thing one, as opposed to thing two. All right, or attempt thing three. Well, both honestly, the one where Anne aired the amicus recorded. Okay, so I guess there's two videos floating around. This Anne person, I guess, is a creator, content creator. All right, let's see. So glad to see that. Thank you so much, Advocate, for Big Little Voices. I really appreciate it. I appreciate I like the love in this chat room, and I appreciate you guys are still sticking by. My gosh, I mean, it's a Thursday night, and you guys are diehards. And honestly, I don't even think that this video will be put up on my channel because this, again, like I said in the beginning, is a trial. You look at that little duck at the upper right of the screen. This is a free trial thing. I think you have to subscribe to the actual Streamyard to be able to download these videos. So this is, I think, a one night only viewing thing. If I can download it and put it as a video, I would, but I don't think I have that option. So thanks guys for checking this out. Rock on. All right. Casey herself has confessed to how the amicus recording was made on Annie's live. Okay. All right. I don't know who Casey in the Sunshine Band. Let's just go ahead and say that. Casey. Casey. Oh, maybe it's a creator, a content creator. I'm trying to think. There's a couple that are kind of popular. Casey. Anyways, all right. Don't you think the amicus / gal is behind these recommendations? This is the question I have. To be honest with you, I don't know exactly. I heard that there is an amicus at first, but then I think she recused or something or signed off, and now there's a guardian ad litem. Honestly, when I dealt with these court cases, the main person was the guardian ad litem. Okay, I've dealt with a couple of custody cases, the amicus also, but really, the main staple, I guess, the main player in all this, if you're either on dad's camp or mom's camp, if you're listening, really the go-to person is really the guardian ad litem, because that represents the child's best interests. And I've had cases where, like, the stronger party, the one that ended up winning in the end, the one that had the more drive, they would constantly just be at the guardian ad litem's doorstep and just constantly call, make recommendations, and try to do their job, and just put up all these options and really show that they're fighting for the child and so on. So that's just my experience in dealing with these cases. And I don't know the details of how many. I mean, there's another amicus guardian ad litem. I don't know exactly. That's something that I gotta stay away, and because I want to go and say something that I don't know the details about the case. I'm just saying generalities here. Good question. I try not to. Wow, we apparently have a Oscar the Grouch. Good question. I try not to give Annie the view count, so I haven't been back. Yeah, I think this person is another content creator, Annie, and I have no ill will towards anyone. Believe me. Whether if you're passionate about, it's kind of cool how we have these creators. It's like kind of community, and most folks I see are more on the dad side because I think it's more sexier. To be on that side, the child is screaming, and let's believe the child. And unfortunately, this narrative is set in the very beginning that, hey, if you don't listen to, if you don't side with the dad, then you're not siding with the girl, which I think is just hogwash, because it's really unfair, because really everyone, like I said in the beginning, wants what's best for the girl, whether you're on dad's side or mom's side. So yeah, I respect, I think she's on the dad's side if I remember correctly, this Annie person. And I respect her. I respect her channel. No ill will towards her, and no ill will towards anyone else on mom's side. I'm just trying to say it's neutral. I'll be the first to admit, yeah, if I had to pick the two where I think it's going to lean towards, I think probably the course will probably ultimately go towards reunification towards mother, just from my personal experience and what I'm seeing so far, unless if there was that X factor, that trump card that is pulled out to where there was validation that there was severe neglect or abuse or something. I think they're chasing after this ex-boyfriend. Dad's side chasing after this ex-boyfriend, and the court order saying he can't be around. If it's like a constant recurrent thing where he was violating that, and mom was letting him be around the kids, and it was a recurrent thing, that might be damaging. I'm not gonna lie about that. But if it's like a one-time thing or two-time, the judge is gonna probably go, oh, whatever, let's not do that again. Some of the risk, but there's got to be something really strong. Okay, like I said in the beginning, the dad has the onus. He's got to go ahead and make it a bulletproof case. He's got to go ahead and reverse what the courts, especially, the conservative court, Texas, they're looking at old psychological principles and dynamics. Mom's gonna always be fair. That's just the way it is, and the dad's complaining about, that's another thing also. The dad is complaining about, it being a broken system, it being like a favor towards the mom, which, yeah, I had a case, and I might make a video about this, by the way, a future video, but I had a very similar case where I had a very similar case where the dad went ahead and he basically also complained about the same thing. This is a separate case, not this case right here, where the father of the custody case I was dealing with, he was also complaining the same thing, where it's a broken system. I don't get why the courts favor the mom and so on. But on the same token, he was doing anything and everything to go ahead and win back his child. He was working like a dog. He was working like multiple jobs, staying late hours. He started up his own business. He was basically doing all the recommendations, sending the therapy, following up with me, and so on. So he did pretty much everything he can to ultimately win, his child in custody. So I don't think I'm not seeing anything on dad's side that's really impressing me, but I may be wrong. Who knows? All right. Casey admitted, again, I don't know who this Casey, I'm going to say Casey in the Sunshine Band admitted she recorded 20-second clips while SL was in the amicus video. All right. Okay. Interesting to know. She needs to be in counseling. Agreed. Yeah. Perfect. There we go. Sold at 6. Thank you so much. She definitely needs to be in counseling. I just think now, because whether she goes in counseling now versus, February or March, it's not going to make that much of a difference. Yes, a stitching time saves 9, but because it's been so extensive and there's been this big old gap to where, now she's in dad's possession, dad's house, and so on. And I don't blame the mom for basically trying to delay, because I think that she's afraid, like I said, once she establishes rapport with the therapist and your dad's, it's going to be harder to go ahead and stop that therapy. And therapy is an intense process. A lot of times initially it's going to be, once a week or sometimes twice a week, especially in a case like this. So I think they're looking at the end game in terms of, okay, geographically they want at mom's place. That's just the impression that I'm getting here. And that's why I think she's got a resistant on sort of the court-appointed therapy. Now, if it was court-appointed in mom's vicinity, that's a different story. I think that's going to be a different story. My guess that probably it's court-appointed. I think dad's camp is probably pushing for a court-appointed therapist in his vicinity, just to go ahead and, set the, sow the seeds or whatever. All right. But I agree. Yeah, counseling definitely for sure. For some reason, I think I remember the one with the recording. Okay, it was removed. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about the details with the recordings and so on. But I just kind of leave it up to you. You good people, you guys know more than I do. I'm just a Psych Guy. All right. So you think Tentative Life is clickbaiting channel because Michael will probably... Yeah, I don't know. I haven't watched much 10 to Life. I don't know. I know 18 to Life, Skid Row, that song, 18 to Life. I think there's a Skid Row song. That was a pretty hot song. 10 to Life, I don't know if it's the same channel I'm thinking about. Yeah, there's a lot of channels that are kind of clickbaity. I'm not saying his or hers is in general, but I see they do these fancy thumbnails and they talk about those topics a lot of times, and they claim. I remember a couple of times I've watched, like, yeah, I think it's the same channel. I think one time I was watching and we have this breaking, revealing, mind-blowing information. I'm sitting there, it's like a Friday night, and after like 2 hours or so, nothing came. It's like a total waste of time. I'm like, okay, great. I could have watched, a Dateline or something. What am I doing here watching when you didn't have anything? But you guys may be saying the same thing here. I don't know. But all right. Okay, there's a rumor she harmed herself several days ago. Wow. Okay. I don't know if that's true, Scarlet B, but if that's the case, maybe so. I don't know. Maybe that's why. She's pushing for inpatient. She sees like an avenue. That's the other thing also I didn't mention. Maybe the mom is pushing for inpatient because she knows that the more there are ears to listen to, like, for example, she'll get exposed to a team, a doctor, nurses, mental health staff workers, rec therapists and whoever. But maybe the more ears they have, the more, likely there might be a possibility where the girl may slip, or show some inconsistency, away from the dad. So she's just trying to expose somehow indirectly in that sort of manner, just to kind of get it out there, so that to kind of destroy any sort of narrative that he's trying to build. And I've always wondered about that too. Is the dad, is he kind of, in the beginning at least, was he kind of resistant for therapy because he, maybe there was parental alienation, and that's why he was resistant to taking to a therapist, because he's afraid that it might be revealed? Because in my experience, I was, not to brag, but there's techniques to where you can go ahead when you engage in therapy, and it depends on the skills of the therapist, the psychologist, the psychiatrist. Psychiatrists rarely do therapy anymore, but when I used to do therapy a lot, there's certain techniques, and I want to go ahead and reveal the entire game plan. But you can figure out, okay, is there something going on aside from is there manipulation going on? Is there some alienation, parental alienation? Is there some coaching going on? And I've had several situations where I engaged in therapy and it was revealed ultimately that, there was coaching. And so maybe dad's afraid of that. But on the same token, also, maybe mom, I don't know if she was resistant to therapy in the beginning. I have no idea. I know lately she is, or that's what they're saying she is. And again, I don't blame her for right now at this stage of the game being a little resistant, especially from the geographical, issues involved. But if mom was also resistant to therapy in the beginning, then, I would say the same thing to her. Like I said about, the dad, but I don't think there's any sort of parental alienation going on mom's behalf. It's either SEXABUSC that happened in mom's residence, or it's parental alienation on dad. It's either one of the two. We'll know our answer coming soon. Wow, look at these comments. My gosh, we're just gonna keep rolling. Why not? I think because Michael, I'm gonna say, okay, ML and his attorney said Kelly wants inpatient treatment. Everyone assumes she is the one wanting that. I think any of these types of regulations are coming from the GL. Okay. Oh, yeah, you have a good point, Happy Snaps. I don't know. I'm just, I'm only taking, because I watched the video, and I want to say it was that channel, that 10 to Life channel that someone else mentioned recently, to where they're the ones that mentioned that about, they brought up this inpatient thing coming on from mom's behalf, on mom's side. But you may be right. I mean, maybe these recommendations are coming from the Garner Lightem and Amicus. I don't know. I think they're foolish recommendations, to be honest with you. I think, because again, like I said, they're stepwise. You just can't go ahead and just jump from, a home setting to an inpatient unless if there is severe, significant imminent danger. It's just really unheard of to go ahead and do that. Because then there'd be like potential violations of constitutional laws and so on, because you want to go ahead and put in the least restrictive environment as possible. So I don't know. I doubt that the guardian ad litem would jump to that, make that huge jump from the most least restrictive to the most restrictive, if that makes sense. So I kind of have my doubts on them doing that or saying that. But then again, who knows? All right. Let's see here. Let's keep going. All right, not being rude as well, but this was reported on other channels without eavesdropping on an illegal recording of a court process. Okay, I guess that's referring to the phone call. I remember something about that. I did these videos 2 months ago, and to be honest with you, I didn't review my videos or I didn't prepare. And but I think there's something about I think one channel released like the amicus's recordings or something, which is really unfortunate because you've got to respect privacy of the courts and the system and so on. And just to go ahead and just recklessly do that, I don't know if it was just for views or just to be cool or whatever. I mean, I would never do such a thing like that because it's just unethical. I mean, bottom line is it's just unethical, I think. And we should all respect the process. At the end of the day, the courts will decide. All right. There's some chatter of the gal and amicus are backing up KL. I wonder who. The mom. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. Good egg. In my experience as a psychiatrist, what happens a lot of times is that, and I've really mainly dealt with guardian ad litems. I haven't really dealt with amicuses, but I think they're the same sort of concept. But a lot of times, what happens is that guardian ad litems, they're there to represent the patient, the child, okay, whether it's a boy or a girl. And in the beginning, from what I noticed, is that they're kind of fishing and kind of looking at both sides and seeing which one is a little bit more credible, And of course, they could stay neutral, but over time, they kind of realize, okay, after they have sufficient data and evidence, and other folks, input data, chime in and so on. Then you kind of see the separation to where, okay, they kind of realize, okay, more than likely, probably this person is a little bit more in the right, and this person is a little bit more kind of on the extreme edge. But I'll still, be neutral. But a lot of times, guardian ad litems, they will say that they are objective, but in reality, though, it wouldn't surprise me if that they're kind of not directly siding. I'm not going to say that, because they want what's best for the child. If the guardian ad litem or the amicus, if they feel that the mother's home environment is not a detrimental environment for the girl to be in, then yeah, naturally the guardian ad litem would probably, maybe not directly, but indirectly would favor the mom or backing up the mom, because ultimately the goal is reunification. The dad's got to fight that. The dad's got to go ahead and, like I said, he's got the onus. He's got to go and prove without a reason, without that, he's got the better environment. He's, doing everything he can. Set up a GoFundMe account. It's not going to cut it. I'm sorry. I mean, I hate to be cruel or whatever. Getting a Taylor Swift cat is not going to cut it. Having a donkey ride is not going to cut it. I mean, they're not going to, judge is not going to care about that. So if this is true, if there is some chatter that the guardian ad litem amicus are kind of backing up, it's not a good sign. It's just showing that, okay, now the stage is being set, that, they are kind of looking at more at the mom as being more the favorable environment. Probably they're going to kind of head to that direction ultimately. Unless if there was something that they see that is severe abuse or, severe, neglect or something that happened in mom's side, then of course the guardian ad litem wouldn't go ahead and foster that opinion and would probably go on the dad's side. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me that there's chatter going on. All right. Someone alluded to ML having his own recent. Okay. I'm not sure about that, Olivia. Maybe not. Who knows? But I don't know. Who knows? And that's another thing also. A lot of people wanted me. They've asked me. I made 4 videos about this case, and they've asked me about, like, what are my impressions about dad? Do I think he's got a mental illness, or is there, does he have maybe like bipolar or something? And it would be very unethical and inappropriate for me to go ahead and say, do I think he's got a mental illness, or because I haven't really interviewed him. B, I don't know the case really that well, and see, I'm not really connected to this case at all. So I'm not going to go ahead and badmouth. I'm not saying you're asking me to do that, but I don't know. Maybe there was a recent 911 call. I don't know how to go ahead. I know there's some channels out there that are going ahead and calling up police departments and getting records for 911 phone calls. And I mean, hey, if you have all the time to go ahead and do that, then more power to you. But I don't know. I just think that's kind of tacky. That's just the way I operate. I just think it's just too invasive. I've always believed in the court system, even though I do think it's a broken system. Don't get me wrong. But there are ways, if the dad truly believes that, the girls cry, if there is the dad saying that, okay, the girl is beaten severely, ABUSC at mom's house, the dad just can't go ahead and complain and say the system's broken. I think what's going to happen is that probably, if it doesn't go his way, I think the dad's probably going to go ahead and, complain and say, see what I told you? The system is broken. I was right all along. Just to kind of continue this GoFundMe. I think it's kind of, to me, it seems like it's like more, there's a lot of passion for the GoFundMe, I've noticed, so why not direct some of that passion towards just doing whatever you can to try to do your best, to try to set yourself and win this case or do whatever it takes. I mean, again, I'm not seeing it, but then again, I'm not behind the scenes. So I don't know what's all going on, but when you're seeing these videos pop up where he's on these interviews and these channels and, nothing's being talked about in regards to specifics about what's going on, therapies and schoolings and what he's doing in terms of like trying to do his best to, show that he's a very good fit, parent, employment, and he's seeking out the best he can to go ahead and show that he can go ahead and provide, GoFundMe accounts can't provide, it's not a source of income, it's temporary. And so I'm not, long story short, I'm not seeing anything. So, all right. Wow, 37 viewers. My God, let's keep going then. Why not? This is kind of cool. All right. Happy Snap says, good. Good ag. I'm not surprised. The first amicus stated that she thought inpatient might be appropriate side with KL. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that in the beginning, it sounds like if there was, suspicions that of uncertainty if she was being abused, then yeah, I would probably push for inpatient also, at least temporarily, because you want to err on the side of caution. And so on. But I don't know. It just doesn't add up. I mean, I don't know about you good people, but if someone's victimized like that, well, first off, you'd see residual signs and symptoms. I've explained to my videos, but you see like a lot of dissociation. You see a lot of sort of withdrawal, alienation. You see a lot of irritability, mood swings. But here you got the girl. Apparently, she was allegedly getting ABUSC. Next thing you know, dad finally won the case, or temporarily, I should say, and goes to dad's house. And then like that, now she's doing rocking and rolling. She's fine. There's no problems. She's doing good. She was seen on video, smiling ear to ear, nothing at all. That's very unusual and atypical. I mean, it can happen. I'm not going to say it can't, but that's only for very brief kinds of transient episodes. The way that the father's describing, where it's ongoing, long-standing, no, I've never seen anything like that. It's usually you see this residual symptomology, you see this sort of severe dissociation, chronic PTSD. You see this irritability, breakthrough irritability. You see defiance. You see just irritability, oppositionality. They're like a broken person. They're like a broken record. Abuse doesn't vanish like that. I mean, there's trauma to that. So I'm just going ahead and using my psych knowledge and just putting two and two together. And I haven't heard anything. I've watched a couple of videos, but I haven't heard anything where dad is saying that, yeah, she's right now struggling. It seems like he's painting a rosy picture that, yeah, she's doing really great in my place. And in his defense, I get it. I mean, he wants to show to the courts that, hey, listen, she likes my home environment. She's very happy. She's not acting out and so on. But I think that will probably backfire, to be honest, because that to me, I mean, if I was evaluating this case, I would say, well, hold on here. That shows me that more than likely, I don't know if maybe I have doubts that if she was, like you're saying, ABUSC, because it's not like a light switch, like as I mentioned in my video. It just doesn't vanish like that. It doesn't go away. Wow, look at that. Thank you so much. I want to keep this comment. Just Forget about all the other comments. We're just going to keep this comment there. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah, why not now? All right. Can I just move this comment and just put it? All right. Thank you so much, Julie Trask. It's very, very an honor. All right. I have no idea who you're talking about. Annie is the one who has played the recordings. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what we're talking about, the channel who leaked those recordings. I thought that was a reckless thing to do. I'm not faulting that person. I'm not saying that person's a bad person, but you gotta show a little bit more professionality, especially when you're dealing with court cases. Especially a high custody, conflict case like this, any kind of court case, you got to show, some sort of tact. And I just thought that was very reckless. And if you're going to go for the subs and the views, just say it, just say it, or, because, or if you don't know what you're doing, if you don't know, just say it also, it's okay to go ahead and plead ignorance to these kinds of things. I'm not saying this person's ignorant, but that was very, very reckless for sure. Could be potentially damaging. All right. I think of a second amicus in a gal, both sided with her too. At some point, Michael needs to acknowledge that it's not a system against him. Yeah, no, exactly. And honestly, the key to all this is the experts for sure. I was watching. It's funny you mentioned that because I was watching. Two things. Number one, happy snaps. Thank you for the comment. I was watching the video where the attorneys were sitting on a Friday night and they were talking, and one of the attorneys had the nerve, and I respect attorneys and so on to a certain extent. I wish that they didn't charge by the hour. Can you imagine doctors like myself, if we charge by the hour, for example, if you had a phone call, a question, we don't do that. But attorneys do that, but one of the attorneys had the nerve to say, this whole GoFundMe, it's an okay thing. If you only knew the costs of all this and the experts and this and that, well, guess what? You're charging also. Don't act like you're not charging. If anything, you're probably charging, you're getting most of the money here, these experts and so on. We don't get a whole lot, but we definitely know what's best in regards to this from a professional standpoint, what would be best, because we've seen cases like this and we know exactly the long-term outcomes. I think in the short term, yes, the argument is, I think dad, the girl likes the dad, and a lot of people say that's the best outcome for the girl because she's happy and so on. But the long term, though, I think it's more the best outcome is with mom because she's with her mother, she's in a more stable environment. Especially if there's proving there's no ABUSC or any sort of dangerous stuff going on. But she's reunited with her mom. Her brothers are there. They're being provided for. I don't know, dad. I like the guy, but it seems a little bit more unstable, kind of a little sketchier. It goes back to, and it's no disrespect with him. I get it. We live in a hard economy, but if he had like a solid, stable job, if he was, a good primary, living, in a home, providing for the family. But hearing an RV on his parents' land. 1 minute he walks for a journey for 7 months away to Oklahoma, then comes back and selling sands and crystal rocks. I don't know. That to me, I'm not judging anyone, but that doesn't seem like it's a very stable kind of. I respect his, freestyle, nomadic kind of philosophies in life and so on, but it just doesn't seem like a very stable kind of an environment. At least my own opinion. I may be wrong. But yeah, the experts knows best. And honestly, if there was an expert to really put the sort of the kill shot, if you want to call it that, or the nail in the coffin, honestly, if one of the sides, whether the mom's side or dad's side, really, got, an expert I think there are some experts already, some documents already, some psychologists, some forensic psychologists have made some evaluations. I'm kind of curious to see exactly what they've said. But if they did a new evaluation, honestly, if I was doing this evaluation, I would probably put some doubt into all this, especially just looking at, the girl's actions right now and saying, 2 and 2 don't add up to get here. So I don't know if there was actual ABUSC. If I found out that there was doctor shopping by the dad, that, is kind of suspicious. If I found out that there was 12 SANE exams, we're going to all know about this when, in January. So it's going to all come out. Okay. So this 12 versus 1, who knows? But if there is doctor shopping, if there is all these sort of reports that are coming out, then, when you have all this evidence and, you know, all these different professionals from different backgrounds, and they're saying the same thing, where, okay, negative, you can only go so far. And in the end, okay, you know, okay, which side is probably more likely, probably the right side, I guess you want to call it that. And you know, the other side is probably in it from the wrong side. All right, so great. Talking, all right. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Definitely happy snaps, spot on. Exactly. We're gonna keep going on. Why not? I did not disclose channel names. I don't need to because I click the rest of channel. I can conclude all above board based on my president. Enough said. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Happy sounds. Exactly. Yes. Happy sounds very great. I think she's a new subscriber to this channel. Thanks. Yeah. Absolutely. Rock on. By the way, I'm gonna keep doing this. So I appreciate everyone who's tuning in. I'm so happy also because today I was actually not gonna do this, but I found out that this is for the folks who are in the medical field, but there's something called monitors where they come around like every so often to sort of monitor the facility, and they were going to come next week. So I was, you know, stressed out about that and prepared for that, but I found out that they're delaying that because of COVID. So that's why I'm not too stressed out or worried about, you know, next week. And that's why I can go ahead and stay on here a little longer. So yeah, if you guys, you know, want to stay, let's keep doing this. And by the way, I'm going to try to make this a little smoother next time. I'm going to get better at this because it's my first live. Sorry for the environment, the ambiance, and so on. But I always say it's all about content before visuals. That's what I say. This is what the channel is. All right. Yeah, this likely isn't coming from Kelly, but Michael Smith, everything coming from. Yeah, you know, and this guy right here, the dad, I don't have nothing against the dad. I mean, you know, I can't make pass any sort of judgment on the guy. He's a very smooth talker. I understand that he has a background of, I think, some sort of salesman or motivate. I don't know exactly what but I think he's got some sort of background in regards to public speaking. And if you actually listen to him, he's a very charming, very, very, you know, articulate individual. I mean, I myself, you know, I talk like the Cookie Monster or something, but this guy is much more smoother in regards to his delivery. So he probably can, you know, if it was me versus him trying to sell a product, I mean, he probably would do a better job, to be honest. So he's a very charming, smart guy, and I have nothing against him. What I do have against, though, is the fact that everything has just so far been fluff. There's been nothing. I mean, sort of pushing this sort of demonstrative narrative, this sort of authoritarian, totalitarian type viewpoint that if you don't side with the, you know, sided with me, you're not siding with the girl, and vice versa. How dare you? You're disrespecting this poor girl, you know. Well, guess what? There's something called PA, parental alienation. You know, we got thought about that. Why aren't the pieces fitting together in this puzzle? So that's really the whole thing. You know, where's the evidence? What, you know, you've made these accusations. Why isn't anyone charged? What happened to the mother's ex-boyfriend? Why isn't he charged? What happened to that hotel incident? What you guys stop talking about that? You know, so there's a lot of things that were just mentioned, but nothing yet. The only thing right now they're holding on to my knowledge is this kit, the same kit. The number went from 12 to 10 to 1 now, and I guess it's hanging out in Houston is what I heard. I remember watching this video. It said Houston, Texas. I guess I hold to that. Will it be processed? What's going on with that? That's the only thing. And then also something about the ex-boyfriend. I mean, they're chasing down these small little leads. Okay, fine. I guess maybe the mother is not a saint and maybe the ex-boyfriend was hanging around. But the real question is, was there a BUSC, you know, involved? Did that happen? Under mother's watch, you know, did the ex-boyfriend do that? That's the main question, you know. But it seems like they're kind of nitpicking, and I'm not blaming the dad's defense. I don't think they have that. So far, I'm seeing that strong of defense. Maybe I'm wrong, but again, I'm not seeing anything at all. If someone is seeing something, just please tell me. All right, keep going. Oof of the 80. Oof the 80. I think I might have made an 80s reference or something. By the way, speaking of 80s reference, my next couple of videos I'm going to do in this channel, I like an artist, Kylie Minogue, and she's one of my favorite artists. I don't know if you guys know who she is, but yeah, very, very. She was the first singer to 5 decades in a row have a top spot albums in the UK. Very amazing, and I'm gonna make a couple of videos on her songs and so on. But this channel will surprise you. You never know what you'll get. You know what you get. Like this video right here. You let me live streaming. All right. Again, I think you're confused. Most people here have tried to explain it to you, so I'm not sure what else to say. All right. I think there's a discussion going on between good people. All right. Exactly. Happy snaps. Yep. Haley, I have already stated that the report of the incident was discussed and outlined on other channels without playing the recording. Okay, done. So yeah. I don't know. Who knows the intentions of the other channels? Here at Psych Guy, we're not going to go ahead and dox anyone. We're not going to go ahead and call anyone any names. We're not going to go ahead and try to attack anyone. We're not here to go ahead and waste anyone's time. We're not going to make any sort of empty false promises. We're a small knit community. We're only lovers here. That's who we invite in this channel. I'm kind of glad that it's kind of small, to be honest, because I like the crew that we have right now. So I appreciate all your support. I really do. And subscribe if you want to, because there's gonna be plenty more of this kind of stuff. We're gonna do more live streams. I'm liking this. I really am. I hope you guys are enjoying this too. All right. She needs therapy for sure, and Dad don't seem to have a care in the world if she gets it. Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, who knows? I don't know what's going through his mind. But I don't know. It doesn't strike me as a type that's really a go-getter kind of guy. I mean, honestly, if it was me, if this is my daughter, the second day, not the first day. The first day, I'd probably like let the girl relax, have a pizza party, or the cake, the freedom cake, and have the fun kind of stuff. But the second day, I'd probably wake up in the morning at 6 a.m, and I'll be on the horn, just making phone calls, doing whatever I can, calling jobs, doing whatever I can to get employed, just anything to go ahead and try to build up my case. I would go ahead and just not focus so much on the GoFundMe. That's just basically just secondary. The main thing is just trying to build your case and show that you can provide a good fit environment, because the judge is not going to care about the GoFundMe. That's the last thing on his mind. The number one thing, again, it always goes back to what is going to be A, the best interest of the child, and B, which child, where's the goodness of fit? Which child will have the best fit? What environment with the child best? And that kind of ties into the best interest of the child. And so far, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you guys can be the judge. I mean, whether you're on dad's side or mom's side, you've got mom who's just living and doing her thing, and I think she's working. I don't know for sure. I do know that dad for sure, though. I've seen this. He's mentioned that he's living, on his parents in an RV, and he's selling an online business. So, I mean, you can be the judge about that. But if mom's not working, and if she's in an unstable environment too, then it equals out. Okay, so maybe. However, the mom has the advantage of the fact that she is, a female, and yeah, I mean, the courts. Again, it goes back to just Freudian dynamics. The maternal object will always be favored. And that's why the dad has to go ahead and go above and beyond and prove that he is the guy. He is the main man to go ahead and be the best caretaker for, all three children. And so far, I am not hearing anything. If someone can tell me anything that he's doing, so on, please, let me know. But so far, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt, though. I mean, I like him and so on. I have nothing against him, but I'm not hearing anything. It's not. There's no wow factor. There's nothing that's really grabbing at me and saying, okay, this is going to go his way in his favor. In fact, again, like I said in the beginning, I would be surprised if the judge rules and lets the boys live with mom, or maybe he might play it safe and just delay it. They may do the delay tactic where basically he'll shut down the inpatient. I don't think the inpatient's going to go through with it, but the judge also may just shut down the reunification with the two boys and just delay it and say, hey, look, let's wait until the real trial, and let's decide. Let's kind of keep things where they are, and that also could be a possibility. That could be a possibility. But if the judge does rule that okay, the boys now live with the mom, then that's really a red flag. That's like a death cross, kind of like, I don't know if you guys do stock trading, but it's like a sign that basically, okay, it's not going to work favorably for the father in the real trial, unless if there was something. This is based on my experience when I've seen these kinds of cases. But unless there's something, tomorrow's a big day. Tomorrow is definitely a big day, or today, wherever you're at in this country. But it's gonna tell a lot about this case, or it may not. It may be a nothing burger, and they may just delay till January, and that's probably the safest thing the judge will do, is just kind of delay, just kind of keep things where it's at. The holidays around the corner, Christmas. Let's just kind of keep things where they're at, and let's just wait until January, and this really is how the real trial goes. And a lot of judges don't want to go ahead and work that hard, especially around this time of year, but who knows? Okay. Is inpatient common to help with parental alienation? Oh, that's a very good question, Cassius Mama. So really, it's a judgment call, and it really depends on it's like it's a very difficult question to answer, and thank you for asking that. It depends on the judgment call, and to me, it really depends on an severe kind of intense kind of scenario. Like if I was see inpatient again, like I said at the beginning, there's really 4 criteria. If it borders along the lines of safety issues, to where I think that potentially it is put the child at harm's risk, to where they are an imminent risk to themselves and or others, or if there's a significant decline in their functioning, then yeah, inpatient definitely would help out. But in cases of parental alienation, in my experience, it's usually more of a chronic type issue. It's not acute. It's chronic. It's long-standing. And honestly, this case has the red flags of that happening. I mean, we saw that phone call. You guys listened to the dad where he promised that gift, like I mentioned earlier, of getting that girl a gift or whatever. So that's one of the signs of parental alienation. Not saying that happened, but one can make an argument of that. But usually parental alienation is chronic. It's long-standing. It's just a grinding process. So it's not common. Inpatient is not common for parental alienation cases, unless if it gets to the point where it reaches a breaking point, a threshold to where there are safety issues involved, to where maybe it's so intense to where the child it creates a state of dysphoria and confusion and ambivalence and ambiguity, to where the child is caught in a rock and a hard place between 2 parents and has all this guilt. One parent is, coaching and doing all this, and then she's looking at he or she's looking at the other parent, and having this intense, feeling of neglect and worry, and abandonment and fear, and and so all the sort of pent up emotions and feelings could create this sort of nihilistic sense to where the child will go ahead and exhibit like potential self-mutilatory type behaviors, acting out on herself or himself. So that's when it usually will go ahead and require hospitalization. But for the most part, mostly because it's chronic, it's kind of rare for that to happen. And you did spell it. You did spell it right. So yes. All right. Hope that answered your question. Oh, wow. Wow. Look at that 40. My gosh. All right. I am a survivor of trafficking. This case was brought to me in August, and my gut feeling was parental alienation, which is definitely abuse. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, parental alienation. I mean, it's really sad because I wish more people knew about parental alienation. I mean, and I talked about it in one of my videos. I think it was was it the red video or the blue video? They're all color coordinated. The last video I kind of went a little more psych heavy. I think that was, by the way, thank you for the poll results, by the way. But yeah, the yellow video was my favorite. But I appreciate everyone who participated. But I think some people got a little bit kind of lost. Or that's what some of the comments said. But anyways, I kind of maybe parental alienation, yeah, it's definitely, I think, should be considered abuse. I don't know why it's not a chargeable crime. It's very traumatic. It's very inappropriate. I mean, it's manipulation. I mean, just plain and simple, to a poor child. It's just very traumatic. Just for this grown adult to go ahead and sort of brainwash and put this poor innocent child against the other party, the other parent. So it's uncalled for. It really is. And I do think that it definitely should be. I consider it abuse for sure myself. I think there's different opinions about that, and I'm sorry to hear that you went through what you went through. My condolences go out to your past, and I think a lot of people. I think the reason why this case is very interesting is because there's a lot of people that have had histories of ABUSC and trafficking and neglect and so on. So my heart goes out to everyone who has suffered and endured, and that's another thing also, which kind of rubs me the wrong way, because by doing all this, it's just only unraveling repressed memories of what happened to them and so on. So, I don't know. I just don't like the way how this has been publicized and the dad. I mean, if there is proof, then show it, show that, okay, just go ahead and try to put an end to this, or, try to make this quickly, because it's just only unfair, not only to the poor girl, but also to you good people, who have been kind of in these situations, who have been Sophies and so on, who have been, victimized, so yeah. And I'm sure the folks that have been victimized, where the ABUSC, I'm sure you guys will all agree to me that it's not like a light switch to where if you were truly, ABUSC or, trafficked or neglected, I'm pretty sure that 99.9, I'm pretty sure 100% would agree and say that it's not like where 1 minute, you're screaming and you're shouting, and the next minute you go to a different environment and then it's done. It stopped. I'm sure everyone would agree with me on that. I know all professionals would agree with that for sure. All right, good question, Cassius Mama. All right, yeah, great questions. Exactly, that was a great question, Cassius Mama, for sure. She was SA'd by proxy due to all the yeah, perfect. Thing exactly. That's the thing. Also, I don't know exactly with this whole examinations. Was it 12? Was it 10? Was it 1? I don't know. I mean, where is this coming from? I know there was a phone call, a leaked out phone call with one of the cops. They were saying that I guess they're disclosing about the case. He was off duty, and he was explaining to another county about the case and said that this person has taken this girl to many different doctors and had many exams and so on. So first off, him being an off-duty cop informing the other county, I didn't see anything really too wrong with that. I mean, maybe I myself, for example, like, even if I'm not working, if I had to go ahead and, give a heads up to someone about, a certain individual or a certain patient, I'll go ahead as a good Samaritan, call and, inform them just for extra information. I didn't listen to the entire phone call, but I didn't see any wrong thing. Now, if you put his opinion and said, okay, I think, and I think he might have. So I think that was a problematic for me, where he said, maybe you don't want to go ahead and do the same exam. I didn't like that part about it. I didn't have a problem with him, getting information, but for him to say, I think he said there's multiple exams. I don't think he would probably put his job on the line and try to make up something and just say, okay, she's had multiple SANE exams just because of despite against the dad. It would be very unusual, atypical. I mean, I personally think that there was multiple exams. I don't know, but then maybe there was one exam. But the bottom line is, whether it's 12 or 1, I mean, it is an invasive exam. It is very traumatic. It's not fun. It's not pleasant. If it does end up coming to be like there is factual proof that she had to endure like more than 1, like if it is like close to 12, a dozen, then my gosh, then that in itself is just pure. It's just unfortunate because you're seeing, okay, just this one person trying to create this narrative that isn't there. I mean, after 2, 3, enough at some point, when is the end point, right? Okay, thank you. Exactly, thank you. Who cares about facts here? Exactly, it's all about facts. No, but if she's been brainwashed this week, who knows? I mean, maybe she could be brainwashed. I don't know. And that could be from either side, either mom or dad's side. But it seems like probably more so. I'm not hearing anything from mom's side brainwashing her. All I'm hearing is the accusations that she was ABUSC on mom's side, and the other side is the parental alienation on dad's. It's either one of the two. I mean, brainwashing, I guess, is an easy way to say parental alienation for sure. Allegedly, again, I can't say for sure if that really happened. All right. I will no longer engage with you. You are the one that seems to have problems. I'm not done here, bro. Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm new to this whole chat thing, and I'm just, just clicking down every comment because but I respect everyone's comment and appreciate. Wow, you guys have been really really respective. Well, I don't know if there's fighting or whatever, but usually I thought there would be like trolls or something, and I don't know how to go ahead and monitors or what do you call it, moderators, but anyways, we only have love here, so all right, moving on. Okay, that's what that was me when I wake. That's my face when I woke up, by the way, right there. All right. Mama, she needs counseling, which will give her a safe place to talk. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, they all need counseling. I mean, I think at the end of the day, I mean, ideally, if this were me, I would go ahead and focus first on individual counseling. I would do what's called play therapy. Play therapy is an indirect sort of method to where you just go ahead and you just, separate the child from all sort of external forces around her, and you put her like in a room, therapist and her, you cut out all the sort of other, variables out, influencing her, and you establish what's called a therapeutic rapport, a therapeutic alliance, and you kind of get on to her level. And what you do is you kind of get on, you get down and you sort of you play. Actually, you have toys and dolls and cars and so on. And it's pretty cool because you can kind of get a lot from kids through their themes of play. Just a quick example, if they're kind of focused on like ambulances or cars crashing, then okay, that's symbolic for the cars crash is symbolic of some sort of conflict that's going on in their reality, and then in their world, or internal external conflict that's going on that needs to be kind of looked at and explored further. Ambulances, a lot of times they'll grab that if there's sort of a hurting or sick or trauma, or maybe some guilt that they feel that someone that they know is suffering, or maybe themselves are suffering. So there's a lot of different little things, and I kind of look at that, and a lot of people think that's subjective, but I kind of look at that and see, okay, those are the ways to kind of look for themes of their plays in regards to how they play, what sort of toys they pick out, how intense their plays are, what they say during the playing of the therapy, and it's a very non-direct, and you kind of let them follow the lead. So that's what I'll probably do with her, is kind of let that happen and sort of build a rapport. And over time, I would kind of get to know exactly the inner nuances of this case. And I've had similar cases, and I might make a video about this, explaining in detail. I have actually had one case that was very, very similar to this one. But I would probably start with that. And then eventually probably I would expand to maybe do a sort of familiar approach, maybe family therapy. First focus on the individual, then expand to family, and see if we can go ahead and have a common ground, sort of a homeostasis between all parties involved. Obviously, ultimately, it would be that the girl will end up, at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, will end up either with the dad or the mom. But that's not the end of the story. The end of the story is, her getting the right therapy, getting the right sort of care, and then moving forward. I mean, I hope that also the parents will step up to the plate and be mature. There are studies that show that post-conflict divorce is the number one risk factor for issues and problems with kids later in their lives. So the last thing you want to do is put this poor girl at risk for other potential problems later on, such as drugs and other kinds of risk-taking types of behaviors. So really, I mean, I hope that one day the parents can really, once the dust is settled, can put their differences aside. I mean, I wish they did that right now, but obviously they can't, because it's, or they got this custody is very highly intense and so on. So, okay. All right. So I agree that counseling. All right. Wow, my gosh. But couldn't SL become suicidal self-harm if taken from the situation when she's brain placed in one of the dangerous? Yeah, that's a good question. These places, I mean, who knows exactly? I mean, if she was admitted to an inpatient facility, and again, I don't know what's going to happen. I doubt that it's going to happen, to be honest. But yeah, I've seen cases to where they were so coached and they were so brainwashed that next, you take them out this environment, and it's like a complete flipping of the switch. It's like a complete sort of a dissociative type event, to where maybe they might be in an environment, a hospital. The key is who's there with her. If there is someone in that situation that's very similar to her, or if she sees someone, because the mind, it's divided into the unconscious and the conscious, and the conscious, of course, you can control, your behaviors and your thoughts and so on, but the unconscious is something that you can't really perceive. And a lot of times, things happen in there that are so trapped and ingrained. So if she does see something, what's called, if she has some sort of parataxic distortions and so on, if she has some sort of resemblance with another individual that's in a similar situation, if she talks to someone, if there's something connected, or maybe a staff member, if a staff member mentions, if she overhears a conversation, kids are very fragile and very delicate. So anything can go ahead and really set them, or it can unravel any sort of anything in their brains, in their minds. So yeah, you're absolutely right, Happy Snaps. You hit that spot on. I mean, she could become suicidal or self-harm if she was put into a facility, an inpatient facility. So that's kind of the danger. Honestly, I think the bigger danger is the COVID risk, especially in Texas. But then this is definitely another risk too also. But that actually might be a good thing because that will kind of give us more clarity, more answers, and we can kind of address that acutely if that happens. Of course, it's not fun, but then we can kind of, fine tune and see, okay, whoa, hold on here. There's actually something here that is going on that we didn't see in the beginning. So let's further explore this and let's get to the underlying problem. However, the problem though is facing the time in an inpatient facility. Like I said, insurance companies, their best interest, they don't have the interest of wanting to keep the girl in the hospital too long. So they're going to push for her to get discharged quickly. So you're facing a time crisis there. So it becomes a big mess. And even if you try to explain and pitch for more days, you just get shut down. The funding is not there. And then next thing you know, you may create more problems, especially if you prematurely discharge someone. If she was, if the things get unraveled and she decompensates and, next thing you know, there's no more days that are approved. You ran out of days, even though she's still at risk. Some insurance company may reject that. You try to plead to the hospital staff is not interested because they're going to be losing money. So it becomes a big mess. You're fighting, you're pleading. And if she's prematurely discharged, then you're going to face now themes of rejection and abandonment that weren't there, that, okay, she's being rejected. Here she was. This whole thing got unraveled to you, your facility, and you kind of talked about it a little bit. You've established a little bit of rapport, and then 2 days later, you're discharging her. So yeah, she's only perceived that as further rejection, further abandonment, and it's going to go and fuel and feed into the already themes of rejection and abandonment that are probably ingrained in her mind, in her conscious, and so on, or unconscious, I should say. So yeah, it's a very sticky situation. It's a very dicey situation. That's why. I think that they're not going to go ahead and take any of this risk. I think that this whole inpatient thing is just a strategic play from the lawyers. I think it's going to be passed over, and I think it's probably just going to be setting the stage that they're going to go ahead and be the aggressors, and they're going to go and call the shots. And I think they're going to go ahead and be in the driver's seat and set it up for the January hearing. That's just the way I see it. Makes you want to keep bugging them till they give in. All right, I'm not sure what that's referring to. Make sure you want to keep bugging them till you give in. All right. I'll agree with that. Why not? Okay. All right. She's trying to tell you where to find this info. Okay. Good stuff. Psych Guy. Maybe the mother is anticipating that S will have that type of decompensation she experienced in August when transited back from that. Yeah. That's a good point, Godag. Very, very valid point. Maybe so. I mean, maybe it's a strategic play that the mom is thinking that, like you said, you brilliantly put this. Maybe she's trying to go ahead and hopefully strategically hope for their decompensation that happened in August, in this inpatient facility so that, professionals can go ahead and see that and document that and kind of use that as sort of paper trail evidence to say, hey, listen, and they could probably unravel new information and damaging information, I should say, that won't help out, the dad's case at all. If that's what I think that's what you're trying to get here. Sorry, I was getting a little bit late at night, but I'm still keep going on, by the way. But I think that's what you're getting at here with this comment. So yeah, who knows exactly what the strategy is? We're just speculating here. So that's a very good point. That's a great point, actually. Wow, 34 people. My gosh. We'll keep going then. Why not? Pia Pill, then don't say false statements and I won't address you. Okay. All right. Okay, cool. Let's try to keep this clean. But I understand in this case, it's very heated and I know people, get riled up and I respect people's opinions. And okay. All right, good. The passion behind this case, my gosh. Yes, that's why she should already be in counseling. Yeah, I agree. So 6, spot on. Exactly. I think she should be in counseling. I think now, honestly, it kind of depends on how long this case will be. To be honest, like if I knew right now that this case is going to be like, usually in my experience, I've seen like, you see these Dateline cases, these public cases or whatever, criminal cases. Usually on average, they last like at least for a year. These custody cases, usually my experience, I may be wrong, but they don't last that. The fighting lasts for a long time, yes. But when it gets to this stage, it kind of snowballs quickly. They're not going to drag this out. It's not going to help out the child in any sort of way. They want to resolve this as quickly as possible. I don't blame the mom for right now putting a little resistance, like I said, Uh, 1 month, 2 months delay in counseling, it's not at this stage in the game, it's not going to change anything. Because the bottom line is that she's going to require months and months and months of counseling. So it's better to go ahead and start the months and months of counseling at a secure place where we know she's going to be there for a prolonged period of time, then start it at one place. And then, oh, sorry, 2 months later, we got to transition you into another environment, or 3 months later, another environment. So I don't, unless if they're doing the counseling online, but I don't know the details exactly. I'm guessing that they're probably doing it in person. I think they're lifting restrictions of COVID, and I think the vaccines are on the corner and so on. So, but I don't know. But anyways, that's that. Okay. Maybe she was Cash's mama. Maybe she was suggesting where to hear it for yourself so that words cannot be twisted the wrong way. Okay. I think that's in reference to one of the common YouTubers or whatever. All right. So yes, maybe she was, who knows? Who knows? Yep. What? Yep. Okay. Keep going. Let's keep going. Scarlet B says, I'm sure mom has good insurance for her. She's a successful corporate. Okay. All right. Right on. And that's one of the things also, I don't want to discriminate or, I'm not here to badmouth anyone and say, just because if you don't have a job, you're a bad person. It's one thing to not have a job, but it's another thing to not have a job and not really go the extra mile, and show that you're trying your best. The state of Texas, I believe, I think actually there's a lot of the unemployment rate's actually a little bit low. I remember Rick Perry, the governor, I think he was touting it. There was a lot of jobs that he created. These are kind of small type jobs, whatever. But so there's no reason why why this individual, why the dad can't go ahead and try to make an active, valiant effort to go ahead and try to. Maybe he is. I don't know. He seems to have a lot of connections. I'm sure, he's a well-liked guy. A lot of people's supporters. I'm sure one of his supporters would give him a job. So yeah, at the end of the day, it's goodness of fit. That's all it is. Who's going to provide a better environment? And if it's true, if mom has good insurance for her, if she's a successful corporate employee, then that makes it even more, and I hate to throw money into this, but at the end of the day, the most important thing is going to be what's in the best interest for the child, the girl. And if mom has good insurance for her, if it's validated as true, and if dad doesn't have it, or it's kind of like not as, the bottom line is that therapy is the most important thing for the girl. And if mom already has the good insurance, there's really no valid documentation at all, no confirmation that any sort of abuse happened, then yeah, I think the courts are probably going to say, and she's a successful corporate employee, I know the benefits are good. So yeah, the course, maybe they'll look at all of this. They're going to look at all of this. They're going to probably present all of this. Okay. I'm sure if I was mom's attorney, I'd probably present all of this. So it just makes the case stronger for her. Because yeah, I mean, in the end, therapy, she's going to have more therapy visits when you have, better insurance, as opposed to if you have no insurance, or, if you have, a little bit more, not as so good so insurance, they only pay so much, right? It's harder to go ahead, if you have no insurance, who's going to pay out of pocket, or it's very costly, these sessions and so on, and the therapy's going to be intense, and it's be constant, long, ongoing, and so on. So it just makes the case stronger for the mom. I mean, I'm just seeing, more positives on the mom side. I'm rooting for the dad. I mean, wish him well. At least, I hope he's, in the best interest for her. I hope he's, but then again, what he's doing with the GoFundMe and, there are all things that are kind of rubbing at least me the wrong way. Maybe I'm wrong with all this. Okay, emotions run high with this case. Yeah, exactly. Advocate for big little voices. I'm hoping to learn as much as possible from this valuable knowledge. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And this is not going to be my only case I want to talk about. I want to try to do this more and more, and maybe do more of this live stream. I don't know how this is going, to be honest. I mean, it might be a disaster. I'm just kind of winging it, I'm hoping down the road, once I kind of know this, we can kind of do like a call-in show also. Like, if you had any questions, I'm going to maybe do something where we'll pick like a couple of topics. And then maybe like, okay, if you had any questions, we can talk about, either topic A, B, C, or, whatever. If you want to talk about, certain, chime in, or if you wanted to go off topic and, had questions about, something, about your, not necessarily yourself or someone, or something in general, or something you had a question, psych related, or psychology or psychiatry or medications or, whatever. Anything that you had any questions, we can do something like this. I want to try to expand the show and just try to expand this channel because, that's what it's all about. It's trying to give back to the community, give back to everyone out there. You good people, and it's not about the drama. It's not about the tea. It's not about just trying to go for the ratings or for the views. It's not about the money. This video, by the way, is demonetized. Just I turned off the super chat on purpose. It's never about any of that. So, all right, cool. It's interesting to me that we are all speculating that tomorrow's hearing is about placing her in inpatient treatment. Oh wow. Okay, happy snap. See, man, my God, this is I mean, you guys are bringing it hard tonight, and that's why we're going overtime here. I don't mind doing this if you don't mind. We're gonna keep going. 37 viewers. Okay, this is a lot. You guys are bringing it tonight, and see, I don't know. Probably know more about this than I do. To be honest with you, I've been more focused on my family, and you guys are also, I'm sure, your family also too. But the extra time I had to do with work and preparing for monitors, they're not coming next week, so I haven't really been keeping up with the case. But if it's all coming from Dad, then maybe you're right. I don't know. I don't know where this inpatient thing came from. I got it from one of the channels that's affiliated with the Dad. That's where I got it from. Okay. But maybe it's a nothing burger. Maybe there is no push for inpatient. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe all of this is just a speculation. So we're just speculating, but I think it's good that we were talking about this. We're just, at least we're hopefully learning something here tonight. I don't know. Yeah, interesting stuff. All right. The mom never said that. Scarlet B, the mom's never said that. I guess maybe I said something that the mom never said. Sorry, it's just kind of a delay. I know I was rambling in the beginning, and I'll get better at this later when I'm more interactive. I'm just kind of trying to learn this whole chat thing, and so on. Thing that, again, Psych Guy, Dad was quartered for therapy. Oh, okay. She was previously in therapy, and Dad is, oh, wow. Okay. See, I'll take your word for it because, again, I'm very naive in this. I'll be the first to admit that I don't have all the facts. But yeah, if that's the other thing also. I think from what I remember now, when I did my videos 2 months ago, I think there was a gag order to where Dad was told not to, or they were both parties were told not to talk about the case or something. But it's kind of odd how, I think Dad's been more vocal. I mean, and promoting this GoFundMe, which is whatever, fine. But I don't know. It just seems kind of bizarre how he's talking about this case as a gag. I think there was a gag order. I don't know if it's still there, but at one point I think there was, I believe. If there still is a gag order, I don't know if there still is. Why were the attorneys talking on Friday night about the case? I don't know. It just seems kind of very bizarre. I've never seen anything like this, to be honest. I've never really seen. So, but if Dad was court ordered for therapy, he has not complied, then they're going to attack him for that. I mean, no matter what they throw, I think they'll probably nail him with that. I know I would if I was on, her legal team. That's something that's showing just irresponsible behaviors, and now just trying to throw the narrative that, hey, he wants to now try to be Superman and throw try to find a court-appointed therapist. I don't know. I think it's a little bit too late, especially when now it's kind of delayed. The sooner it would happen, the better. Not saying that nothing can't be reversed or anything like that. Definitely in the long run, therapy is the most important thing. I think down the road, whether she gets it now or later. But at this point in time, there's been so much time that's been passed that whether she gets it now versus a couple months, started, it really won't make that much of a difference. Really, if they want to do therapy, they should have done it immediately. And if Dad didn't comply back then immediately, then that's really not a good sign. Yeah, that's not going to end well there. All right. They use the phrase "lock her away." Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like some of the choice of words. I think when I watched that channel, they mentioned the word, and I'm not bashing anyone. I think it's just basically folks being naive to just terminologies and so on. And I myself, I'm not for example, cars. I don't know much about cars. I'm very ignorant when it comes to cars, and I take my car. To me, everything wrong with my car is revolved around the engine or the tire. And that's only, I don't know all the different parts. And I think likewise, these folks who are on these YouTube channels, they don't know really the ins and outs of these kinds of the psychological terminology and these kinds of cases. They really never dealt with. I've shake hands with attorneys and judges and talk to them behind the scenes and so on. And believe me, I don't like these custody cases, to be honest. They're a pain. you always get that one parent who's just, just so threatening and so intense, and it's violent. It's not fun. You don't get reimbursed that much. If anything, you get subpoena to the courts. You spend a whole day waiting to get called to the stand to give your testimony. A lot of times, you get shortchanged, and you have to beg. So it's not fun, And so when you have these other channels, and they're using these terminologies like, I think one channel said, put her in a crazy house, or they think she's crazy. I don't like saying, calling, labeling anyone like that crazy and lock away. And likewise, also, I think there's other channels also, I think on Mom's side, who mentioned the word brat or something, or I heard something about that. I don't like that also. I just think that's just very, it just really invalidates whatever arguments you put forward. If you're going to go ahead and start name calling, especially like, for example, someone who's been, either SEXABUS or, there's parental alienation, right? One of the two. In either cases, that's very abusive. That's very kind of assaultive, to me at least. And here you are, you're just basically just throwing out these terminologies, just like recklessly, like crazies and locking her away and brat and so on. It's just uncalled for. And no matter what arguments you put up, to begin with, to me, it just invalidates and it shows the kind of sort of, okay, what is this? I mean, why are you attacking? No one's, there's no need for that kind of stuff. It just shows that, okay, maybe you need to go ahead and, take a day off or something and reconvene. That's just my opinion. But other people, they want to do it for shock value. They want to go ahead and use these buzzwords. They want to go ahead and use these, terminology. Okay, it gets the views, it gets, the thing, but I'm not going to go ahead and do that. We can't take anything Michael says is true. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Happy Snaps, I agree. I mean, I don't know exactly. I mean, I haven't seen anything. I'm rooting for I want to hear something from his side. I mean, never again, by the way, am I going to go ahead and waste my time. If there's going to be a video that says, revealing evidence, there's going to be like a clickbait thing where it says, you have to watch this video. You will be blown away. I'm not going to waste my time. I'd rather spend that with my family or something, If it's going to be like a 2-hour, 3-hour video of just nothing, so just show me the proof, show me the evidence. And the good thing is that January's around the corner, so we'll know this. And I think it's going to get all resolved. And hey, if he's got that Trump card or whatever, if he's got that, sort of, boom, that magic sort of card to go ahead and, shut her up, then hey, use it, more power to him. And hopefully it comes out in court. The truth comes out in court. So, but I'm not seeing it. It would have came out by now, I think. I believe when I see the doc. Yeah, I agree with you. Happy Snap's perfect. I believe I'm just like you. We're the same. I'm just more of a factual kind of guy. I'm more about documents. I'm more about proof. I'm more about receipts and so on. So yeah, I'll believe it. When I see it in the documents and so on. Whether if it's true or not. I'm not going to go ahead and believe hearsay. I'm not going to go ahead and believe any words. And that applies for both mom and dad. Okay. I'm not going to go ahead and believe, anything, speculations. This is more just kind of theories and sort of, we're just bringing up stuff, and nothing is, I won't believe anything until I do see the document. So that's a great comment. Happy Snaps. I agree. My hope is, she will get counseling therapy. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's the main thing. It always goes back to, the main thing is counseling and therapy. We all want counseling and therapy. That's the main thing. We all want her to succeed. Whether you're on dad's side or on mom's side, the end of the game is that everyone wants her to get therapy. Everyone wants her to get counseling, so no one is against her. No one is, this dad's argument, this narrative that they're pushing that, you've got to believe this crying girl and so on. And no, we want what's best for her. Everyone wants what's best for her. It's not saying we're disputing or anything like that. We're just questioning. A lot of people are just questioning exactly, okay, are these legitimate? Is this really happen? Or could there have been parental alienation? Unfortunately, parental alienation is not talked about that much in society. SEXABUSC is talked a lot about, parental alienation is not. So I think a lot of folks don't know about that, don't know the details, don't know there's an other side, don't know that can happen, and it can happen. And like a lot of good people here alluded to, yeah, in the end, we will know the facts in January for sure. Once it starts coming out, all the documents. So true. Yep. So true. Exactly. They can say what they want. Yeah, they can say what they want. Exactly. It's just basically pushing their narrative for sure. That's all it is. And I'm not blaming the attorneys or anything like that. They're just doing basically however they can to spin it, but it seems like, I think they're chasing weak leads, or I'm not impressed with the leads they're chasing. So far from what I heard, maybe they're not disclosing all the information, which probably would be the smartest thing to do. But it seems like they've been pretty outright, and so on in regards to describing everything in terms of what they have, really information they're getting. The impression I get. Okay, wow, yes, dad disrupted the therapy. See, and this is something that I bow my, raise my hat to, because I don't know the ins and outs of this case. So if that's true, and I'm going to take your word for it, good egg. Then that's definitely problematic, and that can be easily pointed out to in a court hearing for sure. And I've actually seen that happen to where one side was presenting, all this sort of flim flam stuff, and the other side was waiting, and then boom, attacked and said, "Hey, guess what? Did you know that this person, it was a mother or something, or the father, the mother interrupted therapy and so on," and that was pretty much the end of the case. Because they really look at the best interest for the child. They take that seriously. And any sort of disruptions in therapy, because therapy is the most important thing. We all agree that therapy is the most important thing. And any sort of disruptions in therapy, that's what she really, really needs. If you disrupt therapy, and if that's proven, that definitely is, you're definitely going to be behind 40 points in the football game, for sure. Thank you, Psych Guy. This is tough stuff. Yeah, I agree. Thank you, physics guy. Sorry, just getting. All right, no, this is very tough stuff. I appreciate this. It's very, very hard, and I thank you so much for still staying for this channel. We may go for another half an hour. We'll see how it goes. The dad blocked it. Okay, so a lot of people are saying the dad blocked therapy. It's the impression, and I don't know. I'm not going to say that it happened. You good people probably know more, but you guys are better sleuths than I am. You guys probably have, read more about the case than I have, to be honest. I've only just read a little bit, bits and pieces, but I kind of just picked out the pertinence. He needs to control access to her. Yeah. Olivia, a lot of times that's a tactic to where, they want to kind of, cut different avenues, to where, if there is alienation going on, they definitely want to go ahead and cut any sort of potential avenues to where, she can, he or she, or whoever the individual is, will reveal that spontaneously or unspontaneously. So on Dad's behalf, I think strategically he's smart by doing that. I'm not agreeing with that, of course, but if there was parental alienation, again, not saying there was, but if that happened, then his blocking therapies and preventing this, and if that's happening, then yeah, I'm not faulting him, because the last thing you want is any of that coming out in the open, especially when there's an ongoing custody case, especially when nothing's determined yet. So he doesn't want to go ahead and shoot himself in the foot. So again, these are all alleged. Who knows exactly the details? I'm just going ahead and it's absurd. Everyone, okay, happy snaps. It's absurd. Everyone takes every single thing ML and his attorney say is truth. They're so calculated. Yeah, and in their defense also, I mean, we haven't heard much yet. It's kind of interesting. We haven't heard much from, the mom's side or Kelly's side. And I think that's kind of, honestly, to be honest, and I'm not picking anyone's sides here, but honestly, like, I think that's probably more of the smarter thing to do, because I don't know. First off, if there's a gag order, okay, then this entire case is just, I mean, this whole discussion is just for nothing now, because they violate the gag order. They're talking about all this case. So I don't think there's a gag order. I think there was. I think it's been lifted. I don't know the details of that, but if there's a gag order, then it just shows that, okay, it's not really that credible, at least to my understanding. I'm not an attorney, but my understanding is that if there's a gag order, you got to be really, you can't really reveal much or say much. But yeah, it seems like the dad's side is doing a lot of talking, and the last video I saw, it was they mentioned the GoFundMe, and I don't know if that's just to kind of keep the story in the headlines. It's still open. Are they still, focused? I mean, I don't know. Is it calculated? Meanwhile, mom's side, she hasn't really said anything. Mom's attorney hasn't said anything also. I don't know. Personally, if I was one of the attorneys, if I was either my mom or dad's side, I would keep everything quiet. I wouldn't show my playbook. I wouldn't show my cards. I'd basically go ahead and just, wait till the trial. Just basically, wait till the discovery phase, and then, proceed from there. But I wouldn't be going on YouTube things, or I wouldn't be going on, interviews or talking to people or YouTubers. Why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense. So I don't know how to explain it. It's just like I said, this whole thing's bizarre. I'm just mostly focused on the psychological aspects of the case. He doesn't want her in counseling. She will reveal. Okay, all right, maybe so. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. It's a P. I'll keep moving on. No worries. Yes. Psych Guy. Scroll B. She was in therapy and he petitioned to remove her therapist. Okay, wow. She was in therapy and he petitioned to remove her therapist. Then he asked for a male therapist, and now they're blaming the mom for what he did. See, again, I don't know. I mean, I don't know where you guys are getting this information. You guys probably know more about the case than I do, because to be honest with you, I'm just an egghead who just works during the day, and then on the weekends, see my parents and so on. And so I don't spend much time with these. Looking, not saying you guys are obsessed about this case. I'm not accusing you guys of doing that, but you guys probably honestly have read more about this case than I have. So you good people probably know more about this. So if that's true, I mean, if she was in therapy and he petitioned to remove her therapist, then he asked for a male. Very bizarre. First of all, why? If this is true, I don't know. Why would he ask for a male therapist? I mean, if anything, I don't want to sound, I'm not here to be sexist or anything, but you would think that that would be the last. I mean, it's very important to go ahead and look at the therapist. It's okay to discriminate. When you look at a therapist, it's okay in certain situations. For example, if you have like someone who has a Chinese background, okay, it's okay to go ahead and discriminate and say, hey, listen, I prefer, a Chinese, someone with a Chinese knowledge and cultural knowledge and their background about, Chinese cultures and so on, because, you can have a stronger, a rapport, a stronger therapeutic alliance. So it's okay to go ahead and, pick and choose. And likewise in this situation, honestly, if I was picking a therapist for her, first and foremost, in this kind of case, I would probably, this is just me, I would probably go with the one who's the most experienced. Okay. Honestly, I would try to push for a psychiatrist or a psychologist. Psychiatrist is not going to happen, okay? Unless, for example, me, when I first started out, like I was doing both therapy and medication management, but that was only because I wanted to do it, because I was green. I wanted to go ahead and just learn anything and everything about the field. And I love therapy. I love doing that. But now, every job that a psychiatrist goes to, they're using them as one role only. And it's pretty much medication management. So it's rare to have a psychiatrist with a lot of expertise to go ahead and do therapy. Now you can find like a psychologist, but those are like kind of harder to find also. A lot of times psychologists are more designed for like doing psychological testing or, doing neuropsych testing or, they have different sort of roles and they're also kind of, because they're kind of up in the higher food chain, a lot of times they'll kind of pick and choose, and I don't like that, but it's just the nature of the beast. I mean, because they're kind of more highly skilled and trained, they're going to go ahead and be more selective. And a lot of times they don't want to deal with these kinds of cases. I mean, I hate to say that, but it's the truth. I mean, who wants to be dealing with these family type, especially when you have one parent, more than likely it's going to be attacking, and especially a conflict case like this, where there's like threats, so many threats on one side. And, so it's not fun. It's not, no one wants to be, threatened or, it's not a comfortable kind of feeling. So I'll probably push for like a psychologist, but you're not going to find that. So in the end, the therapist is probably going to be, which is nothing wrong with that. I mean, but it's probably going to be someone like, like a social worker, LCSW, or, mental health, therapist or something like along those lines. Now the key is, it's okay to discriminate though. And in this kind of case, I would probably prefer and say someone who's female, someone who is more, she's at the age of 10. And from a developmental standpoint, 10-year-old girls, they naturally click better with female counterparts and so on. It's just same-sex alliances, right? And also plus a male, I mean, if she was victimized, I mean, this is just using common sense, but if she was allegedly ABUSC, as dad is saying, the CAS camp saying that, why would he push for a male therapist? Because I'm assuming that dad was probably accusing mother's ex-boyfriend was the one that was abusing her. So what happens if the male therapist, who knows if he might sound like mother's ex-boyfriend or maybe look like him or anything, that his mannerisms, you have something what's called counter-transference, and that's subjective feelings towards the provider or towards the therapist. Transference is the reverse, where the subjective feelings from myself or a therapist towards a patient. But the counter transference, the transference is from the patient. I'm sorry, it's kind of getting late at the night. It's reversed, but anyways, the point is that if there's anything where the therapist it reminds her of the abuser that abused her, it's gonna be a disaster. It's gonna shut down the therapy. She's gonna regress. She's gonna shut it down, and she's not gonna even participate. So it's bizarre if you ask for a male therapist. I mean, that's the last thing you want to go ahead and do. And now blaming the mom for what he did, I don't know. It just seems, the whole thing just seems kind of bizarre. Yeah, wow. Ask for a male therapist. Why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense. Unless if there was some sort of connection or something, or again, these are speculative. I don't know if this is true or not. I mean, Scarlet B, I'll take your word for it, but that's true. That, that can definitely be put into court. And I don't know how that's really, acting in the best interest for the child, a male therapist, if she was allegedly abused by a male. I mean, do the math. I agree. All right. If professionals have access to her, she might tell them. Yep, exactly. Perfect. Olivia Barger. If you're still here, I don't know who's still watching. And I know there's 35 folks watching, but yeah, I agree. Definitely. I think that it's calculated. I think that if the more professionals that have access, the more likely she's going to go ahead and disclose information. I know, for example, if I was assigned to the case, I can definitely get out the pertinence out of her, no matter how much coaching or brainwashing or parental alienation there was. There's techniques and tactics that we all know that we can go ahead and do. It's not that, I mean, it might take a little while, but eventually the truth usually does come out. Usually that's what happens. So I think that, maybe there might be some underlying secondary motives or going on. I don't know. The whole thing just seems kind of bizarre, which is why, again, when I said in the beginning, I want to, stay neutral, but it's hard to stay neutral, especially when there's nothing I'm hearing. There is absolutely nothing I'm hearing from the dad's camp. I mean, if there's something, please, someone tell me something, because I'm not hearing anything at all. Psych Guy, he doesn't believe that she is a normal child, though. He thinks she is a celestial unicorn and will have it all. I don't know. I mean, Good Egg, you brought up some interesting points here. I don't know. I mean, if this is what you're saying, I mean, I'll take your word for it. People have different opinions, and I don't know exactly if that statement was taken out of context. Maybe he said that directly. Maybe he was in a different phase of his life or something, or maybe he was or he was on this journey, and he was going through this I don't know, I don't know how do you describe it, but very unusual, atypical expansion out of metaphysical boundaries out of this earth or something. I mean, maybe that was part of while he was on his pilgrimage to Oklahoma, and he had this sort of a how do you say it, revelation or something. I don't know. The whole thing seems very bizarre. I mean, I respect the fact that he's kind of like I myself am a quirky guy myself. So I respect people's, differences, and if he's like, into nature and this kind of, celestial, out of this world kind of alien type stuff, or whatever you describe, and I respect that. But this kind of stuff, I can kind of, I have nothing against it, unless if it's the point where I can see the courts, though, have an issue with this, because this is something that you don't want to go ahead and have present to the courts. Maybe this is just stating the obvious, but the courts don't like weird kind of unusual types of situations or statements or whatever. This can be misinterpreted in many ways too. Okay, what is this? I mean, one can, spin it like, mom's attorneys can say, hold on here. What is this whole celestial being reincarnated in a child's body, apocalypse? That to me is kind of a sketchy statement. Is this true? Did you mention this? To me, it brings up potential safety issues. Are you inviting one's death? Not saying he wants, he's invited, but it's just bizarre kinds of stuff. And Usually the judges I talk to, I mean, there's a reason why I dress up like in courts. I don't like wearing ties or suits, but there's a reason why I dress up, get a haircut and dress up in a suit and a tie just to be like, a clean cut kind of guy. Just, they like that stuff. They don't like the unusual stuff. They kind of a lot of times are very conservative. They don't like the, I have a problem with people's, differences and so on and different statements and how they look in appearances. But a lot of times, courts, and they don't like the unusual, weird and kind of wacky stuff. And this to me kind of seems a little bit wacky. And if this is true, I mean, again, I don't know. To me, it just seems like it's a very bizarre. And a lot of times this case it becomes a subjective decision by the judge. He'll look at the facts and so on, but in the end, the judge will decide. And I think it's going to go through a judge here. I don't think it's going to, I think custody, in my experience, custody is usually a judge. That's the impression that I've seen with my cases I've dealt with. I don't see any judge like saying this is a really positive statement and favorable. We appreciate his diverse modalities of thinking, and he seems like a very cerebral, kind of worldly kind of guy. And wow, this is really going to benefit her. I don't see any judge spinning it that way. And in fact, I think it's more of a negative. He needs to be an inpatient. Well, I think, to be honest with you, I think in one of my videos I mentioned that we all are kind of a little. I don't use the word, I hate to use the word crazy, but since for I use the word crazy, I guess it's common. But I mean, I think we all kind of have our own little sort of quirks and pathologies. I myself too. I think inpatient can benefit us all. I'm not going to lie. I mean, it's good R&R, rest and relaxation. But I'm not knocking the guy. He's just doing his own thing. And I wish he did more, though, to be honest. I wish that, he would do more and convince like the doubters like myself. I mean, again, nothing wrong with it, but I just have a lot of doubts in just what I'm hearing. I wish that there'd be more convincing on his behalf instead of focusing on, the GoFundMe. Courtney even admitted their Facebook group that she has a therapist, but they didn't want that therapist because it was okay. We talked about okay. I don't understand these male psychologists. I mean, I don't get that. And it depends also. I mean, honestly, the more I think of it, I mean, if you have like a choice between like a psychologist who's more higher trained, who's a male, or a social worker who's lesser trained but a female, I probably, the more I think about it, I probably would go with the female. Even though there's more expertise or more training with the psychologist, the female always have also supervisors and so on, and any sort of questions or directions they can consult with their colleagues and using the office, like someone like myself or a psychologist, sort of direction. The most important thing is going to be the alliance, the therapeutic alliance with the individual. And I just don't see a male therapist. I don't see a male psychologist connecting. Even myself, I mean, I think it would be a little bit more difficult. I think it's doable. But in this kind of situation, especially if, the dad's camp says that he was victimized by, these male, in a hotel room by these 4 males. And then also, in mom's house by mom's ex-boyfriend. I don't know if that's going to be the route that I would probably take in this kind of case, to be honest, unless maybe the exception would be if someone like with such vast expertise and knowledge about the ins and outs, like someone who's, world renowned and knows everything, which is very rare. And you're not gonna find that in Texas. I can tell you that much. They're usually like more so like in, like New York City or, these very worldly type, LA or, these metropolitan type areas. You're not gonna find it in, I think they're from Seguin or I don't know the other place you're at, but you're just not gonna find it there. All right. Olivia Bar, she did. That's why she disrupted her therapy. That's why he was shopping after the CAC forensic interview turned up nothing. Okay. Yeah. And that's a big question. Was there doctor shopping? Was there a lot of shopping on his behalf? I mean, and the truth's going to come out in January. It's going to come out. The truth's going to come out exactly. Timeline of events. I don't know the timeline of events. I don't know. I'm just kind of picking things out. So if there was disruption of therapy, if there was, shopping, if there was, all this going on, then it's not going to be favorable, stating the obvious. All right. I was right. If she goes to the council, she revealed. Yeah. That's what I think. I think so. I mean, it's not that hard. I mean, I kid you not. I hope you don't think I'm lying, but one of my funniest cases where it was kind of funny. I don't want to say it's funny, but like, I guess I'll tell you guys this since you guys are still up with me. I'm surprised that you guys, the passion, you guys are still, wow, 35. So I had a case where, just real briefly, I was doing therapy, and it was a custody battle, and it was between a mom and a dad. And the mom, like, she wanted to leave the area. Okay, she wanted to take off and move this, this poor boy out of the area, and she wanted to do it quickly. So she was basically telling me that the dad was, abus, sexual, SEX, abusing the child and so on. And every time he'd come in and visit and so on. So I engaged in play therapy with the child. And the first session, I just sat down, and here I'm thinking in my mind, yeah, okay, I got to go ahead and, how I'm going to go ahead and reach out to the kid and what I'm going to do, kind of strategy. I got down on my knees and I started playing with the kid, and I just decided, let me just go ahead. And that's like one of my first cases, by the way. I just said, let me just go ahead and just experiment here, just throw a softball. And so I gently talked about, we're playing, and oh, wow, cool. I like the car, we're playing car Matchbox or something. And I don't know how, but for some reason, you don't want to go ahead and just jump into it. That was a mistake that I did. Of course I was starting out, but I kind of just jumped into it. I don't know what made me, and I asked hey, is your dad doing any bad things to you? And I specifically, kind of course, didn't say, adult type words, but I used, in child friendly words, or whatever. And he looked at me and said, no. So he looked at me strange, said no. So, and then I asked him flat out, is the mom telling you to tell me, to tell you all this stuff, and he nodded his head, and he smiled, and he went back to playing. So it was just very, very bizarre. So that was an unusual, atypical case. It doesn't go like that, by the way, but there's ways to go ahead and to get out this information. It'll come on the open, and there are certain techniques that I'm not going to reveal or say, because I don't want people to kind of use that and warn anyone, especially if this case is ongoing and there's a possibility where later on it may go, I don't want to go and give anyone any sort of heads up or any sort of advantage, because I want the courts to take the process, we'll go through the courts. I want this to go through the courts, and I want, I don't want to go ahead and disrupt anything or interrupt the flow. They're figured out. And yeah, exactly. And he doesn't want that. Exactly. Yeah, I think so. Either way, she needs a safe place. Yeah, exactly. Austria. She definitely needs a safe place. I mean, therapy is very crucial. I think we all can benefit from therapy, including myself. I mean, it's a great place. It's neutral. It's unbiased. It's objective. You don't have any influences from anyone from your family. It's just a complete stranger. And you can go ahead and externalize what you've internalized all this time. Any sort of cognitive distortions or any sort of irrational thinking patterns, or it can be sorted out. Any sort of traumatic experiences, you can go ahead and just hash it out and so on. And so that's how really true therapy should be. That's what it's all about, for sure. Mom isn't resistant. Oh, okay. See, I don't know. I'm just basically, I'm only taking that from the channel that I heard from the other, the information from the other channel. Sorry if I'm repeating myself. I'm just going on these comments. But I don't know the details. So if that's the case, then forgive me. I apologize. But hypothetically, if she were, I wouldn't blame her, because of the fact that I think she's going to go for the kill shot, and I think she's going to go ahead and realize the end game is, she needs to come to her place. I think they live like 250 miles apart or something like that. They're in two different counties. I don't know how far apart they are. I think it's like a 3-hour drive. So even if she's resisting, I don't blame her. At this point in time, it's not going to be that crucial. I keep saying this, whether it's now or 2 months from now or 3 months from now. Therapy should have been started a month ago. So the key is just long-term and ongoing. So I think mom's looking for the end game and looking, okay, we want a stable place at her environment and just ongoing, instead of just, doing it now and then getting disrupted and moved and then shifted to another therapist. So yeah. Exactly. Okay. Counseling saved my life. Good. All right. Very good. Right on. Thank you for sharing that. So at 6, yeah, counseling is so crucial. And that's what I like to hear, that these kinds of inspirational stories, and definitely counseling is something that it takes a very courageous and brave person to go ahead and kind of endure, sort of. Counseling is very intense. Therapy is very intense. And, myself, when I was doing therapy to clients, I don't do it anymore. They got me more of a medication management role right now at my current job. But when I used to do therapy, I mean, it's draining. I mean, dude, it's like seriously draining. Like, it's just so intense that even like 2-3 therapy sessions in a day, I mean, you're just wiped out. You just crash on your couch and you just pass out. it's so, and to go ahead and do counseling for 8 years. I mean, my hats go out to you, because it can be really, really grueling, and it's really, really like, I call it dialysis for the mind. It's just so intense, and it's just so, but very therapeutic though. If it's the right counselor, if the therapeutic alliance, and that's a key thing, the rapport and the right alliance. And that's why I'm still shocked about the male therapist thing. I don't know what that's all about. I think maybe if that's true, maybe there is some, I don't know, maybe could there be some connection, or is there some underlying motive behind that? It just seems bizarre to go ahead and just seek that, especially in a case like that. But yeah, the especially the right counselor can go a long way. And really, the most important thing is the alliance, and not necessarily the expertise, more so. I mean, I've seen situations where like a social worker can definitely be better than like a psychologist if they have a stronger alliance and rapport with the child. That's why myself, like when I used to do therapy, I would kind of like to build the alliance with kids. For example, I would like keep up with like all the latest kids stuff. Like even though I'm not a big fan, like the Justin Biebers or whatever. I know what they know, what they listen to. I know what they watch, their shows, their music and so on. Even though it's like pop stuff, and so yeah, I think that it goes a long way, because you can go ahead and quickly get that alliance, and then boom, elevate from there for sure. So great stuff, yeah. Mom wants SL away from ML to help her heal from the SH data. Mom wants, yeah. I mean, the big question is, okay, is there parental alienation on dad's behalf? I mean, or is there SEXABUS, in mom's home? That's really the dichotomous sort of question here, I guess you want to call it that. And yeah, I think on mom's camp, sure. I mean, why not? For sure. I think she wants to quickly get this resolved so that she could ongoing, move forward and start the healing process. Right now, this is just basically not doing anything. At least in my opinion, I may be wrong, but I don't think this is going to be in best interest for sure. Dad's got nothing to figure out. Hey, maybe so. I mean, I don't know. You bring up a good point, good egg, because the times that I've seen dad, it's just basically he's just sitting there. He's got his Brett Michaels thing, which is fine, whatever, but he's just sitting there, and he's not talking much. Other folks are talking for him. Maybe he's ordered by the courts to not talk. I don't know. But then again, if I was him, I would basically be, very active. And, he seemed very active with the GoFundMe thing, right? So why doesn't he go ahead and just, upload videos and say, listen, this is day number 1. I'm going ahead and looking for a job. I'm going to go ahead and get this, I'm applying at McDonald's, whatever, I'm going to do whatever it takes to go ahead and get my child. Okay, this is day number 2. This is day number 2. I haven't yet gotten a phone call from these places, but I'm going to try again. I'm going to work as hard, just like something like that, or, call, do whatever you can, call it, or items, call the therapist, do whatever you can to make it happen, make it work, whatever he needs to happen. Again, I'm not seeing anything on his behalf. I mean, I'm just seeing these YouTube interviews where he's sitting there. I mean, he seems like a nice guy. I mean, but it's just, okay, all right. So what? And it's one thing if they're just waiting for the court case. That's good and dandy. But make a statement like that. Listen, hey, listen, guys. I really can't say much because I'm waiting for the court case. It'll all come out in court. You'll have, and that's it. Boom, and stop doing these, YouTube interviews, and just wait for the court case to see and let the evidence, speak for itself. But I haven't heard anything on that. And, mom herself, she hasn't talked about herself too. I haven't heard anything from mom also. But I don't know. I don't know, but maybe so. Maybe he's got nothing. I don't know, but I haven't heard anything that he's got, that I'm impressed with. She needs an unbiased, exactly. I agree with you, Captain Napton. She needs an unbiased environment to address. Yeah, definitely. I mean, an unbiased environment is, I think, the key to all of this. There's just all these influences and so on. Neutrality is very key in this for sure. She needs to get out of the dad's care to satisfy mom, and she needs to stay out of mom's care to satisfy dad. So what 30 part should she go to? It's a very good question, Addy Chick. I mean, at this point in time, I mean, when this all hit the fan, I probably would have said, someone, definitely not mom or dad, but someone who's a little bit more not as biased towards either party. Maybe I don't know if there's a certain family member. I don't know how grandma is, the mom's the mom's mother. Maybe there's a little bias there. I don't know, but someone who the courts can see that maybe can act as a sort of neutral sort of party, sort of acting like an immediate family. But if not, I mean, if they didn't want to hospitalize her, but at least a temporary foster. I know a lot of people think that's a negative thing, and yeah, I'm not saying permanently put her in a foster care, but at the least, maybe if there was a lot of confusion, they could have let the dust settle and kind of did a little more evaluations and speed up the process. Because if there is strong accusations of this person's getting ABUSC, why would you, or if there's parental alienation or so on. To me, I think that it made more sense as a neutral sort of unbiased sort of environment, or even in a hospital if it got to the point of safety concerns, which it sounds like it did. I mean, especially dad was saying that she was getting ABUS. I mean, why did she return back to the mom's home? I always go back to that question. Why didn't the dad put up a fight? Why didn't the dad go ahead and say, I know you guys don't like me. I don't, or I don't know. I know I know we're in a custody battle. I know I'm not made well liked and vice versa. I know you guys, there's two different sides to every story. The mom also may not be the best environment, but however, I'm concerned about my baby girl. Can we go ahead and put her in a different environment so that I know that she's safe and so that she's not in, mom's home getting ABUSC? I'm concerned. So why wasn't this things brought up, in the hospital? Why, So there's a lot of questions that I have, and I think that's the biggest question that no one's really talking about in this case. Why didn't the dad? Why was he filming all this? And then that's it. He just kind of dropped the ball and just was very passive. And went to the hospital. She got evaluated, or whatever. And then end of the night, they went to mom's house or whatever, knowing that his daughter was screaming at the top of her lungs, saying, she's getting ABUS. So that's the biggest question I have with all this. Indeed, she really does. All right. Yeah, that's going back to the neutral environment. Indeed. Yeah. Exactly right. Right. Good stuff. It was all a story. I don't know. I mean, maybe, who knows exactly who's fabricating what. But nothing's making sense on my end in regards to just the narratives that are being sort of construed and so on. And I'm not here saying that I'm right, but I'm just kind of connecting the dots. And really, I don't see many dots to connect. I don't believe for a second she was hurt or essayed. Yeah, and I'm just basically going through. I agree. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it would be very narcissistic and arrogant for me to go ahead and say, okay, she was not essayed or hurt, because that would be sort of absolute sort of thinking, sort of. And I don't believe in sort of dichotomous kind of, black or white. Not saying you're doing that, Soda 6, but I'm just looking at the facts and just my clinical experience. And if you're telling me, if they're saying that, okay, allegedly she was essayed for this long amount of time. I mean, at mom's house, there was no one that was charged. There was nothing found on, the hotel. That kind of got dropped. The mother's ex-boyfriend was charged. But more importantly, B, there was nothing after. Once she was transferred into dad's care, everything just resolved. I mean, she was fine. There's no crying. She's having a dandy old time. She's singing Taylor Swift karaoke songs. She's playing with her Taylor Swift cat. She's dancing. She's riding donkeys. She's doing good. She's doing. So again, SA victims don't really present that way. The way that dad is sort of portrayed it that way, and it doesn't make any. I'm not getting it. I don't know. It's just not making sense to me. It's not adding up. I was trafficked from a 6-year-old and worked with over. Yeah. So yeah, perfect. Yeah. And myself here, just full disclosure. I mean, I was not trafficked, but I've dealt with folks who've been trafficked, and I respect, your courage. So it takes to go ahead and, on this forum with strangers to go ahead and have the courage and the audacity to go ahead and just tell this sort of information. I really appreciate that. It's very an honor for yourself and individuals to go ahead and sort of disclose private information, take a courageous step. And yeah, I mean, and I believe you. I mean, we're 400 victims. I've worked with a lot of victims myself. And like I said in my videos, if you watch my colored videos, if you want to later on go after this video stream's done tomorrow, if you haven't seen my videos, you can if you want. You don't have to. They're not monetized, so I'm not going to profit either way. But if you want to check it out, yeah, I kind of point out, my thoughts and why I think that, I've dealt with a lot of these victims also, and it's just not adding up. I mean, it's just definitely not adding up. For sure. Yep, definitely. My condolences out to your story and so on. I'm sorry to hear that. Yep, I definitely am glad. That's awesome. That is awesome. That is awesome for sure. All right, where are we at here? My gosh, there's a lot of folks that are chiming in. I don't know. Should we keep going? I guess we have 38. I guess I don't know. Let's just keep going. Why not? I mean, why not? Let's just keep going. You guys are okay? Okay. All right. These comments are just really. Thank God she has such an intuitive, focused parent. It's so unfair. Bless you. Okay. Yes, absolutely, for sure. Thanks, Dawn. She's amazing. She's beautiful. Yeah, yep, right on. See, that's this kind of spirit I love. I mean, I love this sort of this harmonious kind of just sort of this loving environment. We're all lovers here, and I love this sort of this is kind of type of YouTube I like. I was kind of afraid, to be honest, where I see these like cat fighting, a lot of name calling, a lot of just bickering and arguments, but I don't like that stuff. I like this fact that we're kind of coming together and we're kind of exchanging information and we're kind of evolving and growing from this. This is why I'm staying up right now, because this is pretty inspiring, to say the least. My son and I have gotten even closer because of therapy. Yep, perfect. Right on. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about, Captain Natton. That's what I'm talking about for sure. That is exactly what I'm talking about. Sounds like you both are, and I know you both confused. And when they exactly right on, advocate for sure. All right. If ML sold us Julie, which made 22,000 K last year, and he took a minimum wage job full time, that would bring another 20. So anyway, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know exactly the details about what he sold and so on, and but yeah, I agree with you. I mean, at the least, even for hypothetically, even if say the minimum wage job wasn't enough to provide for the family, it'll set a tone. It'll show to the judge that, okay, this guy is really serious. This guy is really trying. He's given it all. And his lawyers can then say, listen, this guy's such a hard worker. He's trying his best. He's fallen on hard times, the COVID environment. He's going to do his best to expand from here. He can climb up. He can go ahead and get multiple jobs, multiple minimum wage jobs. He's going to do whatever it takes, but he's shown drive and initiative. It's just going to make, the case stronger, the narrative stronger. So, I mean, yeah, I think, at the least, any sort of display of a valiant effort to go ahead and try to, just do whatever it takes. I mean, again, the GoFundMe thing, the narrative is that he did that as last sort of whim, that he had no choice. Okay, fine, whatever. We can believe. Okay, we'll take your word for that. But what about the afterwards? The after party. Okay, now what? Now what's the next step? Okay, I'm not hearing anything. All I'm hearing is just YouTube videos and just continuation of the GoFundMe. And I don't know. Maybe he is looking for a job. I don't know. I don't know. But it's just. I don't know. I'm not. I don't know. That's the best kind of outcome. So happy for you. Right on. Exactly. Keep going. Especially if you lives in a trailer on free property. Yeah. And I don't mind the fact that, and I'm sure Julie also, you seem very intellectual yourself. As pretty much every of my subscribers. But I don't mind the fact that he's living on a trailer. We all have hard times. I mean, myself. I don't want to disclose too much about myself, but there are times where, like, for example, if I had to study for a test, like being a physician, like we have these step 1, step 2, step 3, times where I had to study for a test or whatever. I had to pass it, and so I was living with my parents. It sucked, but I had to do what I had to do to go ahead and get to where I'm right now today. So I get that we all have hard times. So I don't mind the fact that he's living, in the trailer. But the fact that I don't see any sort of initiative or drive or any sort of gusto, just go get him attitude. I'm not hearing that. I mean, it just seems like, okay, I mean, why can't the stepmom run the business if you want to do that? And why can't you just roll up your sleeves and just go out and try to look for a job? I mean, just plain and simple as that. Just make a valiant effort. Maybe he is, but I apologize. If he is, I apologize. Maybe I don't know the details, but I'm again, you want to go ahead and show your best foot forward to the courts. You want to go ahead and show that you can try to provide as best, because they're going to look at this stuff. It's going to be a test. And if you can't, it's not going to, I mean, not saying the judge is going to completely rule you out, but every little thing adds up, because I've seen this and this is how it all works. I mean, it all boils down to goodness of fit, the best interest for the child. What is the best environment? and living in a trailer, hanging out on YouTube land, it's not going to impress anyone, especially not the judge. I'm so glad to hear that. It's a very hard thing to go through, and you have to be the bigger person and put your child first. Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right. Yeah, right on, right on. Dang it, I missed everything. Oh no, no worries. We still got a little more time. I mean, if the view, like I said in the beginning, like as long as it's one person, I'm going to keep going. I don't know how long I have this for. I'm going to keep going for a little bit more. I don't know if it's going to cut me off or whatever. I don't think I can put this on my channel, so it's a one night only type thing because I have a free service with the Streamyard. I may upgrade it though to more of a thing, more of a a permanent account to where it's fee based or whatever, to where I can go ahead and upload videos and download videos to upload to my channel. But this is it for now, I think. In regards to tonight, and I don't know about tomorrow if it's going to be uploaded, but sorry about that. But hey, at least you're catching some of it. The relationship can heal. Yeah, absolutely. The relationship can, actually, I think all relationships can heal. I even think that even the relationship between both parents can ultimately be healed. Honestly, I've seen that happen too. It's gonna be tough, but believe it or not, I've seen things like that happen ultimately, where differences are put aside and they come together for the overall well-being of the child. Thank you so much, KNS. This has really been nerve-wracking, and I've been kind of chopping all over the place. So I really appreciate the support. Thanks. I really do appreciate this. And this is something that was spontaneous for the moment. And I said, why not? Let's just go ahead and do this, All right, let's go ahead and do this. And here we are. And I'm impressed with you guys still sticking through 38 viewers. I'm shocked. I mean, I thought everyone would be going to bed right now. But hey, I guess the passion, you guys have the passion, for this kind of stuff, which I love. I also have the passion too. Bless your heart, sweet little lady. Yep, that's right. That's right. It's all about love here. That's right. So let's say I say the V story. So covert, hard to prove, and even harder to prosecute. Yeah, that's right on, right on, right on. You guys are pretty much saying everything that I want to say. I mean, you're taking the words out of my mouth. Thank you, sis. Right on, right on, right on. Cassius Mama, please do more live so we can interact with you like we are. Okay, yeah, hey, this is what I'm talking about. I mean, hey, this is not my channel. This is your channel. And, in the beginning, when I started off, there were a lot of people that were kind of more focusing on the environment. Like, look, I'm a doctor. Okay. I don't know exactly. I'm not a YouTube guy. I don't know the fancy gadgets. I don't know. I went to Best Buy. I got this webcam thing. I just signed up for the StreamYard thing just a few hours ago. And I don't know how the fancy gadgets they have, like, these green screens. And in the beginning, when I started doing videos, people were focused on that. Like, why is your camera this way? Why are you not standing up this way? Why is your, head this, So I'm just trying to point to the content. The content's the most important thing, So I appreciate you're looking past this kind of stuff and focus on the content. So yeah, I want to do more lives. I definitely, like I said, I want to do more lives. I want to interact. I would love to have, call-ins, questions about, cases like this, or about anything that you may have a question on. I would open up the panel right now, but I don't know how to do that. I'll have to learn that later. Once I get used to this, and we can kind of get more of an interactive kind of thing and talk about these cases. Cause yeah, I and I'll get better at this too. This is my first time go around. And honestly, I was thinking, when I started this, I was thinking I was only get like 5 viewers. When I did my Use Your Delusion, which by the way, is my best video. I keep hyping it up, but I'm really proud of it. Use Your Delusion is going to come. 2 is going to come out soon. I haven't made that. I did do it honestly, but I had to scrap the whole thing because it was a little bit kind of I don't know if I'd say R-rated, but it was a little bit kind of too very risque. So I had to scrap the entire project. So I'm gonna have to redo it. I'm kind of a perfectionist when it comes, but yeah, when I screened my Use Your Delusion 1, there's like only like I think 9 people or something like that. But it was like Halloween night, and it was like I don't know 11 o'clock or something like that, and 12 o'clock. The diehards are watching it, and so. But wow, 38. Let's keep going, man. Yeah, let's do this. We need new laws. You're welcome. Yeah, exactly. We definitely need new laws for sure. Yes, more laws. Exactly. Okay, I think I was talking about more laws about the parental alienation for sure. I think, yeah, absolutely. There's power and money behind some movements that have the best interest, but a lot, I think financial, but like a lot of things, financial went dark. Yeah, it's sad. I mean, power and money kind of unfortunately corrupts, corporatocracies, corporations, institutions. no matter how they try to spin things, unfortunately, they're the regimes that sort of poison the well. They're the regimes that kind of distort and interfere with the right pertinent movements that should be done, right sort of interventions. And it's unfortunate. And I think that's one of the big reasons why healthcare is suffering. I think that's one of the big reasons why medicine is broken. I think that's one of the reasons why the society is just very, very living in sort of a nihilistic kind of times. And I don't want to sound like being a pessimist, but it's unfortunate when you have to involve money and power and all that sort of thing. So you're absolutely spot on. Wow, you guys are so, man. Asking for a friend. Okay. Regardless of gender, parents should be given credit. Nothing assumed. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right on. Okay. Yes. Exactly. Parents. I mean, everyone should be given fair credit. Exactly. Nothing should be assumed. You're a spot on advocate for sure. For sure. Absolutely. Okay. Lady Mopar. Hey, I know you. Hey. This is a diehard from the beginning right here. Right on here. Okay. Here's a good question here. Why not? Let's keep going. Why not? How's it going? Okay. I have a question for you. So people that are not prescribed Adderall and take Adderall, they will have a psychotic break, from what I understand. Is that true or not? Yeah. So basically, thank you for the question. And I'm here to answer any sort of other questions unrelated to the case. If you want, just throw it at me. Why not? You got me here. Let's do it. So basically, if you prescribe, Adderall belongs to a class of medications or ADHD medications. And there's two classes. You have the stimulants and the non-stimulants. The non-stimulants are like Strattera, Intuitive, 10X. You probably haven't heard the clonidine. Those are the ones that are, a little bit more kind of safer. When I say safer, they're not as, the stimulants are the ones that have more of the side effects, I should say. We're talking about the Ritalins, Adderalls. They're either methylphenidate-based preparations like Ritalin, Focalin. You probably heard of these, Concerta, or they're amphetamine-based. Amphetamine salts based, like such as Adderall, like you mentioned, Vyvanse, another one. And the stimulants like the Adderall, those are the ones where you got to watch out for, because not only do they have the side effects like, appetite suppression, headaches, that kind of thing, but the danger is that a lot of times they can precipitate underlying worsening of mood disorders, like depression, bipolar. They can worsen anxiety, and also they can worsen psychosis. If there's an underlying psychotic process, whether it's schizophrenia or if it's a psychotic process associated with a mood disorder, like bipolar disorder with psychotic features. So it can definitely precipitate, exacerbate, a worsening of the depression or anxiety or psychosis. In this case, your example is psychotic. So you can definitely have a psychotic break. So these are medications that are kind of dangerous, and it's very tough because a lot of times what happens in my experience, the hardest question as a child psychiatrist, or one of them I should say, is my kid, does he have ADHD, or does he or she have ADHD or bipolar? That's probably one of the most difficult questions that I have, because a lot of the symptoms overlap. For example, impulsivity, you can see impulsivity in ADHD, you can see impulsivity in bipolar, so that's just one example, but a lot of things, they present similar with one another. So a lot of times doctors will just go ahead and diagnose them with ADHD. Next, they put, Johnny or Sally on Adderall, and boom, it just worsens their anxiety or their depression, or they have more irritability as a result, or their psychosis, because truly, instead of truly having ADHD, Sally or Johnny, they actually have bipolar, so that's when it kind of becomes very dangerous. And it can be very scary. And I've seen so many cases where folks like this have to be hospitalized because when it gets that sort of breaking point, then sometimes it can be hard to kind of get them back down. So yeah, to answer your question, sorry for a long-winded answer here, but definitely for sure, Adderall, if there's underlying psychotic process or disorder, it can definitely cause a break per se, for sure. If it's excessive, because Adderall is in essence like speed. Okay, that's the best way to think of it. It's amphetamine, basically, in a nutshell. If you want to think it, if you want to think it that way. It's not exactly, but it's the same concept. Okay, it's like speed, right? Amphetamine, right? So If you have if you have too much of it, you can get hopped up on speed. Then yeah, you can have folks, who get really, really, psychotic and, unstable and so on. So you got to be very, very careful. So I hope that answered your question. I think that did. Moving on here. Why not? Thank you for that question. That's a great question. Amen to that. Seeing that we need to bring these things out of darkness into the light. Hey, right on. Absolutely. All right. Lady Mopar. Yes. All right. Yep. Okay, cool. Right on. Okay. Right on. Hi. Hey, how's it going? Oceanic Moonbeams. Hey, right on. Cool. We are doing this from 3 hours into this, and folks are still hanging around. All right. I love that. Hello. Liking the energy here. Hello. Did you ever go look at the core document? Myself? No, I honestly, no. To be honest with you, I'm not going to lie here, Captain Napton. Thank you for the question, but I'm not going to lie and pretend that I did look at the core documents. No. Do I have an interest? No. I don't have much time to begin with. I'm a guy in real life that I don't even listen to my voice messages. I'm so busy. If you know me personally, and if you call me, if I don't return phone calls, you leave a voice message. Don't be offended. But my voice message is it's full, so you can't leave a voice message. But I'm so busy as it is, so I did not, and that's why I don't have these many videos. I don't upload that many videos. I think I only have like a couple 36 videos. So I didn't look at the court documents. I don't have any interest, to be honest with you, because I want to respect the process. I want to respect the families. If there's anything educational, I'll make a video about it, like I did in my 4 videos. I think they're all relatively educational. I think this is somewhat educational. I think hopefully you're getting at least something out of it. If not, at the least minimum, my opinion, from a psychiatrist standpoint. So no, I didn't look at the court documents, and I probably won't. I'll just let the courts decide. Don't want to play armchair lawyer or anything like that, like other channels are. All right, hi, Cash's mama. That's right. Right on. Okay. Hey. All right. Question for you. Okay, that's a Captain Adams question. So that's a question for her. Captain Natton. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. Right on. Right. Okay. Hey. Thanks for joining me. All right. I'm definitely gonna go ahead. Thank you for joining. Small Farm. I appreciate all your courageous comments and for sticking in this long stream. This that we're doing. Thank you so much for all you said and everything you shared with us. Appreciate that. Too much released on the child. Oceanic moonbeams. Too much was released on a child. Should have been kept private for that sweet girl. Yeah, I think so. I don't like the fact that it's been publicized. I mean, maybe the dad was at his wit's end, and maybe this was his last straw, and that's why he did this. Okay, so he did that, fine. Okay, he started to get from me, fine. But now, where's the follow-up? Why is there now there's if you really, what happened to the accusations? What happened to the mother's ex-boyfriend? What happened to the motel? What happened to all that? Why did that all get dropped? So yeah. So, if the dad comes out though in January with hardcore evidence and so on, I'll be the first one to shake his hand and say, hey, listen, okay, wow, what you did was a valiant thing. What you did was an impressive thing to go ahead and do what's best for her and save this, child and so on. And my apologies, so on. But so far, I mean, I'm not seeing anything. And the same goes with with the mother. I mean, but the mother's though, she's being more quiet, and I think that's the way to really handle the situation, is to be quiet and keep things as private as possible. I mean, if I was one of the parents, that's what I would do. I mean, this is going to haunt her down the road. I mean, there's no question about that. I mean, everything's public and so on. This poor girl, she's 10. Her ego is very fragile still. I hope that this doesn't get out. I hope that she's not getting in school. She's not get bullied or whatever. I've seen cases like this. The problem that this case is just so now widespread. I think it's died down because I think a lot of people are now seeing, okay, maybe there's more to this, and maybe this, it's not as what we thought it was, but still, nonetheless, it's been highly publicized. So it's too unfortunate. All right, we keep going here. Psych Guy sounds like a thankless job. Thank you for doing what you do. The children need everything you are about. Hey, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to be Superman. I'm not trying to go ahead and, try to stand out and say I'm the best YouTuber. In fact, I'm very choppy. I'm very, just, you see my videos are just they're not the best. And I'm not trying to do it for the subs or, for the monetary gain. It's just all about the message. It's all about just trying to give back, and anything that I can do to help out, I would like to do that. I think it's, that's how the world should be. You know what I'm saying? But thank you so much. No problem. Anytime. This is kind of fun. I like this kind of stuff. It's kind of cool. That's why I'm staying up. I don't mind. Thank you for staying, by the way. I second that. All right. Thank you so much. Yes, right on, right on. I'm not sure. Give it a check. Okay. Just keep going on this. Have a good tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, right on. Yeah. Have a good day tomorrow. It's actually today. Have a good day today. Good night to you folks. Add beauty, not cruelty. Yeah, exactly. See, this is what I'm talking about. You're exactly the type of subscriber that I want to have. If I can be selective, I don't want any haters. I don't want any, I want lovers. I don't want any people. I've dealt a lot with toxic individuals, in real life. And this YouTube's like kind of a hobby of mine. And I want to keep the folks that are really true to the game and just really, really loving and don't troll and don't like try to start drama, because I'm just gonna ignore you if you're gonna keep trolling or just make these ridiculous comments. I'm just gonna ignore you and go to other channels and do that. I'm not gonna start any drama. I'm not gonna start any fights. I'm not gonna go ahead and feed in. Sure, I can double my sub count next week if I go ahead and start attacking this person or that person. But what is this? It's just wasting time. I don't want to do that. All right, ask me a car. Yeah, I know, right? You would probably know about cars than I do. I don't know about cars at all. Okay, I'll definitely, maybe I may take you upon that. Maybe. All right, right on. Okay, cool. Good night. Yeah, good night. All right, cool. They said the same. Okay, yeah, that's the thing. They said the same thing, and that's the thing. KNS. I don't know exactly. Was it 12 saying exams, or was it 10, or now they're saying it's 1? What is this? Why is there changing numbers? What? To me, I honestly myself, I like things that are consistent. I like things that are just official. I don't like things that are I don't like the goalpost being shifted. To me, for me to go and determine my own opinion, and it's not about critical thinking. Initially I said that, but it's more so now just really logical thinking. It's more, you could even be concrete, but if it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, kind of thing. And why are there, everything is kind of being changed. There's a new thing, 12, 10, 1. The people in the hotel room, there was like 4, then there's in 1. Then I don't know, it kind of dropped off. No one's talking about that. So it's always changing. And what is this? It's not a pot of gumbo. This is like things need to be consistent, right? And the good thing is that the court case is next month, so you can't go ahead and change the goalpost or get dodgy or whatever, like something like that. But I think a lot of good people like myself are really thinking objectively and looking at this and realizing, okay, hold on here, scratching their heads and saying, okay, this is not making sense. And the last thing I heard was the SANE exam. There's one, and right now it's in Houston, which, okay, yeah, I have heard of cases where, sometimes it could take a long time. I mentioned this earlier in my chat. It could take a long time to process, especially if maybe there's insufficient they can collect a lot of, sample or whatnot, and they're just, questioning, and they want more of a higher intense machine or something. I don't know exactly the ins and outs of the processing, but I've seen sometimes where it can take that long. So if that's the case, then hey, I wish them the best of luck. So maybe something may come out later on. But the thing that irks me about that is just a number. I don't know why. Where is this like 12 and then 10 and then 1? I don't know what's going on with that. The amount. All right. Okay. Good night, sold. All right. Good night. Okay. Oh, so that's 6. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Cool. The same goodbyes. Okay. Good night. Okay. Cool. Right on. All right. Good night. Okay. I'm just keep going down now. We're just keep going, man. Okay. I think one falls under the HIPAA regulations. You mean HIPAA regulate. I also say I call it HIPAA also. All right. Good night. All right. Cool. Right on. We need a court document. Yeah. Exactly. Wait. We need a court to have education on these issues. Yeah. So yeah, definitely for sure. I think the courts in the end, well, they're going to do the education, I think, in the end in terms of deciding where this case goes. But I myself wouldn't mind like having refreshers if, I think other channels, maybe lawyers, I may actually subscribe to them that know more about the ins and outs. I'm just a psych guy, and I just know the psychological aspects, and the stuff that I'm talking about in terms of the legal stuff, it's just stuff that I've kind of picked up here and there. So it's not official. It's just, I've rubbed, elbows and shook hands with, lawyers and talked to them and so on. And in my experience in dealing with these kinds of cases. But so just take my stuff regarding the courts with a grain of salt. The psych stuff is golden. That stuff is something that it's pretty valid and it's pretty accurate. But the court stuff that I'm saying, just more speculation and more just, hypothetical types of scenarios I'm just throwing out there. Thank you. Okay, I did not know. All right, we keep going. It's so hard when law enforcement don't even have training. Law enforcement calls me, and if there's some mental issue, that's so hard when all are. That's so hard when our law enforcement don't even have training. Law enforcement calls me, and if there is some mental issues going on. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Also, it's a great point. I really wish that they changed the sort of rules. I know it's a state by state kind of thing, but I wish that more law enforcement, there's more training about mental health. At the least, I wish that if there wasn't any sort of training, I think there should be some mandatory training, because as a doctor myself, we have to do what's called CMEs, or continued medical education, which are basically like required type I guess courses and kind of credentials to sort of proof that we're actually studying, continuing our studies and so on, and we can sign up for anything we want, but topics about different topics, and we take quizzes and tests after and some of them are mandatory, like in certain states, like sometimes child abuse and infectious disease, before getting a license. So I wish that for law enforcement there was something to where it's similar to that. I'm not saying that it's as intense, as rigorous as, say, like a doctor per se, but maybe like, when they sign up, and then they can have maybe like a booster exam here and there, just about mental health and education and training, so that they're kept up to date. I think that'd be good. Or if they can't do that, at the least in times in these situations where there's like mental health issues, such as similar to this one, where it's uncertain, and or even like cases like in the media, I've seen a lot of folks who have mental illness, like these police officers will kill them, shoot them, and so on. I think a lot of that could have been prevented if they had someone who was trained in mental health, a mental health expert, and it doesn't have to be a psychiatrist. It can be like even a social worker, or someone who's has some sort of knowledge that can go ahead and roll with it, with a police officer. Not in all cases, but in cases like this. To where they can, be on call or something, or anytime this kind of call goes out where there's a mental health issue potentially involved. Yeah. Have someone come with them, who's mentally trained, or like I said in the beginning, at the least, get some official mental health training. Maybe they are doing that at police stations. I don't know. Maybe they have something enacted. I don't know. If they do, I apologize. I don't know the ins and outs of what the curriculum the police officers go through. But from my experience, my understanding, I don't think there needs to be enough. I'm sorry, there needs to be more, I should say. There's not enough. Okay, you're welcome. My God, you guys keep staying. That's awesome. These things, types need to be mandatory. Yeah, exactly. Continuous education. I mean, I think on all fronts. I mean, they make it for doctors. I believe. I think nurses also, for example, they have their their examination, but I think they have to also keep up to date too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And likewise, all other professionals also. But I think it should go across the board for everyone. I mean, all professions. Like I said, even police officers and so on, for sure. Yeah, we're definitely lacking in mental health awareness, and that's one of the goals of this channel, is just to promote that, as much as possible. Yeah, for sure, absolutely. You guys are spot on, man. Just knows I've got to watch this from the beginning later. Okay, all right, right on. Okay, no problem. I don't know exactly. Just a warning. Once I hit end broadcast, I don't know what's going to happen to this. If it's going to be, I'll be ending the broadcast pretty soon, of course, but I'm not sure what's going to happen to this video. If I can download it, I don't think I can, to be honest. But props to the diehards who are still here. My gosh, this is honestly, yeah. This just tells me that I think there's demand for this. I mean, I think that this really, I think you guys like this. I don't know. Well-read rhythm, well-read rhythm, get a hold of people that are in the field, will be more than happy to teach her the ins and outs of things. Well-read rhythm, get a hold of people that are in the field, will be more than happy. Yeah, I would love to do. I mean, I think this is what you're alluding to, but I think it's going back to the education to, like, police forces and so on. But I like to do things pro bono, believe it or not. And so I wouldn't mind, I'm sure there's a couple of us out there like that across the country, but, educating, police staffing agencies and so on, I'll be more than happy to kind of teach, their ins and outs, because anything to do to go ahead and, help out society and contribute. I don't mind doing it pro bono and helping out, especially, I respect the cops. I respect the police. I mean, they protect and serve, and they're really good people, at least the ones I, encounter with. And anything I do to help out, definitely I have to pay it forward for sure. And I'm sure there's hopefully a lot more like me out there. I don't know. Yes, we need to learn for one reason, but things are much clearer to navigate after, right? Yes, we have to, okay, all right. PA almost, yeah, exactly. Parental alienation is very difficult. I think it's because there's a lack of understanding. I think it's a societal ignorance as a whole, and this is no disrespect to society in general, but I think that society, we are as human beings, unfortunately, not as well versed or educated with these kinds of topics. I mean, PA is one of them. It's one of those things where it's not as all talked about. And there really needs to be more awareness for sure, because it's definitely a crisis in this country, to say the least. And I talk about PA in one of my videos. I think it's the red video or maybe the blue video. I'm not sure. But I kind of went into depth about that. So I'm for short time, I'm going to go ahead and move on. Yes, they are the more you read, the more you understand. Knowledge is power and power. Yeah, exactly. That sounds like G.I. Joe. Knowledge is power and knowledge makes you less afraid. A G.I. Joe reference right there. No, but absolutely that's true for sure. Knowledge makes you less afraid. Yeah, I'm definitely pro knowledge for sure. And for some reason, a lot of folks, I think it's intimidation. That's just my impression, like why folks don't want to go ahead and expand their mind. And I think it's just as my own belief. I just think that a lot of folks are just intimidated to want to go ahead and learn more about something. It might be maybe a little more overwhelmed. It might sort of interfere with their sort of comfort level per se. It's hard because there's different kinds of people out there in this world, and they have their own sort of different reasoning. But I've always been on the side of the fence where, I want to learn as much as possible. I mean, I want to try to pick people's brain in real life and, get to know much and sort of evolve and grow. And so hopefully in this channel, hopefully you guys will do the same. Hopefully you guys will learn at least something. I don't know, pick up something. I just don't want to, waste anyone's time and just, chit chat and joke. It's fun, but at the end of the day, I want you guys though to kind of grow and learn and some stuff also. Captain Napton, I feel like there needs to be a person appointed to each case that specializes in parental. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I definitely think so. I mean, at the least, there needs to be some sort of criteria or screening tool so that they have an understanding about exactly, parental alienation and how they can go ahead and pick it out and see signs of symptoms and so on. Because again, believe it or not, a lot of folks don't know about this. I mean, maybe I'm speaking to the masses here, but it's something that no one is talking about. No one. I mean, except for the folks on mom's side, but it's huge. It's definitely huge. And I've seen a lot of cases of that. And it's definitely, I think it's a form of abuse for sure. All right. Keep going on. Mike, over 30. Straight A is hard. Straight A is hard enough to conceive of, discover, prove, and prosecute. PA, the much more difficult, one of the toughest. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yep. Definitely. If I had to rank, for sure, I think I agree with you, Advocate. I don't know. You seem all you guys seem very knowledgeable. I don't know if you guys have expertise in the field that I'm in, or maybe experience or what. But all you guys are putting out really top-notch comments. I'm surprised. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, I find PA in my experience to be a little more difficult to sort of figure out. Of course, you're dealing with a little bit more dynamics there, and a little bit more resistance from both parties, parent and child, and possible potential interference also. But yeah, straight A, the A is a little bit easier also because, even if you don't know the details about what happened before, exactly the details of the ABUS, a lot of times you can figure it out, the aftermath. You can look at the child and see the child's behavior. And that's why I go back to this case where, okay, you didn't know anything about the girl, what happened before. If I didn't know anything about, the alleged hotel room incident or the alleged mother's boyfriend, to me, that's not really the main thing. The main thing is, okay, what's the aftermath? Okay, that will help me determine, okay, do I think a BUSE happened? And when I'm seeing this girl get transitioned from the mother's home to the father's home, and there's like a light switch where, okay, now she's rocking and rolling and singing karaoke and playing with her Taylor Swift cat and dancing and, and writing songs. And smiling ear to ear on YouTube videos, and not, there's nothing that data is reporting or that we know of. There's no irritability. Yeah, to me, that's why I think, okay, I have my doubts. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but to me, yeah, I have my doubts that I find it very hard to believe, hard enough to think that there was a BUS, because you would have seen something, dissociation, irritability, social withdrawal, shutting down, struggling, and I think she's in school. I don't know if that kind of school, but you would have seen a lot of dissociation. You would have seen a lot of enuresis, bedwetting, something seen along the process, acting out, but no, it's just a perfect girl just singing songs and dancing, and which is I'm happy that she's happy, but yeah, it's all true. I mean, to me, that's one of the things where I can easily look at and see, okay, did ABUSC happen? I'm just looking at the objective facts, ignore the noise, ignore what the parents are saying, just look at the child and the child's behavior. And if I'm not seeing any sort of regression, if I'm not seeing any sort of enuresis, or like, wetting her, his or herself, if I'm not seeing any sort of sexualized behaviors, if I'm not seeing any sort of irritability, if I'm not seeing any sort of dissociation, if I'm not seeing any sort of acting out, if I'm not seeing any sort of social withdrawal, if I'm not seeing any sort of school withdrawal or academic difficulties, then you kind of say, okay, maybe, the ABUSC maybe didn't happen. That's just, let me just leave it like that at that. Again, not saying this applies to this case, but I don't know. I'm not seeing anything here, at least from what I've heard so far. Okay, y'all. I did that. All right. Sorry about that. I appreciate you guys sticking around. Whoever's still sticking around, you guys are just the diehards, man. I love it. I love this. We're gonna keep going. Thank you so much for Olivia for hanging in there. Right on. I need to make better choices. Well, you didn't make a good choice by sticking to this live stream, because you wasted 3.5. No, I'm joking. All right, no. It's a hard question and a harder answer. I'm not sure what that's referring to, but we're going to keep moving on. I agree, Captain Neptune. All right. Thanks. Hope to see you again. Yeah, right on. Hope to see you guys again. Hope to see you again in a future chat. We're going to definitely do this again for sure. I think we're like 3.5 hours into this, and we got 30 people watching this. This is unheard of. I mean, I'm blown away. And I just put out the announcement like, I think 2 hours before the stream, and you guys are still hanging around. So yeah, I think we're gonna do this again for sure. Hi, Dad. Hi guys, I'm back. All right, Queen Bee, welcome back. Hopefully you're staying still. I don't know. I'm just getting to these old comments, and again, in the future, I'm not gonna do this kind of video. This is just a preliminary type testing this out. It's gonna be more of a phone interaction if you want to call in, and more discussion. So I don't know if I'm going to keep doing, but I'm just testing this out. So thank you. Good night. Hello, Queen Bee. All right, Queen Bee. Okay, cool. Right on. Okay. Probably he asked for male, advocate for big little voices. Probably he asked for male so he could say, hey, she won't see a male because of abuse. Instant out or hoping man. Oh, wow. This is what I'm talking about. Yes. You see, I don't have all the answers. And just because I'm talking on top of my head, doesn't mean that I'll forget something. Okay. Yes, I'm just spitting out the top of my head, but I didn't look at my notes. I didn't prepare for this, but you're absolutely right. Great point. I don't know if you're still here, advocate for big little voices, but yeah, brilliant point. Yeah, I mean, it could be a possibility. I mean, males, I mean, I've seen so many times where a male, you have a couple, and for example, family therapy, you have a couple, and they're with a male therapist. A lot of times the male would mesh and click with the male therapist. I guess it's sort of a gender type issue, which it shouldn't be the case, because there should be obvious objective neutrality. The therapist should be in the middle and so on. But I can't tell you how many stories where I've seen, like, for example, marriage counseling, for example, where I can't tell you how many females have complained where there's a male therapist and there's a couple, and the male therapist, which immediately and it's not right, but I think unconsciously, either they feel maybe a sense of intimidation, maybe the male is the one paying for the services, and that's why the male is aligned with the male, the male therapist is aligned with the male instead of the female. There's many different dynamics, but I think it's more just for a fraternal kind of respect is the best way to put it. And I've seen that happening a lot, where a lot of times male therapists can get run over just because of the unconscious sort of notion where they have to sort of respect sort of the fraternity, the brotherhood, and so on. And it's really sad because any kind of therapist, any kind of provider, you have to be neutral. But I can't tell you how many horror stories where I've seen that there is this immediate enmeshment with the same sex, and more so it's with the male with the male, and who knows also with the male therapist, they themselves, not saying that it's the right thing, but they may have had similar experiences to where they got, were involved in a similar situation or a case, and they felt the courts were against them because they're male, and so that's why they have this, this conscious bias towards the male. So yeah, they can I can see that happening where they kind of get, a little bit more railroaded. I don't know. It seems bizarre. The male therapist, bizarre, why he would side with him, or why would he want a male therapist? Maybe there's some sort of connection there. I don't know. But yeah, males are a little bit more kind of more easily to sway, at least from my experience. And just no disrespect, I'm not, I'm not trying to be discriminatory towards a certain, sex or whatnot, but a lot of times, I've seen, at least in my clinical experience, I've been a little bit more impressed with female workers than males per se, in regards to like engaging in sort of their work, and not saying, it applies to everyone, but I've seen just more of a sort of intense kind of, how do you say, passion behind one's work, at least with the females I've dealt with, compared to males, where it's more kind of like, oh, we're gonna work hard, but then, oh, okay, it's 5:00 and time to go watch a football game, kind of thing. That's just my experience, though. I'm not saying that all males are like that, but maybe he was hoping to kind of get someone that he can go ahead and kind of just smooch and smooth and buddy with, kind of like like a guy you'd see at a bar and kind of connect with. I don't know. There's who knows the motives and so on. But that's a great point. It's a very great point. Let's keep moving on here. I'm so angry. Okay, sorry. You're probably so angry because you've been watching this stream now. All right. I'm totally with you. I'm not into medication. Yeah, I'm not either. I'm definitely not either into medication management. I try to avoid any sort of pharmacological approach if possible. Unfortunately, there are situations where you can't avoid it. You always want to take what's called a biopsychosocial approach, using the biopsychosocial model, Engel sort of coined, I believe in the 1980s, 1980, I believe, where biologically you want to go ahead and target and treat, the symptoms biologically, psychologically, and then sociologically and biologically involves medication, psychologically involves like usually therapy, therapeutic interventions, and socially involves like the environment and so on. And in this case right here, this is a great teaching point because I think, with her, the girl, is a three-pronged approach. I think, the main thing out of the three domains, biological treatment, psychological treatment, or sociological treatment. If I had to rank the three, I think number one is the psychological treatment. Definitely the therapy. I mentioned about play therapy would be perfect up her alley. That's what I would probably do. So I think that's number one. The most important thing is the psychological interventions, the therapy for sure. And number two is the sociological, the environment per se. And that's why I think the judge is going to focus in these custody battles. They really focus on those really two main domains, the therapy, the treatment, and the environment. And it all boils down to two things, really, the goodness of fit, where the child is the best fit, and what's in the best interest for the child. So, and the best interest will be, where will she get the most optimal therapy, and where will she feel the most safe and comfortable and secure in a consistent, loving environment. And right now, as it stands, with no disrespect, but it seems like I think her home environment seems a little more stable than the dad's home environment in the RV, on a land down, on her father's property and so on. So I think that's fair game to bring up. If I was their attorneys, I would definitely bring that up. And especially if, there is no like stay on it. Is there a job? Is he working? GoFundMe is not a job. YouTube interviews are not a job, so I think they're going to really, really nail him on that. I know I probably would if I was, on the opposing, on her team. But anyways, so we keep moving on, man. We'll probably do this for another, we'll just keep moving on. Let's keep moving on. Psychological message. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The biological, going back to medication management. And with her, I don't even know. I mean, it's too early to say. Would I recommend pharmacological treatment for her? I probably would not. The problem, though, is that if there was ABUSC, studies have shown that a combination of therapy and medication management is sort of the best, approach, most effective. But with her, because she's so fragile, she's so little, she's 10, I would probably start with therapy first. If the symptoms are so severe, then I would probably jump in and probably, throw a medication. If there was, for example, abuse or trauma, I would probably do something like, medication directed for something like, PTSD or so on. However, let's look at the facts. I mean, the facts are the facts. I mean, what's been reported is that she was in mom's care. Allegedly, she was getting ABUSE, right? And then she transitioned to dad's home and she's rocking and rolling. She's singing karaoke songs. She's doing a great job. There's been no problems, at least reported, no symptoms. So I would not do medication management because what am I going to treat? I mean, I don't see any sort of PTSD. I don't see, anything to treat. I don't see any depression. I don't see anything. I don't even see any sort of adjustment disorder with depressed mood. I don't see nothing like that. I don't, is there even a V code? Is there even is she a victim of abuse? I mean, I'm not seeing any sort of symptoms, but then again, I can't comment too much on the case because I don't know the details. I'm just telling you what I know and from my professional opinion. And again, I'm not seeing anything. I can't stress that enough. I mean, from a professional standpoint, you can have all the YouTubers you want. They can throw all their opinions. But at the end of the day, I'm just looking at the facts. I'm just looking at what I'm seeing in front of me. I hope that they are also doing that. But, it's one thing to go ahead and just speculate and just throw out all these theories and so on. But it's another thing to be very cautious and speculate. And I'm being very cautious and I'm speculating. And I hope that you guys realize that. And if you want to subscribe to this channel, that's what we do. We cautiously speculate. We're not going to go ahead and, jump at, aggressive sort of assumptions. I think that's very dangerous. Setting, the horse before the cart before the horse. I think this is very reckless to go ahead and just throw out these blind kinds of statements just for, to be very, very controversial or very ravishing, like sexy and dramatic and shocking. No, we're going to be cautiously, objective here. And we're going to be definitely be very, very fair and so on. So, all right. Keep moving on here. Wow. You guys are awesome. We're going to keep doing this. I sent you a message. Okay. I hope we can to move the house. Okay. I hope you wake up also early and sorry for keeping you guys up. We'll do this again, by the way. So it's not gonna be the last time you see me doing this. So we'll probably do this also maybe a little earlier time next time. And I'll probably announce it ahead of time. If you guys want to do another live thing like this, it may not be about this topic. I'm not going to go ahead and be one of those channels that are just going to keep rehashing the same thing just for views or, subs. I want to kind of move on to other things too, other interesting topics. But I'll probably do it earlier and I'll probably do it more advanced notice. So yeah, I'm loving the passion, you guys. I'm loving the fact you're sticking around. My gosh. I miss moving the elves. I don't know what that's referring to, but all right. Is it possible that the Irish's wife, is it possible the male therapist is the most qualified and that is why said therapist was considered? SL needs to try. Yeah, exactly. I kind of talked about this earlier and you hit the nail on the head. It might be possible. I mean, maybe the male therapist is the most qualified. And, maybe this male therapist is specifically, geared into trauma-based, therapy, trauma-based CBT, for example. But in my experience, those kinds of trauma-based sort of interventions, especially I think you're alluded to, I think Irish's wife, maybe you have some sort of background in this field. I'm assuming, I don't know if you do. Welcome. Thank you for bringing this question up. If you don't, I apologize. I'm just making an assumption. But really, the main kind of staple in terms of this kinds of, I think what you're alluding to is like trauma-based CBT, trauma-based cognitive behavioral therapy, and it's really kind of geared. I mean, CBT is probably the main gold, the gold standard of therapy in regards to what you see around, people are doing in the country now. I guess Dr. Phil, he does, he's coined it, or he does a lot of that supposedly. I mean, I'm not a big Dr. Phil fan myself, but what it does is basically look at sort of irrational thinking patterns and tries to modify into more, I guess, alternative sort of appropriate kind of rational thinking patterns to better one's overall functioning. So I guess the best way, easiest way to put it. But trauma-based is more kind of geared towards specific trauma and exploring that further, but not like so much so going into the unconscious and tapping, that's more psychoanalysis. But it's more kind of looking at sort of the here and now and looking at just, I guess the antecedents and behaviors and the ABCs, I guess, in regards to just the here and now and what happened and how to move forward and how to go ahead and modify or reframe your experience into more of a healthier one, sort of a cognitive schematic adaptation, if that makes sense. But that's kind of a little more intense. And in my experience, the earliest types of patients I've seen that being successful, it's usually more geared towards more adults. The earliest I've seen is more like adolescents, to be honest. And it's if it's going to work. Because CBT in general, I don't know if you guys ever had CBT, but it's a little bit more intense. It's not the most intense therapy, to be honest. There's other therapies out there, like, for example, dialectical behavioral therapy. You guys probably heard about that for borderlines. That's really intense. But CBTs, you have to do you got to do like homework assignments, and you're expected more from the person. Where after you do the therapy, you go ahead and say, okay, go home, and now I want you to do blah 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 ABC. So you give them assignments and so on. So it's rare to go ahead and do like trauma-based kinds of CBT interventions with a child. Usually, if someone her age, the main goal that I do, especially with describing with allegedly what happened, is what I said earlier, is play therapy. I think that's probably the most effective, just given her age, just her fragile, age of 10 years old. I mean, to go ahead and try to do something as intense as trauma-based CBT for a 10-year-old, no, it's not gonna. I've never seen that work at all. At least in my experience, or from talking to colleagues of mine, it's just too overwhelming and over their head. With no disrespect to anyone, their age, but from a developmental standpoint, it's just, I guess it's just too much. So I stand by what I said earlier. I mean, I think, one would think that maybe, okay, hypothetically, if the male therapist is more qualified, I think the bigger thing would be, I would probably recommend a female therapist, just because you want to go ahead and get that rapport like that. She's at 10 years old. 10-year-olds align better with same-sex individuals. And my understanding is that the alleged perpetrators were all males. Whether, if you want to believe the hotel room incident happened, I personally not believing that. I don't see any evidence for that. Nothing has come out, or if the mother's ex-boyfriend, if that happened, I don't know what to believe, but if that happened, but they're all males. So why would you want to go ahead and connect with a male therapist? You're just risking for the fact of counter-transference occurring, and you're just risking for the fact that just her potentially decompensating with even the sight of just seeing just a male engaging in this very intense process where you're in a closed room all alone with this male. And if she was victimized by males just a couple of months ago, come on, do the math. So it doesn't make any sense. Like, I would definitely choose a female therapist. I don't care how skilled this guy is, the male therapist is. Now, if it was world-renowned and he was such an expert and so on, maybe I might make an exception, but usually those are the folks that are in metropolitan cities, like I said before, like New York City, Los Angeles, the big Tokyo, top places like that. You're not going to see that like in, I think they're in Seguin or, small town. No disrespect to Texas or anything like that, but you're not going to find that there. Just telling the truth. All right. We should keep going. That side has been doing Patreon only streams. Okay. I don't know I guess Patreon's a pay thing or something. So, I mean, it's his right to do that. That's fine. my issue is that how is this going to go ahead and help out the case? I mean, if I was dad, I mean, I would be doing anything to go ahead and build this case if I really want to go ahead and win the family. I'm not telling him what to do. I mean, obviously, you know, him and himself and his lawyers will go ahead and advise as counsel and so on. But I don't know, personally, I would go ahead and do whatever I can. I mean, to go ahead and try to win this, he's got an upward climb he's got an upward hill to climb. It's gonna be an upward battle. I mean, he's already facing, the fact that reunification is right there. The clock is ticking. The clock is ticking. They're going to want to go ahead and push reunification towards mom. They're going to, of course, favor the mom. So he's going to have to go above and beyond. He's going to have to roll up his sleeves. He's going to have to do everything. And if he's only doing Patreon only streams, I mean, what is this? I mean, how is this even helping out? I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's doing Patreon only streams where he's getting therapy himself during the streams, and maybe he's doing therapy with the girl and, some sort of attachment based or therapy, or I don't know if that's happening, then yeah, I can see that being beneficial. But if it's like gossip stuff or, pity party, or the system is bad, or this is a broken system or whatever, we heard that. We get that. We heard that before. Okay. Move on to the next thing. Focus on the girl. Focus on what's best for her. Okay. So I don't know. My son will be 11, and he said he knows the truth, but I still have to do it. Okay, I think it's a private conversation between the two. I'll respect that. Okay, I think we're getting toward the end here, so it's all right, cool. Michael Long claimed in 2014, Michael Long claimed to have died and returned to the Black being granted acknowledgement by Albert Einstein. Again, I don't know what he said that. I mean, I've said foolish things myself, not to this extent, but I know, if I was very sleep deprived when I was on call, and I would make, outlandish kinds of statements. So I don't know, just give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he said that, and, maybe he was just very sleep deprived, or if he was partying and he just said that as a joke at a party or something. I don't know. I'm just giving the guy the benefit of the doubt. I don't know the guy. Or if he actually said that and he was really serious about it, I mean, that's kind of concerning. I mean, what is this, to have died and returned to life after being secret knowledge used by Albert Einstein? Why would Albert Einstein associate with this guy? Why would Albert Einstein associate with me? Why would Albert Einstein, no offense to anyone here? I mean, it's just a bizarre kind of statement. It doesn't even make any sense. Albert Einstein, the whole thing is just a bizarre kind of, I can go on and on, but if this is what it's true and he said that, I think they may question that, and I don't know how they're going to spin it, if they're going to attack him. I'm not saying that this is indicative, like a statement or two, and that's why in the phone call I didn't attack him in regards to does he have bipolar? Does he have mental illness? Because it's not my time and place to go ahead and just by listening to one phone call. I'm not saying that he has bipolar. I don't think he has a mental illness. I can't say that because you can't diagnose or assess someone. And likewise, this statement right here, I mean, it's a bizarre statement. It doesn't look favorable in his defense. But then again, in his defense, I should say, it's not indicative of anything diagnostic, but it's not going to help his case out. Let me just put it that way. If anything, if there's accumulation of all these weird, bizarre statements and actions, again, like courts don't like bizarre things. They like, straight edge, boring, high and tight kind of, by the book kind of guys, and, I myself, you see my videos, I'm like a rocker type guy, music and so on. But, the courts, they're very just conservative, and they don't like this kind of, alternative, I like alternative stuff, believe me, but, they're not going to, no judge is going to say, wow, this is really great. How this is going to really benefit the girl. No, it's just, anyways, moving on here. That's my kids, I love that about them. All right, we'll keep moving on here. Good for you. I'm going through all these comments. That's why I'm respecting everyone here. Whatever comment, I'm just going to go through all your comments. Let's just do it. So he's still making money off his, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just bizarre. I mean, if anything, I would probably, if he got like over $200,000, if anything, go ahead and focus on the girl now. I guess you can do whatever you want to do, but I don't know. I just get the impression that, okay, if he put all his, the passion he's put on the GoFundMe sort of movement or whatever, if he used that passion to try to build a case and try to win, then my gosh, I think you'd have you'd have a much higher chance of him, becoming successful. I'm sorry, but I'm not seeing that. Maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe he is behind the scenes doing something. I don't know, but all I'm hearing about is just to GoFundMe. I mean, that's all really, that's like half the thing I heard was GoFundMe, GoFundMe, GoFundMe. I haven't really heard much about therapy. I haven't heard much about schooling. I haven't heard much about how, the overall well-being, except doing okay, doing great. If anything, there's all this privacy type things that have been leaked out and so on. The making money thing, I don't know. Again, it kind of reminds me, I keep going back to this, but it reminds me of the Trump versus Biden, where I think that they're going to probably run out the clock. Just like with Biden, on January 20th, he's probably going to be president. Okay. Hate it or like him, that's probably what's going to happen. I think Trump really has nothing, they can try to petition and argue and so on. And I'm not bad mouthing Trump or saying anything bad, but the truth of reality is I think, there's nothing strong there that's going to overturn the election. And I'm kind of seeing that in the same way. I think I see the same thing with the mom, probably like being the Biden situation, and the dad being like Trump, where I think they're just going to probably run out the clock. I think that, there's protests and so on. But I think it's a sense that a lot of folks in the Trump camp are just doing it for the monetary gain, like Giuliani. I think he's getting paid like $20,000 a day, I think I heard, or something like that. So why wouldn't he continue doing that? Milking the gravy train, and I don't know. Are they milking the gravy train here? Is that the point? Is that do they think that's happening? I don't know. I mean, it's one thing to go ahead and have it GoFundMe, but again, like I said in the beginning, if you're going to go ahead and put out receipts and show that you're doing this, you're actually using these funds to benefit the girl. You're doing this. You're actually using this much you put in here, this much you put in here, this much, mapping out a game plan. Cool. By the way, side note, I don't know if you guys heard this, but speaking of the Trump campaign, and again, I'm not bad mouthing him or anything like that, but I guess there's been some fundraisings to go ahead and try to the protest about his loss of the election. I guess now there's some people there's one person, I don't know if you read this, but he donated $2.5 million or something. And now he thinks this organization that took his money, this guy's from Texas. He thinks it's, that organization is a scam. So now he wants his money back. So I don't know. I'm not saying this GoFundMe is a scam, but it wouldn't surprise me if that people are realizing, okay, what is this? I'm not saying, this is, a fake kind of thing, but things are not adding up. And, honestly, personally, I don't mind donating money and so on. But if there's if there's proof, if there's, okay, if I see something, okay, wow, this really did happen. If the documents show, if there's receipts, then, okay, I don't mind going to help out the cause. But thus far, I mean, it's been 2 months or something like that, 3 months. There's been really nothing except now they're just talking about just one SANE exam. That's it. Just one SANE exam. And I think that's it. Just one SANE exam. And then mother's boyfriend on the run, or mother's boyfriend. There's something secretive about mother's boyfriend. That's only 2 things I'm hearing. 2 things. I don't know. Maybe it'll come out in the courts. I don't know. Hopefully, hopefully it will, because otherwise, I mean, it's not going to end well. I mean, if there's nothing, if it's just hearsay and just all this sort of flim flam, it's going to be quickly just shut down. And I think they're going to go ahead. Yeah. I never understood why anyone would do that. I don't know what that's referring to. Okay, keep moving on here. Psych Guy, ML wanted to stop the therapy with a female therapist and requested instead that she see Tuesday. Okay, all right. Yeah, and it goes back to me. Maybe he thinks that he can go ahead and push. Men are a little bit more easy suggestible. Like I mentioned earlier, alluded to earlier. I wish it wasn't that way, but in my experience, I've seen that maybe the female therapist was asking more questions, was getting into the root of the problem, and was more, I guess, emotionally invested into the case, and that's why maybe he felt threatened, and that's why he said, "Okay, well, hold on here. I'm gonna go ahead and shut this down," and that's why I'm going to request these other, 2 people. That's probably my guess. I don't know. A forensic psychologist, though, wow, they go really in depth. So I don't know. Hopefully he doesn't know them. I don't know. I mean, that'd be a conflict of interest, if anything. But I don't know. This case is so weird. Oh my God. Okay. They're posting donations to. Okay. And it's their right. I mean, I'm not knocking them down if they want to donate their money. Personally, I'm not knocking the fact that it all goes back to what the dad is doing. After he's gotten cut, and so far it's nothing. I see he's paying a lot of attention to GoFundMe. That's great. But what about helping out the girl? I'm not seeing anything. Would I want to donate to something like that if I didn't see any sort of proof that the money is going to be used to the girl? No. I mean, I personally, would want to see. I don't want to go ahead and throw money, not knowing where. I mean, if it's going to be used for the girl's benefit to help her out, for sure. In regards to seeking out therapy, so on. But if it's going to be used for questionable sources or whatever. If, I don't know, talks about, maybe a house or something. Who knows? I don't know what that money's going to be used for. It's a lot of money. And by the way, don't believe that talk. There's a narrative about the lawyers and so on, the legal fees. $250,000, $200,000. I don't know any case where you have lawyers that will charge that much. I mean, I've seen a lot of conflict cases, and I mean, can you imagine like $250,000? I mean, and I've seen cases where it's stretched out for years and years and years. No one can afford that. Okay, I mean, lawyers, they ask for retainer fees from the get-go, and yeah, it can be expensive. Don't get me wrong. There are a lot of lawyers that would charge, each week, like $1,000 or something, those are more on the high end, okay? But something where it's like 250,000, 200,000, I don't know any lawyers that will charge that much. And if so, then I'm going to drop my job and I'm going to become a lawyer, because that's just insane amount of legal fees. I mean, no one can afford that. 200,000, 250,000. That's just, so it's going back to being all suspicious. Do you think he realized that he is hours behind on these comments? Oh yeah, I'm hours behind. That's right. I know. I am hours behind. I am hours behind. That was the story on Yahoo News. Okay, yes, okay. No, probably like half of you are probably like sleeping right now. I love it. I'm gonna wake up a little late tomorrow, or today, so I'm not worried about the time or whatever, But I'm gonna get to everyone's comments. So if you guys keep the comments going, I'm gonna keep going. Why not? Emma's even more crazy than I really thought. I don't want to call, I don't want to call anyone, and I respect your comment, Julie Travis, but I don't want to call anyone crazy. If anyone, it would probably me. I think we all have a little bit of that, a little side of that. But no, I mean, there is pathology in everyone, but I respect the individual. What I don't respect is just the fight. I mean, I saw the fight in the beginning he's at his wit's end and he does this GoFundMe thing. But after that, it just seems like the fight is just vanished. I don't see any fight. Sorry, maybe I'm being too critical, but where's the fight? That's all I'm asking for. Where's the passion? It started with, again, I keep going back to that car ride. I mean, put yourself in his place. He's filming, or the stepmom's filming, and she's crying and pleading that she's getting abused by, the mom's boyfriend and so on. And she's very resistant and, shedding tears, terror and so on. Why didn't he fight there? I mean, why didn't he go ahead and say, this is really not right? I understand that a lot of times, courts, they order transference of the children back and forth between home environments, but he could have easily went ahead and said, I'm going to have this on video. I think she needs to be put in a safer place. Forget about putting it in my place, or forget about putting it in mom's place. Let's go and just let the dust settle and put her in, maybe hospitalize her at least temporarily or something, or pull aside the doctor, the nurse practitioner that night in the hospital or something, but no, nothing. It was like he was filming, or stepmom was filming. I don't know who was filming. And then they went to the hospital. And then I think she went back to mom. It's just bizarre. Like, where was the fight? I mean, you're crying all this time that she's being SEXE. Why didn't you say anything? I know I would have. I would have basically, call security, called everyone and say, listen, I'm concerned about this. This girl, I believe my girl. I know you guys don't believe her. I'm so concerned. Do something, whatever it takes, to get her in a place where I know she's going to be safe. And right now she's screaming. She was screaming. I have this on video recording. I can show it to anyone here that 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, she was screaming on top of her lungs that she doesn't feel comfortable going back to mom's house. So can we please put her at least in a place where she'll be safe? I know I can rest in my bed tonight and safe. So you see, that's the thing that really is not adding up. If someone can explain this to me, I keep going back to this, but if someone can help explain this to me, I'm not seeing anything that explains it. There's more of a fight for the GoFundMe account, but not for that night, there was really no fight. I don't see it that night. There's a fight for the video camera, the taping. But when push came to shove, there was no fight for, at the end of the day, at the end of the night, there was nothing. I mean, am I missing something here? And I know every one of you guys in this chat, you guys would probably be, if you had, a daughter or son in that situation, you would probably do tooth and nail, whatever it took, screaming at the top of your lungs, freaking out, throwing your camera away, pleading to anyone you can see. And honestly, from a provider standpoint, if I was a provider that night, I said this before, I'll say it again, and if I heard him crying that I'm very concerned about her safety, I would not discharge her. I would basically admit her. So it makes me think that, okay, maybe something's not adding up here. That's my biggest question. That's it. You know, the fight wasn't there that night when the fight should have been there. There was a fight when they put the GoFundMe page, but really the true fight wasn't there. Thank you, Psych Guy, for all you do and for your channel. Right on. Thank you for staying up. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all this, you know. Again, these are all my opinions. So when I say all this stuff, this is just basically all my opinions. All right. I agree. It's truly shocking. Okay. My daughter at the end of the week, she just wants to collapse. Oh yeah. She's okay. I'm the same way. That's me basically every day. I want to collapse. If mom gets her, okay, here's a question. Stephanie Lee, if mom gets all kids back, do you think dad will fight it and make another claim based off? That's a very good question. Honestly, I think that, again, it all goes back to people's actions. Okay. You know, like, for example, like you guys are seeing me right now. Okay. It's really late at night. I can wake up a little bit later, but I'm very passionate about this topic. I'm very passionate about, this subject and my channel and so on. I appreciate the 30 people that are still here sticking around. So I guess you can kind of tell based on my actions that, okay, this guy really seems genuine. He really seems sort of passionate about, he's not even monetizing this. He's doing it on his dime. He's closed on the super chats. So this guy seems pretty passionate based on his actions, you know? And likewise with the dad. I don't know. I just see more passion with the dad with the GoFundMe than with the actual fight. And if I were to predict what would happen is, yes, I do think that probably just based on all the so far what I'm seeing, again, unless if there's something there that dad puts in the court case, I think that reunification probably will occur. And I think dad will probably, say boo-hoo. I don't think the system is. I see what I told you guys from the beginning. The system's not fair. The system's not fair. It's against people like me, the males, and so on. And I think he's going to continue that narrative and continue that GoFundMe to continue the fight and try to appeal and so on. Kind of similar in vein to what the Trump campaign. He lost the election and he's still continuing, accepting donations to, thinking the election was not unfair. And I don't know the details of the whole election. I'm not going to get too political and so on about this, but he's still taking donations to fight the cause. Okay, even though more than likely, all the states have now pretty much, he's contesting. They're probably starting with Biden, and it's pretty much almost a locked deal. So I think that's going to be the same thing. I think the MO is focused on the GoFundMe and the continuation of that. That's just the impression I'm getting. So I think that he's going to fight it, yes, but I think he's going to continue the GoFundMe for sure and play victim role, take advantage of that. Get folks to donate, continue this gravy train for sure. So in the end, I think the winners are going to be a couple of people, dad's attorneys, because they're just basically, continuing this sort of, thing. Well, I think, yeah, I mean, dad's at the GoFundMe, he's had a large amount of money and, he's probably, hired him and so on. So of course, attorneys, a lot of times in these cases, they're winners, to begin with, I think the father's going to be a winner in the end, not in terms of like getting his kids back, but I think financially, I think this whole narrative he's putting, and continuing on, he's not really saying much and just really not much, but people are still on his side and believing. So I think the gravy train is going to continue even after the judge decides the reunification occurs. He's going to blame the system, and I think people are going to still get riled up and continue. Fortunately, this case, I think a lot of people have seen through it already. That it's not in the media as much. I think they're trying to revamp this kind of stuff. There's only a few people like myself still talking about this here and there, and even myself. I mean, I talked about this case 2 months ago, and now I'm just talking about today. I think he's might come out a winner financially. I don't think he's going to come out, in terms of getting his kids back. At least I'm not seeing anything. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe who knows? And then lastly, I think I think Kelly will be a winner, the mom, because I think I do see reunification, especially if it goes this way, continues this way. And the sad loser is going to be the girl. I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, she's been through a lot, whether it's SEX, ABUS, or PARE, parental alienation. one of the two, and just the constant exposure, just the victimization on all levels, from the YouTube creators who are profiting off of her, the dad just blasting her stuff all over, the internet, and the GoFundMe, and monetizing, as if she's a commodity of some sort. So yeah, I think in the end, it's not going to be very helpful and beneficial to her. So ultimately, it's sad, but I think he's going to go ahead and be resistant and continue this fight for sure. But it's only going to be from a monetary standpoint gain there, I think. My impression. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I think he's going to react. He's going to protest. I don't see him like. I don't see him, as long as the GoFundMe thing is still going and there's a cash cow. I don't see him really. I think, yes, he would want his kids to be there, but I think he's going to spin it when he loses. He's going to definitely spin it and say, see what I told you? The system's unfair. This poor girl is screaming and they didn't listen to me. It's one thing if this guy was actually going out and doing what he needed to do and doing everything, crosses his daughter's eyes. That's one thing. And the system fails him, but he's not doing it. I've had parents, I've had dads who've done the complete opposite, where the system was against them from the get-go, but they crossed their T's like 10 times and dotted their I's 20 times, and ultimately they won custody. Yeah, it sucks, but it is what it is. You got to go ahead and go through the motions. And that was, by the way, without any sort of GoFundMe assistance. Yeah, the GoFundMe thing is just, wow. All right, and not me. We want the Psych Guy to come back. Okay. All right. Yeah. Right on. Don't worry. We're almost finishing here with these comments. Wow. There's so many. Wow. My gosh. I'm so sorry. I'm just going through the comments. Okay. There's just so many. I want to try to get, maybe we'll do this for another half. We'll see how long. I don't know if I'm streaming still. I was really happy, Queen B. Okay. I really wanted to hear your point. Well, it's 9 a.m. film, not going to bed anytime soon. Okay. All right. Stop thinking therapy. Stop thinking therapy with kids is fun. It's 2020, not 1990. All right. I agree. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm stuck in the 1990s. We can all hang all night for lives. What? Okay. All right. Well, I'm not going to hang all night, but I'm going to keep going on. I will be sleeping soon, though. Inpatient was more fun than summer camp twice. Okay, right on. I'll take your word for that. It is kind of Inpatient is when I've seen my experience, I see kids playing around, and sometimes it's not supposed to be that way, but a lot of times it becomes that way where they just flirt and they just throw balls around and so on. Yeah, but they do get rounded on, and doctors come by and they get some courses and so on. All right, right on. Okay, so we want to go back and see the Not Sophie's Choice video. Okay, yeah, right on. Not Sophie's Choice videos. Just plugging my videos. Yeah, and if you want to go and see it, you can. If you don't, it's your choice. I don't get paid either way. Upgrade. Okay, yeah, I think I'm going to upgrade for sure. I think I'm going to go and upgrade. I'm getting annoyed with this little duck. Well, this could be therapy for you just hang out with us. This is like, these comments are like an hour ago, and I'm still just going, that beautiful face, is Sally the one he used to get revenge on a mom? Parental alienation. Yeah, he's a charming guy. He's a good-looking guy. He's got that sort of advantage and so on. I think he has some sort of training from his job. So he's, maximizing whatever, things he can do. And, at some point, though, the gig is up, and I'm not saying that, he's in the wrong. I'm not saying that, it didn't happen. The SEXABUS, maybe it did. But I'm not seeing anything yet. I haven't seen anything, nothing. And do I think it's going to happen? I don't know. But I doubt it. It would have come up by now, right? All I'm seeing is the same exam that was changed from 12 to 10 to 1. And then this mom's ex-boyfriend who hasn't been charged yet. That's it. That's all I'm seeing is just those two things now. And those are like little kind of not really pertinent stuff. I've been through a very similar to Kelly. Your take on the story is so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Ha, hilarious. Yeah, it's really sad because I think we also live in a very misogynistic society. I think a lot of people just get sort of railroaded and just kind of go sort of a bandwagon type effect. And unfortunately, the one that's not as vocal, a lot of times they just don't listen to. And, Kelly, being a woman also, I think, naturally, women, a lot of times in society, they are the underdogs. Let's be honest. I mean, I wish that there was equal pay, for example, between both sexes. But, there's been a lot of studies that have shown that in different sort of, jobs and careers and so on, the same positions where, males are making more than females. So, unfortunately, we do live in a misogynist society, and we need to really change that for sure. And unfortunately, I can see elements of misogynism in this case, to be frankly honest with you, good people. That's just my opinion. It's just, a railroad sort of effect. And in the beginning, I think that there was a lot of threats towards her because there's a lot of emotionality involved. But I think that's kind of died down because I think people are now realizing, okay, wow, maybe there's a different take to this. I think hopefully that's what I'm seeing. Good question, KNS. Actually, it's funny you mentioned that because I was talking to one of my colleagues who mentioned about what you're talking about. This is more for like their studies now for like treatment resistant depression, where they've tried everything and anything, like the typical SSRIs, typical SNRIs. They've extinguished pretty much all sort of pharmacotherapy approaches, even lithium thyroid supplementation, stimulants like Adderall and so on. And you're just going down the checkbox list here. And so you're kind of going to, ketamine now is the hot thing that they've tried, even folks have tried like ECT and the TMS, the transmagnetic stimulation, but now they're using like, the mushrooms and so on. In terms of the therapy, the psilocin and so on, in terms of the therapy as a sort of alternative approach. They're just trying to find out. This is more for treatment resistant type of depression. That's the only kind of example that I can see where they've used what you're referring to in your question. But yeah, that's a very good question. Very good question. Wow, you guys are asking really great questions this late at night. SL was hypomanic depression and postpartum. SL, Sophie, okay, it was hypomanic depression. We gotta be careful though, because when you say hypomanic, and I'm not here to be like just a nitpicky kind of jerky kind of guy, but when you use the word, and I'm not saying that you're doing that intentionally, maybe it was just something that you just typed up. But when you say hypomania, hypomanic, immediately one thinks of bipolar type 2. There's two types of bipolar, type 1 and type 2, and type 2 usually involves periods of depression and hypomania usually. I'm not going to go ahead and go that route. Not saying you're asking me to do, but I'm not going to say that Sophie has bipolar type 1 or type 2, because it would be inappropriate for me to say that. So I don't think that's accurate, correct. She wasn't hypomanic. From the depression and postpartum, mom went postparting. I guess you meant postpartum. Mom went through. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe if mom did have like postpartum depression, maybe Sophie was there and saw mom and maybe internalized like what she visualized. If mom was, very depressed and crying, and all that sort of internalization of, just what she sort of visualized in front of her, her own eyes. Maybe that was something that she's been harboring all this time. And anytime there's something, internal that's not, resolved, any sort of conflict or, any sort of, trauma that one witnesses or anything, it can definitely come out at any point, especially during periods of stress. So maybe that's possibly what we saw, why there was that intense anger from her in those videos. Could be that, or it could be the fact that maybe there was parental alienation from one party, and it was kind of more of a sort of a learned kind of behavior. It could be that, or maybe you mentioned depression. Maybe there is some depression going on, and that's why you're. See, I don't know. I mean, I don't know the girl at all. I've never really evaluated her. It just, to me, the case is, to simplify, it's either SA or parental alienation, and I'm not seeing anything with SA in terms of just objectively speaking, just looking at her, just taking out all the other external noise. So I kind of see it more parental alienation, but I mean, just from what I've seen, but I may be wrong, and I apologize if I end up being wrong. We may not even know if that even happened. What I can say is that right now, if I had to pick sides in terms of who I think is probably going to come out the winner, I think probably in the end it's probably going to be mom, just based on so far the strength of the case in regards to at least what I'm seeing. Unless there's something behind the scenes that they're not disclosing, dad's lawyers. But I think they've been pretty transparent in terms of the game plan. But interesting statement. Yeah. Hypomanic depression and parents' apartment. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's move on here. Her nervous tick hasn't gone away in dad's care either. Yeah. And I don't know exactly because I haven't really, evaluated her, tick. Basically, ticks can be from several, could they have an underlying tick disorder? Could they be Tourette's? Could it be just a spontaneous, muscle twitching or myoclonus or something? Or, a lot of times stress will exacerbate that. We ourselves, I don't know about you guys, but myself, like if I'm so stressed out, a lot of times my eyes will twitch and tick, kind of thing. So, maybe she is going through a lot of stress, abundance of stress with all this sort of being stuck in the middle between this conflict between mom and dad. That's why I think the best thing is for mom and dad to kind of get on the same page with parenting. And I don't know, it's just unfortunate for the poor girl. It's just this conflict is only going to lead to more problems. It is leading to problems right now, I think, in her. It definitely will lead down the road if the dyadic relationship between the mother and the father, if it's not from a homeostatic standpoint, if it's not more balanced and healthier, and if there is a more if the conflict is not resolved, if the conflict's not lessened, then yeah, it's not going to turn out good. The men that came to the house when JB was not home. I'm not sure what men came to the house when. Who's JB? JB was not home. JB, I don't know who JB is. I think that's it. Mother's ex-boyfriend, maybe. I don't know. Was there men that came to the house? See, that's the thing. I mean, I heard about first mother's ex-boyfriend. Then I heard about this hotel thing that happened at a Motel 6 or something, which there's been no proven evidence or cameras or anything like that. Now I'm hearing about some guys coming to the home. Why is there all this sort of shifting of these stories? I mean, you would think that there'd be more consistency, but it seems like there's always just, again, changing the goalposts. Maybe it's just me. I apologize. Maybe I'm just very naive to this case, and that's why. But I think I'm okay versed in this case, and it just seems like every time there's always something new. Thank you for answering my question. We're looking at new medication for family members bipolar and bipolar. Okay, right on. Okay, we're looking at new medication for family member. For family member is okay, borderline personality disorder and bipolar. Oh yeah. And I'm definitely in favor of alternative treatments. Even like if they tried multiple medications, I'm not opposed to like cannabinoids and so on. I think it has time and its place for everything. Borderline and bipolar, and borderline and personality disorder and bipolar, the symptoms they're kind of like ADHD and bipolar. A lot of times the symptoms overlap. The mood lability, especially in both conditions. So it'd be interesting to see exactly you can have bipolar and borderline, I guess, theoretically, but I don't know. Sometimes you can get misdiagnosed also. I mean, maybe they just have frank borderline personality disorder. They don't have bipolar. So, I mean, I don't know the details of the case, and that's something that's definitely it's easy to tease out, though. I mean, bipolar, you got to go ahead and capture. Type 1 is more manic episodes, and type 2 is more hypomanic episodes. But those are kind of easier to capture. And then you see also elements of bipolar. You see more grandiosity and decreased need for sleep. Those are two big elements that you capture with bipolar that you don't see with borderline personality disorder. But I'll let the provider kind of tease that out. But those just a little side note. You can definitely differentiate the two. It's easier in my experience to differentiate borderline personality disorder and bipolar versus say like ADHD and bipolar in kids. That is one of the toughest things that I do or I've dealt with in regards to figuring out, okay, does the kid have ADHD or does the kid have bipolar? That's just my experience. All right. Let's just keep going. Let's just go on. What scares me is she had 3 months of brain. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, did it happen? I don't know. Maybe it did happen. I mean, yeah, maybe she had 3 months of brainwashing by, he's a great talker. I don't know. Maybe it happened. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. But yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. I don't know. Sure they are. It gives us insights. Okay. Think about MLS phone video. MLS. A picture. Major League Soccer. Think about Major League Soccer's. No, I think it's Michael, the dad. Phone video. All Sophie heard was the word teach. He took her belief. Yeah, exactly. I did use. You're very, very spot on, Arkley. I did. It was a very suspicious phone call, and I think his camp were focused on the thing that, okay, what's wrong with him with the phone call, him talking about angels. To me, that's not the problem. The problem was not the angels. Okay. The problem with the phone call was two things. Number one was his usage of the word WHRORE. I mean, no one should be called that name. No woman should be called that name. We should respect everyone. I don't care how angry you are. I don't care how drunk you are. I don't care how out of your mind you are, unless if maybe you have, like, say, dementia or some sort of cerebral process, neurological condition to where you really can't truly, control what is going, what you say and so on. Okay, maybe I'll give a pass about that, but no, anything that you don't call anyone that sort of name. That's just very, very childish and just inappropriate. And then also the thing about that phone call is, the red flag about that, the gift. I mean, that to me is a sign of, okay, potential, parental alienation coaching. I mean, when he mentioned about a gift or promising a gift or something, that's a huge red flag that no one really talked about or is talking about. They're more focused on, this angels thing. Oh, what is that? No, I'm not concerned about the angel thing at all. Was there a trigger word? Teach? I don't know. I didn't listen to the phone. I listened to the phone call like 2 months ago. I made these videos. Maybe I caught that. Maybe I didn't. I apologize if I didn't. But the two most things was the usage. Just the way he was just so just angry and just violent. Just calling the mom the bad word, WHORE, and also the promise of the gift. And it's ridiculous. One channel, I was so mad also because there's this one channel that was or two channels that are defending, like, one person said, oh, well, I've been called that before. And then another channel says, oh, what does that have to do with the case? Well, it has a lot to do with the case because it shows how stable of a potential parent that this individual can be. And also, if anything, this sort of passive acceptance of the usage, the utilization of a word like WHRE is only going to continue sort of this sort of misogynistic narrative that society sort of built, unfortunately, and ingrained. And for, channels out there to go ahead and just bypass it, like just minimize it, like it's nothing. No, it is a big thing. So what kind of nonsense are you talking about? I came in at the end of the TV show talking about these mushrooms. Okay. All right. I think it's interesting. KNS they do have one. Yeah, for sure. Hey, Psych, I hope you're doing well. Hey, what's up? Hey, Drew Skyrus, what's going on, man? I don't know if you're still around, but yeah, I remember you. Yeah, right on. Old school. This is an hour posted. That number change drives me crazy too. Yeah, it drives me crazy too. That it's not consistent. Be consistent. Let me name Drew. Yeah, I know. Same here, Drew Scribers. I can't believe it's taking so long to process. Yeah, it happens though. It happens. Believe it or not. I mean, usually it doesn't happen this long, but I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt. I mean, it can happen. So the SANE exam, if there is one floating out, yeah, it could potentially happen even 2 months later. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's just say, let's just say it exists, and yeah, we'll respect the process. We'll see what happens. Right on. I don't know about Adderall. Okay. I actually did a deep dive on that. It's a completely normal timeline. Even if it was a NA active court case, it could take 2 months. Texas says it has to be processed. Okay. Yes, absolutely. So yeah, for sure. It could take 2 months for sure. So that's one thing that I'm not going to knock them down if they're saying it. I'm more knocking down. I don't understand this number, 12 exams and 10 to 1 saying, I don't know. Why isn't it consistent? That's what I'm knocking down. And where is this coming from? Why are there different sort of accounts? Was there, Dr. Shaw? I don't know. It's just bizarre how the numbers changed. Okay, 90 days. Yeah, exactly. 2 months is not strange. I've seen, as long as 2 months, but I'll take your word for 90 days. Okay, no, Adderall sucks. Oh my gosh, I have a family member on it, and it's just insane what happens to somebody. That's why I asked. Yeah, I mean, Adderall is a pretty strong medication. I'm not going to lie, and it serves its purpose. And if they truly have ADHD, then it's a good medication. But sometimes people are misdiagnosed. I mean, a lot of times people, they may see someone who's hyper, or they may see someone who's inattentive, and just blindly, put them on, ADHD without actually truly screening for attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So, like I said before, I mean, Adderall is a stimulant. It's basically speed. So if I took speed, if you took speed, yeah, naturally it's going to make you really hopped up and wiry. And, if there's an underlying I don't know about I mean, potentially maybe if it's too strong of a dosage, it could cause, into the realm of psychosis. But usually they have to have an underlying psychotic disorder to begin with, or a psychotic process. So like, I mean, you'd probably see me if I took Adderall, like, I'll be very hopped up and, wiry and so on, but it would be very highly unlikely that I would, because I don't have any psychosis or psychotic history. So I wouldn't have a psychotic break. When psychotic break usually have one of two things, either delusions or hallucinations, or actually a couple of things: delusions, hallucinations, thought disturbance, behavior disturbance, and disorganized thoughts, significant decline in overall functioning. Sorry, my mind's not working fully. I'm trying to remember all the criteria, but behaviors, thoughts, speech. But anyways, you get my drift. All right. It's getting kind of late, but all right. That will be good around Christmas. All right, cool. Thank you. Does this thing go on still? I mean, I guess I'm still going on. This thing was a prime matter, and this child's been exposed. Then there's the financial gain. Meanwhile, the mom has stayed quiet the whole entire time. It's been fishy. Yeah, and I definitely CC Dugan. I don't know if you're still on because you put this message at 1:20. Or you put this message, I should say. Yeah, okay. The thing that disturbs me, yeah, it's a private matter for sure. And the child's been exposed. There is financial gain. We know that's happening. The mom's been quiet. And yeah, it seems weird, bizarre. I mean, the whole dynamics under this whole case, it's just weird. I don't know. It's unfortunate. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that teachers are getting respect. I'm glad that teachers are getting mental health training for sure. Right on. It's Wonder Susie. Right on. Cool. Please do more lives. Okay. Right on. You got it. Again, I don't know how, if you guys like this or not, but it seems like, so there's 28 folks here, and it's, the wee hours of the morning. So I'll do it for sure. It's a time thing with me, but though, because I'm going to bounce, so, but yeah, I'll definitely come back for more lives. Why not? I'm so glad that you provide that training session as a training. Okay. Keep moving a little faster here. I didn't train others, but meant as a teacher, we had many sessions. I learned so much. All right. Yes, those are the two main red flags. Okay. I guess that's what we call Suki. I think it's wonderful. You were given some classes. Yes, I agree. Yes, for sure. Education should never end throughout life. Yes, it should also continue after life. I mean, it should be an ongoing process is what I say. For sure. Education is really important. For familiar with that, I have to talk to text, and by the time I hit the button, it doesn't come out right. Okay. That's me. I agree. Okay. Boom, boom, booms. We're now just cruising on here. This is basically, okay. Hi, Lou. CC Dugan says, hi, exactly. I stay quiet and observe it all. An SA victim, no matter the age, private matter, now exposed financial gain, father, history of going after ex current relationship, then a child. Yeah, it's just bizarre. I mean, the whole thing is just really, really just very weird. And I don't know. I just, if the guy was at his last step, and he realized he's extinguished all resources, and finally he was lucky in terms of the fact that he got this GoFundMe thing going, which is fine, good and dandy, great. Okay, then now you've got the public, knowledge of the situation. You got the GoFundMe donations. Now shut down everything, okay? Or just stop everything. Stop the GoFundMe. Stop the just putting your kid out in the public. Stop putting the pictures and so on. Just stop with it. But no, it just seems weird that it's still continuing on, where just they're on YouTube channels and interviews and so on, and the GoFundMe is still running and so on. So I mean, you got what you wanted. Actually, I think you said you wanted just only like a fraction of that 200,000, 250,000. So don't you want to respect your child's privacy? That's just what I'm asking for. Wouldn't you want to do that? I mean, aren't you thinking about the long-term consequences? What do you think's going to happen if you're going to go keep posting these pictures and keep just putting this in the forefront, and just keep going on these interviews and so on, yeah, you're going to have people that are going to exploit, which a lot of channels are doing that. They're getting profits and monetizing and so on, even supporters of you, I'm sure that's happening. But more importantly, I mean, it's on the internet, it's going to be long-term, and it's going to be just, she's going to probably find out about later. And it's not a healthy thing. I don't understand how the Army doesn't see any of this. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the Army, what that's all about. I respect, the Army, and they're passionate. I mean, likewise, people on Mom's side, they're passionate. We're all passionate about this topic, and I'm trying to be neutral. But if I had to pick sides, I mean, I'm leaning a little bit more towards Mom because I'm not seeing anything from Dad. I'm not saying Dad's has anything or is a bad guy or anything like that. I have nothing against Dad supporters. I have nothing against the Army. Likewise, I have nothing against Mom supporters or Mom's support, or Mom herself. But I don't know. Maybe the Army has more facts than I do. Maybe Michael communicates with the Army. I don't go to their Facebook page. I don't go to their Twitter accounts or whatever. I don't do the social media. I don't have time for that. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's something that they have that I'm not seeing. But thus far, everything I'm seeing on this YouTube thing, I'm not seeing any of this. I'm not seeing any evidence that, I hope you can save this. I need to view the beginning tomorrow. I don't know if I can save this, to be honest. I think it's a StreamYard thing. It's not, because it's a free trial. I didn't sign up for that. So in the future, I probably will do like a pay for the regular account. Because I think once you have a regular account, you can download these videos and then upload it to your channel and so on. And to be honest with you, in the beginning, you didn't miss much. It was me fumbling over stuff and trying to explain the case to new viewers. And I don't think I did a really that great of a job. To be honest. So it was just kind of just going through the motions and just trying to remember what I have. It's concerned she's talking to adults by phone. Seems you would want to shield your child from strangers. Yeah. Exactly. That's another thing I'd forgot to mention for those who are still sticking by. See, I forgot about this point that Susie Sunshine has brilliantly brought up. Yeah, I mean, why is she talking to these adults? I mean, I think the dad was charging for these phone calls or something. For what purpose? I mean, how will it benefit her? It'll benefit him, but how will it benefit her? If anything, you're exposing these strangers. Can you imagine like some guy talking to her? Who knows what he's going to say on the phone call? You don't know ahead of time. You never know what kind of, you'll get out of that, what kind of reaction you'll get. I agree with you. She wants to shield her child out. Yeah, for sure. You want to definitely shield your child from strangers. For sure. Absolutely. It's great to be hyper vigilant. It's great to go ahead and be, paranoid about these kinds of things. I know I would. I wished ever talk to children her own age. I don't know I guess, I don't know. Is she in school? I don't know. Well, the COVID thing's going on, so I don't know exactly if they're physically, maybe it's remote learning. So I don't know. I don't know if she has friends her own age, but yeah, I mean, relevant developmental play, age appropriate, definitely for sure. Good thing. Okay. Even play dates. Yes. And schools closed. Yeah, exactly. Something like that for sure. Right on. Okay. It's unbelievable that some people refuse to see all the red flags. I just think it's just sheer lack of understanding about parental alienation. I think, a lot of folks, everyone knows about, SA, but no one knows about really, not that many people know about parental alienation. I think if there's more awareness, maybe it might open up the doors, It's not saying that, these folks are bad people. But I mean, I just, and it's not critical thinking. I said in the beginning, but it's just connecting the dots, and there's not many dots to connect. And really there's nothing. I'm scratching my head here. I'm just basically trying to figure out, is there something I'm missing? And the more I kind of think about this case, there's really nothing I'm seeing, on Dad's side, just really flim flam, just one or two things. I mean, just the sane exam that's floating around in Houston, boom, that. And then this mother's ex-boyfriend. What happened to the Hotel 6? What happened to that? What happened to, the mom's ex-boyfriend who apparently was on the run or something? What happened to Mom being in jail? So, it just basically there's shifting of goalposts, changing things, changing the narrative, just throwing, you don't wait, you can't believe what we have here. We're going to tell you that there's so breaking evidence. You're going to be blown away. But nothing. It's just all basically just a dog and pony show, installation of false hope. I mean, is there something? Then what is it? But it's like, I can't tell you. If I tell you, these YouTubers, right? I see this all the time. I can't tell you. If you knew what I knew, then you would know what I'm talking about, and you would definitely agree with me. And dude, no, I don't know what you know, okay? And you don't know what you know either, okay? So what are you talking about? Thank you so much for wasting my time. Thank you so much for this clickbait. Okay, wow, great. I wasted an hour here, or 2 hours here. Thanks. I didn't learn anything from it. It didn't benefit me at all. That's it. That's all I get from these things. It's ridiculous. But of course, some of you guys might be saying this about this live, but we're gonna keep going. Maybe just for a little bit more. Some of you guys may be seeing this, but you guys are still sticking around. Wow. Right, Susie, kind of sketchy to me. Okay, yep. Exactly. He points 3 points. He points 3 points out spot on, but all I observed is a 3-ring circus. Right. Yeah, it's a circus. All right, thumbs up. Right. There's no ask questions, especially when red. Yeah, exactly. There's something wrong about asking questions, red flags. Likewise, I myself, I said this in one of my videos. If there's something that I would say, if you were like, say, for example, if I was seeing one of your kids and you had a question about the treatment approach or, medication or, the therapy your kid's getting or something I might have said or something, or if I'm seeing you, individually, if you had a question that you're suspect about myself, I invite questions. I would want that to happen. I would like to go ahead if there's some red flags, because, it takes away all the sort of noise, and it just gets to, the heart of the matter. And, it eliminates any sort of subjective inferences and whatnot. So definitely there's nothing wrong with asking questions, for sure. I agree. Exactly. Okay. Someone said that he's like a Disneyland dad. So she doesn't want to go back to mom. She's like, yeah, exactly. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out that if you go ahead and spoil a kid, then the kid more than likely will probably favor, especially someone her age. I mean, she's 10 years old, and when I was 10, all I thought about was, fun. I still think about that myself today, but no, I mean, come on. I mean, when you're 10 years old, I mean, all you think about is candy and playing, right? So if you have a parent that's, showering you with gifts and spoiling you and, throwing, Taylor Swift cats at you and, karaoke machines and cakes and whatnot, then yeah, of course you'd want to go ahead and who wouldn't, her age want to prefer to be in that environment, right? But in the long run, it's not going to teach her, it's not going to be healthy for her, right? In the end, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I think I'm not saying it's manipulation. I don't want to say it's parental alienation, but the gift giving, it's a red flag. And I point that out in my videos, and you can, do your own assessment. Okay, let's keep going here. Totally agree. Oh, CBT is cognitive behavioral therapy. So you can look that up yourself. I want to go. I think I explained a little bit of it. But basically, it's a type of therapy that is very common in society now. And really what they do is that they identify what's called cognitive distortions or irrational thinking patterns that one may have. And through the therapy, they try to seek alternatives and sort of modify these sort of cognitive distortions into more healthier, more adaptive types of thoughts, so that it will in turn improve your behaviors and your choices and your overall functioning, that kind of thing. So that's the best way to put it, the simplest way, at least. Yes, cognitive behavioral therapy, spot on. Cognitive based, yes, it's cognitive based. Yes, thoughts, behaviors, emotions. Really, that's CBT in a nutshell. Thanks. Okay, he can't really be a Disneyland dad with no money, so he makes. Yeah, what is that? What is this wish list also? I don't know why. There was something with a wish list. Interested, he requests coffee gifts cards, gifts and fun. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, for the girl, she's gonna probably run with it though. I mean, she's 10 years old, so she probably wouldn't want to continue that. But for the gifts, they would wear off. But I think though, the courts are not going to really look at that as a great thing. Wish lists and Amazon gifts and Disneylands or whatever. With mom, the kids did sports activities and Sophie got straight A's. Now they're okay, yeah, and I don't know exactly if there is some sort of COVID relation. I don't know exactly if Julie points out a good point. With mom, kids did sports and activities and Sophie got straight A's. Now there are no more activities and no school. In dad's defense, I don't know exactly if it's because of COVID. Maybe when she was with mom, we're talking about last year, and that's why there was more sort of avenues of activities and abilities to go ahead and be more successful in school, being more, localized, and she can be focused more as opposed to remote learning is more tougher. I know from what I heard, it's more difficult. So and likewise, it's hard to do activities and so on, and no school in this COVID environment, especially in Texas. I know it's a crisis here, a crisis in Texas. It's a pandemic, right? I think there's 100,000 cases now or something like that. The other day, I believe, so something like that. Anyways, so I'm just playing devil's advocate, in Dad's defense, just trying to be as neutral. As far as I'm concerned, she has a mom. I don't know exactly if that's in reference to, they think that the mom is the actual biological mother or the stepmother. I think her name is Courtney, I believe. And I don't know what you're referring to in terms of they. Is they the camp of Michaels, or who they is? But I'm gonna go ahead and just run with it and just leave it at that. All right. Doesn't he have now something like 200,000 from the GoFundMe, and that's why she has that wish list? Stay with me, you'll get everything. Yeah, I don't know. It's just bizarre. It's just, I don't know. This is like one of the more extreme kinds of gift kind of just. I've never seen anything like this. I mean, this GoFundMe and this Amazon wish list and Taylor Swift cat. Very, very bizarre. All the money is gone. Yeah, I don't know. And in his defense, I think I don't know the details, but I believe it's kind of similar to where they don't release all the money at once. I believe it's kind of like I don't know if you ever watched these game shows like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, or what's that one with Howie Mandel, with the suitcases. I forgot what it's called. But anyway, like the money that they win. If you look at the very bottom of the screen, at the very end of the credits, it'll say, the $1 million or whatever will be dispersed over a span of 40 years or something like that, so that they're not going to go ahead and get it all, or if they get a lump sum, it's going to be heavily, like a percentage we have taken out, so it's not going to be that exact figure. So it's similar to this, where I don't think the GoFundMe, where it's the 200,000, 250 all given at once. I think they give it like disbursements or something. So maybe he got a small disbursement initially. If I don't know how, I'm just guessing a random number, 40,000. Who knows? I don't know. And that's why it's gone. So, but probably he might get his next disbursement coming up soon. That's the impression that I got with these things. I may be wrong, but 200 batteries on the wish. Why didn't you know these batteries? Yeah, it's like Radio Shack like that. When you have like all these remote control cars that you got to go ahead and. That's what I meant about Disneyland Dad. No school. Yeah, I mean, school's the most important thing for these kiddos, right? I mean, the gifts are important too, but come on. I mean, first off, love is important, the most important thing. And then, education. Let's be honest. I mean, love, number one, education, number two. Gifts, I mean, that's kind of, icing on the cake. It's just common sense. Really where, oh, wow, interesting. Okay, let's keep going. Wow, man. I believe the wish list was totally separate and he claims the GoFundMe's gone. No way attorney charge. Yeah, I agree. No way. Exactly, Julie. Thank you so much. I agree. There's no way he charges that much. They don't seem to have done so much to exhaust so much money. Yeah, what have they done? I mean, they're hanging out in Texas, in an RV at his parents' house. I mean, come on. You're not living in Studio 54. You're not going ahead and partying every night. You're not going ahead and, hitting the LA Rodeo Drive and, shopping, and buying expensive, those. I think I heard about a limousine or something that happened initially in the beginning. But aside from that, yeah, I mean, there's no way that, I mean, I think it's more of a disbursement thing, like I said earlier. So, all right. On Iceland, the group, everywhere, they say the funds are exhausted and they're pushing the GoFundMe in the paper. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of just sad. I mean, why are you pushing the GoFundMe and the PayPal every day? If this is true, by the way, good, great points. And I'm just basically taking your word for it. To me, I'll be pushing the importance of therapy, the importance of the well-being of my daughter, the importance of, the education of my children, the importance of how to go ahead and get this train back on the right track, the importance of basically just moving forward from the alleged essay, that you're claiming, right? The essay that happened in Moms, the importance of trying to work and build this case, what is this whole pushing, if this is true, pushing the GoFundMe and, PayPal, for what? For what? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. In one of my videos, I point out, even the therapists, even in Manhattan, you're not going to find a therapist that costly. Okay, so I mean, for what? And Manhattan is usually one of the areas of the country where it's notorious for having more of the better kind of skilled, how do you say it, fee for service, right out pay out of pocket type therapists. All right, I totally agree with you. I just feel he won't be able to keep up with what he's trying to portray. I don't like that again. I don't like to use that word, that word. I'll use it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just think it's just basically just continue with the narrative and just rolling with it. I think that the GoFundMe is definitely one of the big things. I think if the GoFundMe wasn't there, I think there'd be sort of less passion in this case on his behalf. I mean, I think a lot of it revolves on the GoFundMe, and I think it's just going to be continually milked. I mean, I hate to say it, but that's what it seems like. Imagine if he puts all that passion, shifts it from the GoFundMe to the importance of his daughter. My gosh, it's a slam dunk case. It's a slam dunk case that, any judge, any kind of, therapist or any kind of professional would say, whoa, this guy is doing everything he can, pulling all those stops. Yeah, I think this guy would be the right environment, the right place for the girl to go to, I mean, the ball's in his court. That's the bottom line. The ball isn't right now in his court. He's lucky that he has the girl right now living, and the two sons, it's lucky, take advantage of it. Go to work, roll up your sleeves, right? What are you doing pushing this GoFundMe thing? Push the narrative that you're definitely the number one dad in the world, and you're gonna do anything to go ahead and do whatever it takes to make this happen. Make her come back to you. You gotta prove that you are the person you want them to stay with, not the other party, right? Great point. People, okay. Maybe a few more. I can't even watch Annie and Josh anymore. I don't get how naive they have proven to be. Yeah, I'm not here. I think I know who you're talking about. I'm not here knocking any content creators. Not saying you want me to, but there's always ulterior motives for everyone. And including, you look at myself. Okay, my ulterior motive for all of this is I love this kind of stuff. Okay. If by now, we're almost at 5 hours in the wee hours of the morning, if you can't tell this by now, then you're on the wrong channel. You're watching the wrong program. Okay. If you can't tell that I'm doing this in the goodness of my heart, I'm not getting paid at all. I shut down super chats because I don't want to get any donations. I probably could get donations. It would be a nice thing. I'm not monetizing any of my videos related to this case, but that's my motive. My motive about all this is basically just to try to spread knowledge and awareness. And I think parental alienation is something that really needs to be, talked about more. And I didn't go into too much in parental alienation in this video because I talked about it a lot in one of my videos. I think it's the red video or maybe the blue video. I can't remember. But if you look at my color-coded videos, one of them I talk about parental alienation, or maybe it's the green video. I can't remember. But I think you guys know what I'm talking about. But yeah. This Annie or Josh, I'm sure they're nice people, but I don't know. It just, I don't know. Yeah. I don't want to say, I'm not here to start any fights, or I respect, I respect every YouTube content creator. I think there's some that are just, I don't know. You just look at the underlying motive and you just look at, okay, what's the end game to all of this? And, yeah, they're getting more views than I am. They have more subs than I do. They probably gotten more financial benefit. Who knows? I don't know. I'm guessing that they're monetized and so on, but I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about any of that. I'm not butthurt, or I don't know how to say it, but I just, it really doesn't bother me, those things. What bothers me is like misinformation. And there were a couple of times where I think in one of my videos or two of my videos, I corrected certain channels in terms of the wrong statements, especially when they, step out of lanes when they don't talk about, like, for example, psych stuff. Like, I went talked about this earlier, when they talk about, confused or mixed in PTSD with catatonia. What are you talking about? You have no idea what you're talking about. Stay in your lane, drink a Coke, or, suck on a lollipop, and, stand back and let the experts who know what they're talking about, talk about that. Don't spread misinformation. Or don't try to make it look like it's cool if you want to have your channel be like a gossip channel. Stick with that, but don't try to go ahead and enter a lane where you don't know you're driving in the wrong direction. But I respect them, though. I mean, I have nothing against them, no ill will. I wish them the best of luck. I hope their channels succeed. I mean, if they, but it's not something that, I mean, anyways. Yeah. I'm bummed I got to go home. Okay, cool. Yeah, right on. No problem. No problem. I'm gonna go in bed soon, but we're gonna keep going because good night. Money should be spent to her therapy. Exactly. I agree. That's right there. Boom, right there. Lou High. I mean, you pretty much nailed it right there. That statement sums up the entire night. I mean, the money should have been spent to her therapy. Or at the least, I don't know if she has insurance, getting that going. The therapy also. I mean, the therapy is going to require. I mean, whether if she does have insurance or whatever, or making connections. Trying to start the therapy, if there is some resistance with doing that, again, petitioning to the, filing, motion after motion after motion, saying, hey, listen, I want to go ahead and get this therapy going. I want to get this. Why are we dragging our feet? This, this person, the dad could have done anything in his power to go into the narrative. Again, the ball was in his court. He could have said, listen, this girl has been victimized. I feel strongly about that. She's now in my care. I'm going to do whatever it takes to go ahead and get this therapy started and rolling. Here's a list of therapists that I found. Feel free to pick one of these, something like that, just giving them, talking to the guardian ad litem or whatever, giving these alternative choices, just trying his best. Maybe it might get shut down. Maybe they say, wait until therapy, maybe wait until the court case, but that's something that later on they could have shown into the court, the actual case in January, and said, listen, this guy from day one, once he got, temporary custody of the kids, he made it on his own mission to go ahead and, try to get this therapy started as ASAP. He made all these phone calls. He made all these connections. He made out this laundry list. He made, he sent it to the guardian ad litem. He shot out an email. He's going, he's showing, making a valiant effort. On top of that, he's going out and trying to get, secure a job, trying to make pay for his, do whatever it takes to show that he's a stable person. So again, the ball is in his hands, but it just seems like he just drops it. And yeah, the money should be spent exactly to her and only her in regards to, because I haven't donated to any of that, but I'm sure the people who are donating, I'm sure they're probably donating more for her. I don't think they're donating more for wanting to see, and I don't know, a new chandelier put in, their place or something like that. I think they're more interested in, okay, the therapeutic services is my guess. Okay, night. Okay, ceremony's done. Yeah, again, I don't know exactly. I find it kind of, suspicious. I don't know, but that's just, I don't know. Nothing's adding up here. And I invite anyone, even the comment sections in one of my videos, if you're, a supporter of the dad, if there's something that I'm missing, please tell me, if there's something that you're seeing, because I'm not seeing anything. We've been here for almost 5 hours and I'm just basically still not seeing anything. Night. Okay. Night. Okay. Good luck. Night. Court tomorrow. Oh, it's postponed. Okay. Well, okay. So you guys know, you good people probably know more than I do. I know we're getting late here, but the fact that it was postponed, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I think in the beginning I mentioned that it's either two ways, and I think that maybe, well, first off, I don't know, maybe it's a COVID thing. In the beginning of my chat, I was joking around and I said that next week I was a little stressed out because we had like monitors coming to my work site, right? But that got postponed because of COVID. So that could be the same thing. Or it could be that, it got postponed because they realized we're in December 4th and around the corner in January, they have their actual real trial. So maybe the judge just wants to basically delay things. Okay, doesn't want to rock the boat. The holidays around the corner. No one really works the last 2 weeks. Let's be honest. No one really works the last 2 weeks in December. So let's go ahead and just push it aside and wait. So, okay. So it's postponed. It's postponed, it is what it is. Anyways, I don't think it was going to be, I think tomorrow was going to be more of a strategic play. I think had it happened, I think the mom probably would have came out more on top, just setting the sort of stage in terms of being more of the aggressor and, trying to call the shots and dictate the course of what's going to happen. I think once the case actually happens, I think it's going to be, the way I see is that I think they're going to, the lawyers on dad's side is going to focus more on the emotionality, more on the kid, try to respect the kid and so on. But I think the facts are going to come out more so on the mom's side. I think the dad's side, they're going to throw out facts, but it's going to be basically just really flim flam, kind of just hearsay and kind of just little kind of facts, but nothing really too relevant to the case. And I think mom's gonna attorneys are gonna really jump on that and destroy that really, and then gonna circle back to goodness of fit, the overall environment where they see the child thriving from, and so on, and really the guardian ad litem also has actually invested in this child, and from a long-term basis. I think mom's going to paint this narrative that I think there's more stability, in her. And if there's nothing factually true or factually proven of the alleged SA that happened allegedly at mom's place, then I think this is DOA. I don't think the dad really has a case. I mean, that's what they're holding on, to be honest. These accusations that nothing has come up to fruition. And on top of that, we're getting our answer right now. The girl is, not really showing any signs, any symptoms of any sort of SA. She's doing great at dad's place. That's not typical of an SA victim. Not saying she wasn't SA'd. I'm not saying that, but everything that dad's presenting has been kind of just really falling off the woodwork. The hotel. I know I'm repeating myself, but I'm going to keep saying the same thing. The hotel. What happened to that? What happened to mother being hospitalized, or in jail, I should say? That didn't happen. What happened to the mother's boyfriend on the run? That didn't happen. What happened to the charges? That didn't happen. There's so much changing the goalposts, the numbers. Now they're focused, the SANE exams. Now they're focused on this one thing. Just you wait. It's going to blow everyone away. That's now being processed in Houston. Maybe it might happen. I don't know. We'll see. Then they're focused on the mother. I mean, focused on the mother's ex-boyfriend. If it was like a 1 or 2 time thing where the mom's boyfriend was there, that's one thing. I don't think the court's going to really look at that and say that's a bad thing that happened. But I don't think that's a game changer. Now, if it was a recurrent thing where it was constant, and if there was proof that his presence, if they try to spin it and say there was DV involved and they have proof of that, which I don't know if they have it or not, I'm sure on the flip side, mom's attorneys are going to attack and probably show evidence of, what about potential DV? The way that, the dad has been, the conduct that he exhibited on the phone call, and who knows if it happened, so there's ways to kind of spin things. And I think that the lawyer's going to spin things left and right, but in the end, I think it's going to cancel. A lot of things are going to cancel. And I think the bottom line is that the judge can look at, what's the goodness of fit, and what's the proper environment that will benefit the child in the long run. And they usually want a stable environment, and they don't want a very controversial environment. They want a more predictable, consistent, secure, a safe environment. And if they can't prove, any sort of, and when I'm talking about hearsay, I'm talking about actual proof. If that didn't happen at the mom's house, then I think it's over. That's just my impression, at least the little bits I see. I hope so. And all these people have a kind of this has been determined as a cult. I don't know about that. I mean, I don't want to go to that extent. I just think that it's just really I don't want to say they're ignorant. That's too strong of a word. But I just think that it's just a fact that just the naivety in terms of just their naiveness in terms of actually knowing about parental alienation and the signs and symptoms of that, and how there could be another side to this. It's not SA or nothing. It's, in this case, it's more like SA or parental alienation, more than likely. That's probably what's going on. It's one of the two. That's at least what I'm seeing. So, and I think a lot of the folks are just seeing SA or nothing. That's just the impression I get. So I think it's just them just not really understanding and appreciating that, parental alienation does exist, and it is traumatic, and it is really detrimental, and it's out there. What is a PayPal? People just send cash. I don't know about the PayPal. I have no idea if he's getting cash. I don't know. That's his business, but I personally think that that's just time that should be shifted more so, energy and time, to the overall well-being of his daughter. I mean, if he wants to make it happen, that's just my opinion, but nothing against the guy. I'm not, but that's what I would do. Yes. People go with that way. People can't request what's interesting. I don't know about the ins and outs of the nuances of PayPal, and I know GoFundMe, I think you can request for refunds. PayPal, interesting. I did not know that. Note to self: I will go ahead and start a PayPal immediately, starting after this stream. Now, I'm just joking. Now, I'll never go ahead and. Why do people get all these channels like they're going ahead and they're doing those Patreons and please donate to this channel and this all this e-begging and selling these merchandise. Who's going to wear, first off, these t-shirts they sell, they're like $30, $40. They have these ridiculous logos that no one even knows who these folks are. Okay. And these Hanes Beefy t-shirts, they're like $30 are selling a pop. They probably cost like, honestly, like $5 at most. Probably slave labor was involved to mass manufacture this. So I'm just saying, I just feel that I don't get that whole thing. A lot of folks just want to try to con others, and just trying to get the, all right. Wow, he's sneaky. Probably can't. I'm gonna skip that word. I don't know if it's sneaky. The money is gone. Mike says the GoFundMe is clear. I don't know. Is that true? Maybe it is true. I mean, like I said before, it's dispersed payments. So maybe it is exhausted. Maybe it had to go to past legal fees and current legal fees, and maybe it is. I don't know. Or maybe it's a play of sympathy and he wants more. Who knows? I don't know. Who knows? Wow, that's fishy. Yeah, that is definitely sounding fishy. He's very. I don't want to go that route. I'm going to call anyone. I know I respect anyone. I respect everyone's comments. Appreciate the comments. I appreciate everyone still sticking by the stream. We're really keep going, man. We're just gonna keep going. I appreciate the comments. Yes, but I'm not going to go to the extent of saying anyone is disturbing. Not saying you're saying that, Julie Travis. I respect your opinion. I know you probably were just saying that not to be malicious or anything like that. Probably maybe just a whole frustrated with the whole situation. I think we all are. But hopefully there was no malice behind that statement and no ill will. You seem like a good person, so I don't think that there really was anything. Okay. All right. Sorry, my camera's shaking. All right. Okay. So, but I'm not going to go ahead and go to the extent and say, I'm not going to, I can't diagnose anyone. I'm not saying you're asking me to diagnose. Okay. Spot on. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I try to be. I mean, I'm really, again, this is all about cautious optimism and cautious objectivity. Yes, cautious objectivity is the best way to describe this sort of my approach to this case. That's it. Cautious objectivity. It used to be kind of critical thinking in the beginning. I think I put one of my videos out, but really you don't really need to apply critical thinking. I mean, there's really not much to think about this case. There's not that many dots to connect. I mean, it's pretty obvious. You can be even a concrete, take a concrete approach. But so I'm just being very cautious and just, using objectives through an objective lens, looking at the facts. And I'm not going to go ahead and say anything that I know everything, because I don't. But then again, I'm going to go ahead and point out, hey, what about this? Or how about, I don't know, this doesn't make any sense. And I'm not going to go ahead and go all out and, be all, because it's unfair to everyone, especially it's very unfair to the poor girl. It's just disrespectful, I think. Shut down. Okay. I love this. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I don't know if you're referring to this channel or this approach or to a previous comment, but nonetheless, thank you, Cassius Mama. I appreciate that. And plenty more to come. Why not? Let's do this. Why not in the future? Plenty more to come. Imagine we had to pay back more of that GoFundMe. Okay. Yeah, imagine that, right? In your spot, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I really do. Again, just nothing really too mind-blowing about this. What I'm saying, I think, is just common sense. I think doesn't add up in this entire fiasco. I'm shocked the courts have let him further damage his logo. I'm saying, yeah, it's sad. It's a sad situation. I mean, in an optimal world, I don't know. To me, again, like in the beginning, I probably would have put him in a neutral environment, like a hospital, and really figured out what's really going on. And then, if need be, put him in, a place where there's no bias between, mom or dad, maybe a close relative who isn't, who could be more neutral than either party, or at the worst, I hate to say it, but a temporary foster home until we actually figure out what's really truly going on. I don't like foster homes. I don't like foster care, to be honest. But I think in this kind of situation where we don't know all the facts, I think that it can warrant that, And for the girl to be in the dad's environment, I don't know. I mean, the good thing is that, honestly, I hate to say this, but it solidified my decision. At first, I was on the fence. Okay, when I saw this case, I was like, wow, a good friend, support of the channel. She's in the same field as I am. She told me about this case. I don't think she's here tonight. I didn't see her. Maybe she is. I'm not sure. But anyways, in the beginning, I was real on the fence, to be honest. And I was saying, okay, what could this have happened? Could there have been really, SCXABUSC? The good thing, though, is that now I know once she went to dad's place, and the fact that, okay, she's rocking and rolling, she's got her Taylor Swift cat, she's playing with the karaoke machine, she's writing songs, she's jumping around, having fun, she's eating cake, she's riding on donkeys. She's not shown any signs of any sort of dissociation that we know of that's been identified. She's not, shown any signs of social withdrawal. She's not showing any signs of acting out that we know of that's reported. The dad reports that, she's doing really, really phenomenal. She's doing really well from my understanding. To me, that was the turning point that solidified, okay, it made me feel more comfortable. Okay, I think more than likely the chance of the SA happening is probably not there. So in a way, it was kind of like, I don't like the fact that, okay, I would have preferred a neutral environment, but the fact is, okay, with dad, it helped to solidify where I'm comfortable now with my position, where I'm staying at. And the other thing also was just my reflecting back, because it's good to kind of, process and reflect information. My reflecting back and thinking, okay, going back to that night when the dad was filming, and I keep repeating myself, I'll say this again, he was filming. He seems like he's a very, very fighting kind of guy, he's a very passionate. I mean, with the GoFundMe, round up the troops and so on, where was the fight when the fight was needed? I mean, yes, he had that GoFundMe, put that army or whatever, but when it all came at the right moment and so on, there was no fight. I mean, he was filming, and then what you see, she was crying, pleading, please, I don't want to go back to this place. She was terrified. Why didn't he stop the filming? Why didn't he pull someone aside? Why didn't he say this is not right? No way in HE-double-L, I'm not going to go and let my hero go, I don't care where you put her. Don't put her in my place. Don't put her in mom's place. Put her in some other place to where, and, everyone knows about this. Everyone, he seems like a smart guy. There was no fight. To me, that kind of says to me that, okay, maybe this is all, okay, could there potential that he's just building a narrative and he's going to go ahead and later take this, and run with it, through the media, social media, and, and throw like, okay, look at these video clips, and, it just raises suspicions. Like, to me, like if that happened to me or any one of you good people, I'm sure that you guys, the last thing you would want is to focus and care about the videotaping and capturing and all that, if anything, that would probably help them out. He would be videotaping and said, listen, I have taping you guys. I'm telling you right now that I know my daughter's rights. And my rights also. I'm very concerned about her safety. She's right now making these allegations of ABUS over at mom's house. I want to see her safe right now. Please do whatever it takes to put her in a safe environment. I don't care where it is, but make sure it's safe and away from mom's house. That didn't happen. That did not happen at all. And that's the thing also that really keeps getting back to me. And no one on dad's side has answered this question. No one's talking about that. It's kind of the same thing as the motel thing. It was brought up in the beginning and it was dropped. No one's talking about that anymore. What happened? This is the kind of people believe that no one helped or believe SL and get the, GoFundMe page. Who would not believe this girl's for help? Exactly. I mean, it's playing on emotionality. Exactly, KNS. Spot on. You put in a lot of great comments. Everyone up here, spot on. Yeah. I mean, it's just basically playing on emotionality. That's all it is. I mean, right place at the right time. SL, is crying, and who wouldn't go ahead and feel bad for the poor girl screaming, top of lungs. But if you look at the facts and try to connect the dots, the little dots that there are, just things are not adding up. Things are not adding up. Honestly, things are not adding up. Girlfriend, GFM, okay, GoFundMe, the Go, and then being more focused. It almost seems like he's more focused on the GoFundMe than the overall mental health well-being. That's just the impression I'm getting. I mean, I keep seeing GoFundMe. I'm not seeing anything about therapy. I'm seeing more GoFundMe than therapy. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I'm seeing. By the way, for now, this is the only channel I watch. Thank you so much. Okay, can't watch the other. Okay, wow. Yeah, I'm all about appreciate that, and I'm not saying that I'm right in all of this. I'm not saying I'm the only channel that you should listen to about this. But I do definitely stand by being neutral and objective, and I'm not going to go ahead and rehash this. I'm going to respect. I'm not going to keep, making videos over this same topic. Like I mentioned, my next couple of videos we're going to be about more analyzing Kylie Minogue's music and so on. But I'll probably go back to these kinds of things later on, maybe when the trial starts. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's a shame when they're releasing all these even if it's public record, I mean, still 911 calls, let the courts decide, let the courts take its course. I mean, if you want to go ahead and form your opinions like I am right now and just spewing out, what you think, be cautiously objective. Okay. But there's no need to go ahead and release all this 911 calls and because that stuff's probably going to go ahead and go through the courts and as evidence and so on. And you're not a lawyer. You're not Perry Mason. You're not, Matlock. All right. You're a YouTuber. I'm a YouTuber. I use it as a hobby, but I guess I'm a YouTuber like them. I'm a content creator, right? We're not lawyers. We're not going to go ahead and, we're not trying to convince. We're just giving our opinions. Yeah, it's just mind blowing. Great point, Luhai. And I appreciate the support. Yeah, it is kind of. Agree. Okay. I love this guy. He's knowledgeable, educated, never angry. Thank you so much. Although I was angry earlier today, I'm not lying. I should be earlier yesterday. I turned on my TV, and I always like to watch the very end of Wheel of Fortune with the bonus round. I see if I can get that or not. And I guess the cable network is under some sort of contract thing to where they're not showing it, or right? That's CBS. I don't know. So I was kind of angry about that. I think in the beginning, ML started this whole thing to crush KL. Then he started making money. Yeah, I mean, it's a gravy train. Roll with it. Why not? This is a guy who basically, it's a cash cow. I mean, he's, it's just like the Trump parallel. I'm sure he probably realizes, deep down inside, he's going to lose. But if he's seeing people are donating to the cause, why stop the fight? Even afterwards, if people are going to still keep donating to the cause of him possibly, somehow taking over presidency in 2020, January 2021, why not continue that? Why stop it, right? It's just, I think it's a money play, honestly. And I don't know, with him, do I blame him? I mean, I don't like it. But if it's a money play that he's taken advantage of, and these people are donating to him, if you're in a position, I personally, if I was in a position, I would not do that. I think it's very unethical, and my focus is more on the daughter. But some people are kind of wired that they like money a lot, and maybe he's thinking that he can do both. He can get money and get his daughter. I don't know. Maybe that's what's going through his mind. I don't know, but it just seems like I said before, he's more focused. The GoFundMe, I think, is brought up more than therapy, which is not going to look good in the courts. He shows up during the streams and says the money is gone. Yeah, the link's okay. I don't know. People's actions are different. I don't know. I can't explain that. Wow, look at this. My gosh. Okay. Okay. I think I'm going up there. Sorry. Let's see here. Where am I? Sorry, I'm get back here. The money is gonna completely exhausted. Okay, I think I've done these. So I'm gonna get to everyone. I'm gonna try to get to everyone. So go stay in that environment. Yeah, nothing. Okay, I think I've got this before. Go down to here. I forgot about that. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. Money's on the link's posted. Yeah, I don't know how to explain that. Why the money is gone, the link is posted. I mean, yeah. What is that? I mean, it's just bizarre. I'm just taking your word for it, K-Ness. I mean, I don't think you have anything to gain from saying this kind of stuff. And that's why I believe in you good people, because you good people are taking the time. And I don't think you have anything to gain from this. You're not, there's nothing advantageous you're trying to pull and try to, there's nothing I'm seeing, any sort of things that I'm seeing. Okay, there's some ulterior motives or anything like that. This is why I love this channel. I'm loving because I've been here for over 5 hours now, and I haven't seen any sort of, there's been no usage of any sort of moderators, no violence, no threats, no immature behavior. So yeah, man, this is awesome. Hopefully I'll stay that way. I agree. I used to watch the other channel for a while. Now I can't Don't even bother turning them on. Can't watch and can't listen. Okay. I think I know which channel you're talking about. I respect them. I'm not gonna badmouth anyone, but I'm not gonna waste my time. I did watch a couple of the videos recently. I'm not gonna lie, just to prepare for this. So I did a little preparation, not a whole lot, but I really got frustrated. There's one video. It was a Friday night. I think this was before, but it was like they were gonna reveal something, like something groundbreaking or something. They're saying, okay, we're gonna reveal this. You're gonna be blown away. And after like 2 hours or 3 hours, nothing. It was like a whole complete nothing burger. And I was like, great, I wasted my time on this. I could have watched Dateline instead. And that was really what really turned me off. Like, okay, I don't mind, your beliefs in terms of, okay, you're siding with the father, or whatever, but respect people's time, respect people's, don't try to just go ahead and just drag it for, just drama or clicks or views or whatever. At least with this, at least you're getting something from this. Like, yeah, it's kind of been now 5 hours, but at least something you're learning. I'm assuming, because there's still 26 people in the chat, so at least something, here and there you're learning something. So he's getting over 20. He's getting over 200,000 on the GoFundMe alone. Not to mention the money he's profited from having people send it directly to his account and also pay back. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. It's just bizarre. I mean, why do you need all that money for what? Therapy, again, is the most important thing over anything. A safe holding environment is the most important thing over anything. Security is the most important thing over anything. Not the Amazon wish list PayPal thing. Thanks for reporting this as a transcriber for over 30 years. Trust me, you're an amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Kathy. It really it means a lot. Listen, I'm just trying to, I'm not here to try to be a superstar. I'm not here to try to go ahead and, if you like this, what you see, the content, subscribe. If you don't have to. I appreciate everything, the support for everyone. I try to be as best as I can. In my real job, I try to put myself in regards to the individual shoes. A lot of doctors out there, they just are like kind of robotic. They're very kind of restricted. They have tunnel vision. I try to think outside the box. I like to go ahead, empathize with the folks I'm seeing, the clients, and getting down, because, of course, I can't completely see what they're going through, their struggles, because I'm not them, but it's the closest thing to, that's your scenario. So, yeah, I'm just trying to keep it, as real as possible. I worry he's going to go Josh Powell on them. Who is Josh Powell? Is that a football player? Josh Powell. I don't know who that is. I apologize. Sorry. Me too. I've always think he's made this like he has to get KO. I do. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly. Honestly, I don't think it's more. I think, like I said before, if I had to predict things, and I may be completely wrong, but I think the money seems pretty enticing. It seems like he's really focused, especially if this is true. Like, he's putting out these links, he's saying he's exhausted. So I think probably what's going to happen if it does come to the point where he does lose custody, which more than likely if the unification happens and occurs, I think he's going to spin it to his advantage and say, see what I said? I told you guys this. I was right all along. The system is broken. It's against, people like me, even though it really isn't against him because he's not really doing much, to be honest. His actions, speak louder than words. But anyways, he's going to spin this narrative, and I think he's going to continue the fight. And when I say fight, it's going to be more so the donations. He's going to get more donations to go ahead, and so I think he's going to keep it going. That's just my prediction. I may be wrong. I don't know him at all. I don't know the case too well. But seeing folks in this kind of scenario, this kind of light, it wouldn't surprise me. Let me put it that way. I don't know about the violence thing, about safety on. I think the onus now is shifting more towards the monetary gain out of all of this. I mean, my gosh, imagine if you're in your shoes and you here you are. You basically are living in an RV, just hanging out at your parents' land, ranch, or whatever you're going to call it, and you're selling rocks, sand, or whatever, I don't know, crystals. I don't know how much money that entails or whatever, but I'm going to guess it's not that much, And then the next thing you know, next Next thing you know, you get all of a sudden like 200,000, 250,000 in a pay, in a GoFundMe. I mean, that's a huge jump. So it's like winning the lottery. So I think probably it's been it's going to be more of a monetary shift kind of focus, emphasis. I don't see and I don't know him too well, but I don't see any sort of revenge fantasies, safety KO. I think it's going to be more if he can go ahead and profit and continue. I mean, my gosh, I mean, so far the donations, I mean, and it's not my being salty. A lot of the narrative is that, a lot of folks on his camp are saying, oh, these people are being salty, they're just jealous. And then, no, I mean, we're all focused on, okay, the girl. That's the whole thing. Everything revolves on her, and is she getting the needed help? Is she getting the needed sort of assistance and therapy? Why is there more talk about the GoFundMe than the therapy? That's it, and to this day, no one has really answered this question. I've watched a lot of videos of dad supporters, and no one has really mentioned this, fully. I have major concerns for KL. She can't walk into a blank Walmart without someone recognizing her and think she. Yeah, I don't know. It's such a sad situation. Just the residual outcome of this entire case. I mean, just the damage. I mean, and this also. I mean, can you imagine being the mom's ex-boyfriend? I mean, so far my understanding is that nothing's been charged. He's not been charged at all. I mean, just imagine being him, being accused of doing, these really, really just vile things, that one can do to a person. And thus far, he's not been charged. So until someone is charged, I'm going to say that they're innocent and proven guilty, right? Now, maybe they are collecting evidence and maybe there's something. I keep hearing on their camp there's something, but I think it's more so like just being around the mom when he wasn't supposed to. I don't know exactly what their sort of narrow direction, but the damage, the sort of reputational damage that has happened, to him, and also to this woman. I mean, if this is true, I mean, where she's walking again, I don't know if it's true or not. If she walks into a Walmart, it was a very highly publicized case. A lot of people have gotten their emotions sort of wrapped into it. And yeah, it's just really just unfortunate and tragic. And I mean, man, I don't know. I'm just floored about, this. And no one's thinking about this. I mean, you bring up a good point, Jess. Jess is a mess. I mean, you bring up a very, very valid point. There's reputations that are on the line for all parties involved, and I think I haven't seen the mom supporters. I don't think I've seen much attacks or threats, like the mom is making, or accusations, or from that side towards, I guess they call it the army or the Michael supporters, as opposed to vice versa, where I see more of the, like, for example, that person who went down to the courthouse and had guns or something. And then a lot of the judge had to recuse himself or herself, or lawyers get abandoned. So yeah, it's just a tragedy. And I'm not saying Michael supporters are bad people, or they're dangerous people or anything like that. But I'm just saying that the best approach is no one knows the facts. I don't know the facts. Jess mess, you don't know the facts. Michael supporters don't know the true facts, and mom supporters don't know the true facts. So the best thing I like to say is just take a cautious, objective sort of approach. And that's why I'm kind of like in the middle. And I'm kind of leaning more towards mom, just because of the fact that I'm not seeing anything on dad's side that's really wowing me. But I don't like the collateral damage, though. It's reputation damage. It's just unfortunate. I agree with you. We all have lives. If not KL, but all males in life seems like a pattern. If not KL, but all males in her life. I don't know what that statement means. Oh, that's a reference to someone else. Not even a pattern. Okay, maybe that's the reference to their past choices of boyfriend. I don't know. What if she had an STD? You think that might be enough proof? Interesting question. I'm guessing you assumed the girl. The girl. I guess to answer your question, No, and the reason being is because with SA, the proof that I look at is just basically just behaviors afterwards. Yes, I mean, an STD could be one of the, a sign or just a red flag of, okay, possibly could they be SA. I don't think that's enough though, because there could be a mistake in the lab, the processing. It could be a cross contaminant. Who knows? But that's more of a urinary tract infection. An STD, I'll have to think. I mean, that's a very interesting question. I don't know how to answer that question. If there's an STD, will that be enough proof? My question though is that, well, how do we know that? Where did it occur? I mean, it could have occurred. Does it necessarily have to occur over at mom's house? It could have occurred over at the father's house. So the time frame wise, it won't give me a certainty that will be enough proof to pin it on. If you're saying that, is that enough proof to assume that she got SA'd over at mom's house? Now, SA'd in general, I think definitely it's one of the elements for sure. It's definitely stronger than a urinary tract infection. I'm not going to lie. Yes, that would be definitely a red flag for sure. I personally like to go ahead and just see a little bit more than just simply an STD. I think an STD standalone is good enough because, I mean, she's 10 years old, and to get an STD like that, it's pretty like pretty severe. It's like an extreme kind of scenario to where you don't see 10-year-olds getting STDs unless if there was actual penetration and actual assault or whatnot. But I kind of like to go ahead and look at more of the other extraneous factors, such as just the behaviors of the child. Is she regressing? Is she wetting herself? Is that increasing? Is she acting out more? Is she withdrawing? Is there caprice, or is there accidents she's having? Is she regressing where she's exhibiting more infantile behaviors? Even like thumb sucking, is she more clingy, clinging on, very apprehensive and fearful, changes like that. But I think an STD alone would be enough, yes. But it's kind of a subjective call. But usually it's rare to just see an isolated STD and nothing else. Usually you'll see that, and on top of what I described in regards to the other symptoms, the other physiological symptoms, and so on, and all, in the psychological symptoms, and the behavioral type sort of manifestations that you see typical of one who has endured SA, especially the dissociation and the acting out and the regressing. But yeah, interesting question. Wow, man, that's what I love, man. Yeah, see, I love these questions. You guys are bringing it hard tonight. So yeah, okay, so perfect. He agreed, yes. But she didn't have an STD. Okay, so I guess we're on the same page. I just answered it in a long-winded kind of Psych Guy kind of manner. That's what you get here, Psych Guy. Long-winded, rambling answers. All right. Yes, SL told court during the video in the car. Men came to the house when JB was not around home. Okay, so I guess the girl told court, I guess the stepmom in the video in the car, that men came to the house. Okay, so yeah, right there. I mean, if she told in the car, I guess if it's captured on the video, why didn't they stop the video and say, listen, my gosh, what is going on here? Who are these men? I mean, this is just, I'm going bonkers here. What's going on? What happened? I'm very concerned about your safety. Who cares if this JB guy was there or not? But I don't think that this is the right environment, home place to be. If she disclosed that, during the video, and I would have fought more and said, listen, in no way am I going to go ahead and let this my daughter, my stepdaughter, or whatever you want to call it, go back to that kind of environment, so that she'll be subjected to more potential ABUS, right? But that didn't happen. The fight wasn't there. The fight was there to start the video camera, and that's that. That's when the fight ended. But then the fight then later happened afterwards. But at the moment when they needed the fight, it wasn't there. That's the thing that's getting to me. And if someone can, in any sort of comment in my community tab, if there's a supporter that, that's the biggest question that I have. The fight, why was the fight dropped? Why was the fight dropped? I keep going back to this. Why was the fight dropped? Would you drop the fight? I wouldn't. Especially at the most crucial time. It's like Tom Brady being at the 1 yard line, and it's the Super Bowl, and it's basically 4-down territory, and Tom Brady just drops the ball. Doesn't bother about trying to go into score. Doesn't pass it to Gronkowski. Nothing like that. Just basically, at the moment when something has to be done, it wasn't done. Very heartbreaking. I wish dad would let his kids to heal and see their mom in private. He's social media circus. I'm always in favor of exposure to both parents, especially if there's no proof that any of the parents, official documented proof that any parents are putting the child at danger for in harm's way. So yeah, especially private. Right on Lou High that's the most important thing is private. I don't like the social media circus either. I hate it. I don't like doing this video. I mean, I like doing this video with connecting you guys, but it doesn't bring me joy that I'm talking about this topic, about this case. I wish that we can turn back time and make everything private, but it's not. And that's the reason also why I'm not doing all these videos. I could keep doing these videos like week in and week out and just get my sub count to go up and up and up and up and up. But I'm not here to exploit anyone. I'm not here to go and take advantage of anyone. I'm not here to go ahead and, it's just, okay. Okay. All right. They still wouldn't know where she got an STD. Yeah. That was my point also. Exactly, Lou. I think we're on the same page. I don't even know if these folks are still in the chat. Maybe not. But yeah. Okay. I should have said alleged brainwashing, just my opinion. Okay. Oh, no worries. No worries. Good Egg says, hi, people are going around thinking the SAE kit will be tested for ST. They really take advantage of people seeing her. I don't know. I guess you guys in return. I'm not gonna, I'm not saying, all right. The whole red flag. All right. Oh dear. It's not okay to call anyone. I agree. Yeah, this is exactly my point. I agree. It's not okay to call anyone. I mean, it's just childish. It's just ridiculous. I mean, like I said in the beginning, the only situation I can see is if they have a neurological condition, such as a severe dementia component, where they don't even know what they're doing. They can't even control their bodily functions. Then I get it. Okay, they can't control their behaviors. They can't control their thoughts. What they come out of their mouth. Then sure, fine. But if you're intoxicated, even if you're intoxicated on drugs, whatever. Don't use that word. There's no excuse to use that word. Okay. All right. I mean, you can, and I'm not saying, I don't think he was even intoxicated or, on drugs, I think that was just his normal behavior. And he was just really angry at her. So it was just pathetic. That's the best way to put it. And it was just kind of tactless. Exactly. That's right. But they don't have some, they're missing something. Yeah. I don't know. I'm the same page, Lou. I don't know if they're missing something. The results are not page. No, they do not. Wow, 24 now. I understand, Josh, that there was some mind-blowing evidence, but how can you say that if he doesn't know? Yeah, what is this? I mean, what mind-blowing evidence are you talking about? I mean, don't go ahead and feign. Installation of false hope is one of the worst things anyone can do. If you're instilling false hope, for example, if I was going to go ahead and just promise something at the very, very end of this, and then after like 6 hours of me just talking and so on, hey, Sky guys, have a great day. Have a great weekend. I'll, rock on. You guys have my permission to be ticked off at me. Sure. Understandably so. Don't try to, present it like you got this mind blowing evidence and then nothing is presented except for, if you knew what I know, trust me on this, we're going to go ahead and no, come on, man. Respect everyone's time. Or maybe I'm missing something. No, you're not done. You actually put loose. You're very smart. You actually put in some great questions here. Can I hire for brother? I appreciate this. This interest. Actually, this is a comment that I've gotten. A question I've gotten from a lot of people throughout my channel here in regards to hiring me for a private session. unfortunately, how do I answer this best as possible? Because I'm a very, very super, super duper busy right now. I could, if I wanted to, start up like say like a Patreon and took on like clients for consultations or something. But to be honest with you, I'm not here to go ahead and try to con anyone. I'm not here to go ahead and try to shortchange anyone. And if I were to do that, the honest truth, God's truth is that because I'm so stretched thin. This is an exception. Tonight I have a little more free time, but usually if you knew me in real life, I mean, if I'm not working, I'm with my family, my parents, taking care of all this stuff, So it would be wrong for me to go ahead and charge you, especially when I know that I would not probably put as much time into the session and as much energy because I don't have much time, spare time. Now, down the road, though, there might be a time when I'll be more free, have freer time. But at this point in time, because I'm so stretched thin, so busy, I'm not going to go ahead and try to con anyone. And I hope that you understand when I say this. But my intention is not to try to rip anyone off and shortchange anyone, especially when I know that at the end of the day, the quality of what I can do might not be there. And that's kind of similar to like my YouTube video. Like, for example, my YouTube videos, they're very, very, they're not that many, but I try to do as best quality as possible. And like I said, my delusion video, my usual delusion one, I thought it was high quality. I thought it was pretty good. I think it's strong. And my usual delusion number 2, it's coming out one day, but I'm not going to rush it. I tried it. I tried to do it. I ran the script, but I thought it was a little bit too racy, a little controversial. So I just scrapped the whole project, and I'm not going to go ahead and, put out something just because I know that, okay, after this video, I'm going to gain so many subscribers, and so on. So that's the reason why I'm not going to go ahead and open up a Patreon account or a private session at this point. Down the road, though, stick around because you never know if I have free time. But I got so much going on in my life right now. So I hope you understand. But I'll do these videos, as much as possible if I can. These lives. Maybe you might learn something in one of my future videos, or a topic, or even like in the future. Hey, if you have the courage, or if you wanted to ask something specifically, if I did open up these phone calls, I'll be happy to go ahead and answer at least whatever I can. Of course, I can't go too much into depth, because I'm not a client or whatever, but I can do kind of general kind of thing, or a little. So yeah, in the future, if I do open calls, that's something I hope to achieve in this channel, to where if you have specific questions, not related to any of these cases we talk about, but related to something you're talking about in your situation, or someone or a friend, or just a general question, or even this, I'll be happy to answer. So that's I guess the best way to answer that question. The mind-blowing evidence is that they are going to prove that there is mass conspiracy in the country. Yeah, good. You bring up very, very rational points here, and who knows exactly? I don't know if this whole mind-blowing thing evidence they're throwing, and the conspiracy thing. I think we're kind of immune to this, especially. And I hate to bring politics involved, but I think more and more people are, and I respect, all individuals involved, but I think now we're kind of getting immune, to the whole conspiracy thing, and fraud, and this and that. And I think a lot of people are still donating to that, thinking that exists. But I think the majority of folks are now ready to move on and kind of move on to, look at January 2020, January 20th, 2021. But they may push that narrative. They may push that sort of conspiracy thing. I personally think that the dad's going to, if he loses this, he's going to definitely, I think, play onto the sympathy that, hey, I told you guys so. It was set up against me. And he's going to continue that GoFundMe. He's going to continue just getting money and just, profiting as much as possible. I mean, why would he stop, right? I mean, who would, if he's getting money from folks who are, donating, why would he stop? That's just my impression, but this, maybe you're right. I don't know. Maybe that might be the biggest mind-blowing evidence. This conspiracy theory, mass conspiracy, LE, I'm trying to think of, law enforcement. LE, I'm thinking of lower extremities, just being a doctor. I'm thinking lower extremities. I was like, what, the lower extremities in family courts? LE, yeah, law enforcement. Yeah, that's pretty much the go-to also. That something doesn't come there, everything's like a conspiracy, right? All right. I have no words. Actually, it might be better if you didn't save it. It would keep the conversations pure and not attacked. I'm not sure what saved what. Well, I know for a fact that I can't save the screen. I know the more I think about it, I don't think I can save this video. So this is that, but we're finishing up. Okay. Okay. I just read course. Yeah. Okay. I got that. Okay. So, okay. 17th. Okay. Right on. So might be right. And that might be also a play just because it's a very, my thought is that maybe it's a very hotly, heated kind of case to maybe the courts are realizing, hold on here. If they kind of know ahead of time, and let's be honest here, okay? A lot of times courts, yes, they're neutral, but a lot of times it's kind of like with me, for example, as a physician, I kind of know ahead of time, if I want to see a patient for a follow-up, I kind of know ahead of time, okay, in my mind, if this person is going to say that, okay, he or she's more depressed or something, I kind of know ahead of time what's going to be my game plan. Not saying I'm going to follow it per se, but if I just plan this ahead of time and know, okay, this person's going to say, okay, I'm going to feel more depressed. Okay, I might raise up your Effexor XR, from 75 milligrams to 150, something like that, right? Kind of like with the courts, maybe they're thinking ahead of time that, okay, maybe the judge is thinking that more than likely, probably, I don't know if he's seen the motions and maybe he's decided already and realized, okay, it might not be happy or the outcome, one camp in particular, the father's camp, may not be happy with what may happen. So he wants to kind of push it till the 17th to where it's kind of closer to the holiday season. Folks are more in terms of gearing up for vacation mode. Well, it's not vacation, COVID, right? But more kind of, the festive kind of season and it's closer to where people are off and so on. So let's just go ahead and do the 17th. I don't know if the 17th is that a Friday. Let me see. That's a Friday, end of the week. A lot of times they kind of do that also. They kind of push it toward the end of the week and see. Let's see here. It's a Thursday actually. So I don't know. I'm not sure how to make of that, but I don't know why it's postponed. Maybe it's COVID. Maybe there's some rates going. I don't know in the county they're in, but anyways, maybe he was worried about dad's reactions or his followers' reactions, and because it may not go in their favor, or vice versa, moms. Or maybe it's something like a staff personnel where like they don't have enough staffing. Maybe someone's off on vacation or something, or this transcriber. I don't know. I can't really comment. But anyways, it's postponed. Spot on. Okay. Last minute removed by. Okay. Yes. Due to possibly being exposed to COVID, he's buying himself some time to make some more cash. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. I mean the cash thing. But then again, I mean, as long as he's having people, I'm not saying I'm agreeing with his actions. Okay. Believe me, I personally, I would be more focused on the girl, and doing what's best to get my daughter to go ahead and, okay, live with me or whatever permanently, and get the full custody, residence or whatever. But can you truly blame him? I mean, if people are giving him money, and before he was just basically hanging out at his parents' house, and then after, here he is, he's getting all his donations and money and so on. Can you really blame him? And who's really to blame, him or the people that are donating the money? Yeah, I don't agree with, this whole GoFundMe thing. But then again, can you sort of fault him for taking advantage of the situation? Which I think, honestly, it's, you use the word disgusting. I kind of think it's just, I think the best way to me is unfortunate because you're losing sight of the focus. The main focus is really the girl. And to me, I wish the focus was more on trying to, secure whatever it takes to go ahead and win the custody battle case or whatever, or secure the therapy, that kind of thing, than the GoFundMe. Wow. How many times can we postpone? I don't know. I'm trying to answer that. He told Annie that the guard line wanted to give the boys back. Okay. I'm guessing that he told Annie, I guess that's one of the dad supporters on that the Garden Line wanted to give. He told Annie. Okay, I'm guessing the dad told Annie, the content creator, that the Garden Line wanted to give. And maybe so. I mean, really the key is going to be the Garden Line. That's a key player. I mean, if there was like someone like myself or like, someone who's really steering the ship. I've done that before, like in these custody cases. The judge will kind of really highly value the guardian ad litem's input, the guardian ad litem, the GAL, the guardian ad litem's input, and also any sort of professional's input. Like, for example, myself. For example, if I were to draft a letter or so, if really the nail in the coffin would be if one of these parties, either dad or the mom, hire someone like myself. I'm not saying to do that because I'm not out to make money or something like that, but someone similar to go ahead and look at this case objectively, or order it through the courts. If that can be done, the guardian ad litem usually will kind of order these kinds of things, evaluations through the courts. The judge is going to really value the GAL's input, the guardian ad litem's input, and also the psychiatrist, psychologist, these evaluations inputs. And pretty much that's going to be the driving force and going to be the determinant factor overall in terms of the narrative. What's going to be the best goodness of fit? What's going to be the best environment for to act in the best interest for the child? So it doesn't surprise me now. I think we're seeing, if this is true, we're seeing flashes. If that's true, that, okay, the GAL is now making waves and kind of leaning towards, okay, well, now they're thinking about giving the boys back to the mom. Okay, now we're talking about everything happens in a stepwise process. Reunification is a stepwise process. It's not all or nothing. Okay, now it's with the dad. So now they're going to slowly kind of start taking these steps. And if that's true, if he is leaning, or she, the guardian ad litem, is leaning towards, reuniting the boys with the mom, then that's really not a good sign for the dad, to be honest, because that's one step closer for reunification with the girl and the Sophie. I think if the trial happens, the judge is going to look at that. The judge is probably going to look at the fact that, okay, wow, the two boys now are with the mom. It would not make sense to separate the girl and her brothers. They would like to kind of keep them together, especially if there is no proven abuse and so on. So it's going to make it tougher, the case, if that happens. I'm just telling you the honest opinion of what I've seen. I may be wrong. I'm not a lawyer, but from what I've kind of, seen, just talking to like lawyers and dealt with, seeing these kind of types of custody cases, if this is true, this is not really a good sign for the dad at all. He's doing amazing, and he's doing an amazing glare impression. Okay, I'm not sure who that is, but whoever that is, I feel sorry because my impressions are not that great. I feel bad for that person. But glare, interesting. Glare, all right. I'm sure she does. Stevie Wonder can see he isn't stable. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess as human beings, we all, to some extent, at certain times, we're not stable. Sometimes we are kind of living on the fringe and kind of imbalanced psychologically. And so I'm not faulting anyone's, behaviors, or what I'm faulting is, though, just I don't know, just in regards to this case of just his actions, and just I don't see the fight, or I don't see the right focus, the shift in focus to the girl. I mean, I hope that maybe he's watching. I doubt he's watching this because I'm a very small channel, but I don't think it's going to change anything. I think the GoFundMe is pretty much going to be the main focus. That's how it's been the past 2 months, right? It seems like. Why would it change? What's gal? Oh, sorry. Yeah, guardian ad litem. Guardian ad litem is what gal is. No problem. English is also not English is my first language, believe it or not. But a lot of times I can't speak. The Cookie Monster can speak definitely much more coherently than I can. I'm just basically I fumble through words, and I just all right. Neutral first. Wow, 24. Wow, look at this. Let's keep going. Hi, guardian ad litem, neutral person assigned by the court to represent the best interest of the child and family court case. All right, cool. Their ranges hold a lot of weight with yeah, exactly. See, good. I think basically it's kind of weird because here I am. I don't know if you're still on, but a lot of the things that I'm saying, like, you're basically confirming this. And I don't know if you have like any sort of background in the field that I'm in, or maybe just a sheer sort of vast knowledge. There's also other commenters here also. You guys are really filling in the gaps, but definitely, yeah, the guardian ad litem is, to me, number one, the most crucial element, piece of the puzzle. And then the extension of, aside from that, the guardian ad litem is going to reach out to like these experts, like such as someone like myself, or a forensic psychologist or something, and evaluations and reports. And those are really the key players. Everything else is just kind of secondary, to be honest. I mean, the attorneys are the attorneys. They do their thing. They have their roles, but it's like a chessboard. Okay, the judge is like the king. Okay, and really, the main play, I guess, the biggest I would say, like, out of all the pieces, excluding the queen. Okay. The queen's a very powerful piece, but like I would say like the garum litem and like someone like myself or forensic psychologists, the evaluations, the experts, they're all like, you know, like the rooks, the knights, you know, the bishops, you know, the more important, you know, to me, the attorneys are more like the lesser pieces, the weaker pieces. Like, I don't know, I guess pawns maybe, although they are important too. They're the ones, you know, conducting the show, right. And, you know, directing, but really the judge at the end of the day, I mean, they're going to really look at the garum litem and look at the experts, you know, really, to be honest with you, that's where it stands. This kind of case. All right. Thanks. I want to give the boys back to whom? I assume it's back to mom. I assume it's back to mom. Yeah, back to mom. Okay. Is this new? Okay. I met resent. Okay. That is why I don't know about this whole what COVID. Okay. I don't know. What I can't really comment on that. I'm not sure. Okay. Let's go. Okay. ML has been saying the go. Okay. Exhausted. Okay. I think I saw that before. Okay. Yes. You know, and who knows exactly? I think it was disbursements of payments. Maybe it is exhausted. Maybe it's not. I don't know. What does that even mean? He says the entire, okay, 250,000. Yeah, I don't know if I truly believe that. I mean, to be spent $250,000 on a, you know, on a legal fight. I mean, a Lamborghini, yes, a Ferrari, yes, but a legal fight. You know, this is not like the O.J. Simpson trial. Okay, I've never seen a custody case this expensive. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree with Lou right there. Smart man right there. Lou High. Yeah, right. You should do a live where we can ask you random psychic. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm game with that. I don't know if you're still here, Julie Travis. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. Rock on to anyone who's here. But yeah, yeah, if you want to go ahead and do like just a live where you just shoot me random psychiatric questions, yeah, you can go ahead and do that. Sure, we can do that. If it's even like something like this where I'm clicking the comments like that, and you want to you know, shoot out that, or if you wanted to go ahead and do a calling thing, I've seen channels where you do this call-in where you go ahead and interact and ask whatever's most comfortable. I'm not here to go ahead and put anyone in a comfortable position. I don't bite. I'm not going to charge. I'm not going to go ahead and, you know, send a bill on the back end. Again, this is all just free, you know, just take it or leave it, you know, and but my value is basically my knowledge, my psych knowledge. And, you know, this stuff right here, a lot of the stuff I discussed tonight was just opinion type stuff. So maybe it wasn't that valuable, but the bread and butter though, I think from me, my standpoint, is really my psychiatric knowledge. And if you had questions, you know, like I said, I think what this channel may go to is just, you know, we'll have like a Psych Guy night or something, or Psych Guy live where we may talk about, you know, a couple of topics, you know, or one or two, and you can ask questions about that on topic or off topic. We have like you said, where you can ask, you know, random psychiatric questions, or we can do an episode where we just do a free for all. We just keep, you know, hammer me with all these questions. You know, I can definitely answer as best as possible to my best ability. So I like this. All right, yeah, thanks a lot. And I think the feedback is good. I think so far. I think there's 25 people watching. It's not the, you know, there's channels that get, you know, thousands of viewers, but I'm not out to look for that. I'd rather, you know, do a quality over quantity. That's just the way I look at it. And my thing was, I put a comment in my thing. It's as long as I have one person, that's cool. That's all that matters. Good people. Okay, good egg. And people were saying the case should cost up to 800,000. What is 800,000? Come on, man. I mean, this is what case costs 800,000? That's like that's people's life savings. I mean, even if they get to that point, how can anyone afford $800,000? I mean, just stop there and think about that. It doesn't even make any sense. It's very rare for someone to see $800,000 in their lifetime. Why would there be a court case that would cost $800,000? That's why I go back to, it's just logic. I mean, you don't even have to use critical thinking. It's just logic. It's just spinning the narrative of going back to this GoFundMe and just spinning it and just, you know, just whatever it takes and just pushing this. Oh, it's so costly. It's so costly. No, it's not. 800. What are you going to buy? Who are you looking to hire? Matlock, Ali McBeal. What is that? That Andy Matlock guy. And Perry Mason. Johnny Cochran, the ghost of Johnny Cochran. Who else? The ghost of Kardashian. Marsha Cross, Christopher Darden, F. Lee Bailey, Rudy Giuliani. I mean, what is this going to be your legal team? Like, what are you doing? What is this? It's concerned that all this time Dad was supposed to not talk about the case. Yeah, that's what I think also. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get that. I thought there was a gag order, but did it go away? I don't understand. I don't get that. That's one thing I would probably throw out. If there was a gag order, I would basically point that out and say, listen, if he can't follow a simple direction through the court, how can he follow simple directions of, doing what's best for the child? Boom. Hook, line, and sinker right there, I mean, how hard is it to just be quiet? Shut your mouth. It's just, again, this is just logic stuff. This is not, I'm not even doing any critical thinking. This is just common sense stuff. I mean, cool, no problem. I respect you sticking around for this marathon. I didn't expect it to last. Honestly, when I started this stream, I was expecting, honestly, 30 minutes. Here we are 6 hours into it. I didn't expect this, but we're good. We're good still. I'm going to make sure I get through all this, and then we'll probably call it a night or a morning, I should say. I am not sure if you have been asked this. I am not sure what it is called when a child lies and they're very grandiose on a repeated basis. I'm not sure what you're referring to. You might be referring to what's called Ganser syndrome. Ganser syndrome, where a lot of times you have like confabulations or like just basically lies. It's very common, for example, with prisoners, folks that are just very charming in nature and just very manipulative and that kind of style. And a lot of kids that way, they're kind of built that way. I mean, just they're sort of like from a developmental standpoint, especially they're just kind of learning the world, their environment. They're just growing and evolving. And, here they are, 5, 6, they're learning right versus wrong, and they're very kind of cautious and, testing limits and so on. They're getting older, pushing buttons, and then they get to, adolescence, and you see the defiance and oppositionality, and they're, really, really testing limits, once they get the middle adolescence. So, I think you're talking, I don't know exactly what you're asking specifically. When a child lies and is very grandiose, I've there's a phenomenon called Ganser syndrome, and that might be what you're referring to. Developmentally, though, it's common though, where a lot of kids, as you probably know, every day is a holiday, and I like your username. I wish every day was a holiday. I mean, a lot of kids will lie and try to manipulate their environment to take advantage of it so that they can get what they want. It's very common. But I guess to the point where it gets to the point of grandiosity, I mean, there is sheer narcissism a lot of times with a lot of these kids from a developmental standpoint, because their end motive is to go ahead and seek primary gain. And also secondary gain in terms of what they want to sort of manipulate in terms of what they ultimately seek of the reward that they're trying to gather and so on, whether it's a PlayStation 5 or whatever the case is. By the way, I want a PlayStation 5, please. I'm gonna set up an Amazon wish list. So someone please send me a PS5. No, I'm joking. So I think that's what you're referring to in your question. The other thing also maybe on a repeated basis. Sorry, it's kind of late in the night. So if I'm not connecting, it's probably because my brain shuts down. Actually, my brain shuts down at 2 p.m. So this is like, wow, I'm surprised it's still working. Very grandiose. The only thing I could think of the obvious. Well, a couple of things, bipolar disorder, of course, probably, the grandiosity, you see that with folks with bipolar, kids with bipolar disorder. There is something, maybe you're talking about oppositional defiant disorder, but you don't see much. You see more oppositionality, you see more defiance, you see more sort of just arguing and blaming others and arguing with others and just kind of spiteful and vengeful, revengeful, that kind of thing. So I guess they are kind of grandiose in that thing. And yeah, they will kind of manipulate their environment. I don't see much lying though. The lying, though, you don't see that much with oppositional defiant disorder. If anything, the lying, you might be thinking of, sorry, I'm just going through all these things and possibly, actually, I think I know what you're thinking about. Sorry, I'm just going in a roundabout fashion. And again, it's getting late at night. Not blaming you. I'm doing it on my own, I love doing this, but I think you think about personality. You think about like you probably think of conduct disorder. Why am I? Wow. That's probably what you're thinking of. But no, yeah, conduct disorder is a condition where a lot of times they will later on grow to what's called antisocial personality disorder that you see a lot of times with criminals, criminal behavior. But anyways, conduct disorder, you have two types. You have the conduct disorder childhood onset or the conduct disorder adolescent onset. The conduct disorder childhood onset, it occurs before the age of 10. Go figure, right? Sophie, she's 10. And the child disorder adolescent onset happens after the age of 10. It occurs, you see the elements. And basically, it's a severe violation of societal norms is a hallmark feature, one of them at least. And another one, a great hallmark feature is just this lack of empathy, a lack of remorse. And a lot of these folks who possess that, you see they kind of grow up to being, like I said, having this antisocial personality disorder, end up being on the wrong side of the law, end up being kind of criminals, end up being like, just deviants of society. Sometimes they may become very dangerous, like serial killers. They have the sociopathic traits. You heard about the triad of sociopathy, the anuresis, the bedwetting, the animal cruelty, and the fire starting. They may have that, But the conduct disorder, yeah, it's just a basically sheer violation of others' rights and so on. And yeah, they do kind of possess sort of this entitlement, kind of grandiose, just like egocentric sort of display, internal display, I guess, where they walk around and they pretty much only care about themselves and themselves only, and they violate people's rights. They violate they destroy property a lot of times. They'll bully others. They'll just be very, very malicious. There's a lot of antagonistic type of behaviors. They'll manipulate the environment. A lot of times they will lie. Yeah, and they'll be kind of grandiose. So, and yeah, it is on a very constant, very, very repetitive basis. It's like a personality type of pathological sort of component. It is a personality, disorder. So, or it can lead to a personality. I say personality disorder because antisocial personality. You can't have a personality disorder until the age of 18. I mean, if you think about it, one's personality is not fully formed until the age of 18. I mean, you're developing, you're growing, you hit adulthood usually at the age of 18. Actually, it's a little bit later than that, 20, 21, 22. Even to late 20s, you have myelinization, your brain's developing and so on. But I guess from a psychological standpoint, one's persona doesn't really fully develop until the age of 18. That's just a magic kind of number that I kind of give in my mind. And that's how we eggheads look at that. So when I say conduct disorder, it's not a personality disorder. It can evolve into one. If it's continued into antisocial personality disorder, which is more, I guess, an extension of the conduct disorder, the violence. So that's what you're talking about. Sorry, ignore what I said earlier about the Ganser syndrome. Ignore what I said about the bipolar. I'm pretty sure that's what you're talking about. And if it's not, if it's something else, you can shoot me a comment or, in a video or whatever. And I apologize. But yeah, interesting question. Night. Okay. Night. Good night. We should all catch up on his comments. Okay, poor guy. Oh no, I'm not worried about that. I mean, if anyone, no worries at all. No, it's all good. It's all good and fun. I'm not. Believe me. If I really had to go, I would definitely shut this off. But this is my first time thing. I'm just testing this out. I'm trying it out, and I think it's going okay. I think it's going well. I think I started off rough, but I think we're going now. We're kind of hitting the stride, and definitely I can see a future of this for sure. If you guys, by the way, in the community tab, if you see my, if you want to comment anything, if you guys like, this and so on, or anything you want to add or chime in or any, definitely feel free to shoot me, a comment, because like I said, I don't think this video will be able to be put up, to be honest. I don't think I can upload this video, even though I would like to. But yeah, cool. Okay, I think the same. Okay. Yeah, I think we're almost done. What here? All right. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, we're getting there. All right. All right. Thank you. I got concerned after I said it. No worries. Thank you. Hi. What's stated? I don't like to go ahead and reveal too much personal information at this point in time. Sorry, I don't want to offend anyone here. I don't want to alienate anyone. I just want to sort of protect sort of privacy as much as possible, especially when, discussing kind of these kinds of cases. I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm not trying to go ahead and be evasive about anything. I'm a very transparent, open sort of book. When you deal with these, when you talk about these kinds of cases, you just, I trust you per se, Julie, Travis, but the last thing I want is, my most important thing is my family, love, family, and so on, my job. And I've heard of horror stories where people would go ahead and, I think other, channels would call up other people's works. And I don't want to sort of open any sort of Pandora's box or invite that kind of thing. I'm all about just spreading knowledge and love and whatnot as much as I can. But I don't want to go ahead and just, at least in this point in time, until I feel more comfortable with the whole process. I'm a new YouTuber. This is a hobby. So at this point in time, I'm sorry, but I'll have to digress in regards to just, I don't want to be too, sorry. I hope you understand. All right. All right, cool, right on. Hey, you just joined. That's right. Thank you, Jane Edelson, Psych Guy Live. Yeah, this is it's a first time thing for everything, right? First time thing for everything. Now even Josh has a wish list, so why not use Psych Guy batteries, boxers? No, I don't need anything, sir. Luhai, I guess you were joking, but trust me, I don't. I'm not. No donations. Some people have asked for to donate. Don't worry about the time. This is all in the goodness of my heart. Some people asked about I don't want anything. So I just want to try to be as objective, and I don't want to take advantage of capitalize anyone's misery, especially this 10-year-old girl. I just think it's just unethical, and I think maybe the difference between myself versus other channels is that I truly am. I mean, I don't know if you can tell by now, maybe now, but honestly, I'm in the healthcare field. I'm in the mental health, and the folks who are in the same field as I am. You understand there's a lot of ethics involved, a lot of boundary issues, and so on. So I get it. You probably get it then in regards to, yes, I'm a little bit more hyper vigilant in regards of accepting gifts and accepting things. That's just the way we're kind of trained, because it sets off these sort of unwanted dynamics, attachment, and questions of I don't know how to explain, psychological sort of questionable sort of intentions and factors, and just various sort of distorted dynamics, distortions, and so as opposed to other channels who they're not even in this field. Some of them pretend to know. They play armchair psychiatrists, they play armchair therapists. They act like they know what they're talking about in this field, but in the end, they're usually just wrong, or they just, say blind, foolish statements. And other channels also, they're just doing their tea channels or gossip, and they're kids, or they're just they're doing this as a side project or something. But so they don't know, they don't understand the healthcare field, because they don't know about HIPAA violations, they don't know about boundary issues, they don't know about ethical issues. This is bread and butter in the field that I am. We do this on a daily basis. So that's the reason why, but I know you were joking, Lehigh. I don't know about this, need batteries or boxers. I don't know what that joke. I think I heard someone say 100 batteries. I don't know about the boxers, but I don't need any of that. All right. I just wonder why he's so against this poor child getting inpatient. Saying that Moo is, Moo, I'm guessing you're saying mom is horrible for wanting it. As I explained in the very, very beginning, I personally think that this is a play on a strategic play in regards to mom. I think mom's lawyers are maybe directing this, is my opinion, that they want to go ahead and just go at the jugular. They want to go ahead and go for the throat, and they just want to go ahead and set the narrative in regards to controlling the leverage of this case, and just basically setting the bar and just controlling the shot, taking the shots. And I mean, in the end, the judge is going to look at two things: the garniment litem and the expert professional opinions. Those are really the main two things. But I think mom's attorneys are just really, really going ahead and putting in. I think that was a strategic move. Notice how there's two requests. There's number one, for the boys to come back to the mom, and number two, for the girl to be admitted in an inpatient facility. Well, the second one, the inpatient facility, I think that's just a very foolish, kind of very radical, outlandish kind of request, because we look at the laws of tech, in the state of Texas, there, or any kind of place in the country. They look at, they want to put the individual in what's called the least restrictive environment, and to jump from the community and the dad's house all the way to a hospital, especially when there's no imminent danger to the child at this point in time that we can identify, it's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. This is a violation of constitutional rights, habeas corpus and whatnot. So it's not going to happen at all. So I think that was just a play for the lawyer, just showing their teeth and saying, listen, we want to go ahead and, call the shots here. And I think it was kind of like maybe a strategy, that's my guess, to where, okay, they put two options here, okay? And I think the judge doesn't want to go ahead and, be such a softy guy and give everything what they want, whatever. But I think he's probably going to reject the inpatient hospital thing. That's ridiculous. But I think on the back end, he may go ahead and say, okay, as a conciliatory type prize, however, I'm going to reject the girl going to the hospital. However, for consolation, we're going to respect, the two boys going to live with mom, as a sort of like 50-50 kind of thing. Like, you can't have all your cake and eat it, but you can have some. I guess I hope that's making sense. But I think that was a sort of play on, that's the only thing I can think of. The only other thing I can think of is that maybe she was like hoping that if she was going to the hospital, there may be more ears to the case, and the girl will be isolated away from that, and the girl may just disclose information that may be damaging to the dad's case. But I think the judge, the lawyers are smarter than that. They know that the inpatient thing is a foolish thing. No one's going to agree to that at all, especially when there's no identifiable, imminent risk of danger. So they just shot that down. I think that that's the impression that I'm getting. I know there's been another channel that has said that they want to identify, mom wants to identify as being crazy. Think about it. That's so ridiculous. What parent, I mean, whether it's the dad or the mom, why would the dad think the girl is crazy? Or why would the mom think the girl is, and I'm using the word crazy because that channel said the word crazy, okay? It doesn't make any sense, Both parties are fighting for the girl, So it's just stretching. So anyways, okay, dad challenge podcast equals Josh, okay? That's good to know. All right. I don't know who that is, but I think I do. I think I know who. Maybe I do. I don't know, but that's cool, I guess. I believe. Okay. Right on. Okay. Josh. I guess he's scared of what she would say without him. I'm not sure what. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now there's another thing also. Like, I guess he's scared of what she would say. Maybe that's in reference to why he doesn't want to go therapy, or he's resistant. Yeah, for the therapy. Yeah, and I think that's a valid point. I mean, if I was with the girl, believe me, I would definitely be able to. I mean, not to to my own horn, but there's tactics and techniques to where you can go ahead and get out actually what's really going on once therapy is initiated. It's not going to be immediate. You got to first have at least 4 sessions to establish a therapeutic alliance and then get the ball rolling. But eventually it will come out. The only exception was that one example I gave you guys. If you guys stuck through the entire thing, there's one thing. It was a funny thing where I just had this patient. I sat down and from the get-go, I did play therapy, and he just confessed like that. I was laughing, to be honest. All right, Psych Guy. Okay, every day is a holiday. All right. When you have extra time, look up the Suzanne Powell. See, I don't know who Suzanne Powell is. This will tell you a lot about Josh Powell. He killed his kids and himself doing it. Interesting, okay? I don't know, yeah, Suzanne Powell case, Josh Powell. Yeah, I thought Josh Powell was a football player, but apparently it's not. I was way off on that. But yeah, if I have extra time, to be honest with you, after this, my next couple of projects will be like just an analysis on just some certain Kylie Minogue music. That's what I want to do stuff that I kind of like and so on. But yeah, no, this stuff seems interesting too, for sure. And I definitely do these live streams again, for sure. What are you time? Okay. Well, Suzanne's parents, because she is still missing after 20 years. Wow. Yikes. Okay. All right. Oh man, this does sound kind of interesting. Yes, I didn't want to use his channel's name. He didn't deserve any advertising. Okay. I respect that. By the way, feel free to advertise my shit. No, I'm joking. No, I don't care. In the beginning, I kind of was like pushing if you watch my earlier videos, I'll be like pushing my thing. Especially when I was talking about, I don't know if you guys saw my Onision. What was that all about? Onision. What happened to the Onision guy, by the way? Like at one point, like he was a major force, and next thing you know, he's like doing cartoon porn or something. Like what how mighty have fallen? Yeah, the mighty have fallen so far. I guess I don't know, but sorry, not quite 20 years. Okay, let's see here. Sorry. Okay, I just love to see my shot. Okay, yeah, I'm not opposed to that. The biggest thing that people have asked me throughout the months or whatever is this Morphew case. Suzanne, I think Suzanne Morphew. I think there's a guy named Barry Morphew. That's pretty much my hottest request, and it's something that, to be honest with you, I've been kind of dancing around my analysis on it. But then again, honestly, I have a little more interest on the Use Your Delusion one, on Halloween, and I'm kind of still interested in doing my delusion. I'm sorry, Use Your Delusion. Yeah, Use Your Delusion one, and then as continue on the Use Your Delusion two. I want to definitely do that because it's definitely a banger for sure. It's definitely a banger. But I don't mind doing these other cases if I have time. It's okay. Don't worry. I also use the DCP because they took two. All right. I'm not sure. B. Okay. I have to reference that. Okay. Yes, but I think Psych Guy is too classy for that. Oh, thank you so much. How much do I owe you? I'll go ahead and pay you in batteries and boxers. How's that? All right. Okay. That's gonna be all right. I think the pasture gets into the way. Okay, I guess they're talking about a YouTube creator. I'm guessing it's the Josh guy, the podcast guy. I don't know. I don't know anything about the guy. I wish him well. Hopefully he's in good health and no ill will. Okay, thank you for going over science. Look for no problem. Cassius Mama, anytime. Hopefully we can try to make this more educational over time. I agree. They fuel it. Yeah, it's all about fueling. Okay. What do you think of the kit being lost in some process? Yeah, I don't know the details of the kit. Thank you for BS. I don't know why I was calling you B's knees. BS. Oh, how cute. BS. I don't know if that was actually intentional or if that's actually just. Anyways, this whole kit thing, I don't know much details about this. First off, I don't even know how many times she went to see the doctor. I heard 12, or initially I heard 12, I think. Then I heard 10. Then now I hear more 1. Like they're changing the goal. It's just not consistent. And this kid being lost, I guess I heard that it's being transferred from this place to that place, and which I'm going to take their word for it. I mean, I can see that happening. Certain facilities are able to process these kinds of kits, and yeah, in the time frame, still not processed. I think it's been now 2 months, and yeah, I've seen cases to where it's not usual. It doesn't usually happen this way, but it can happen that way. So I've seen cases to where it takes 2 months. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I'll go ahead and give them for sure that it is. Now, do I? Yeah, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's see what happens with that. And okay, I'll take that word. All right. Does the withdrawal and regression still happen when a victim is being supported and fully believed, or do these symptoms just occur in those who suffer? Okay, let me read this question. This is a very good question here. All these questions are good. Does the withdrawal and regression still happen when a victim is being fully supported and fully believed, or do those symptoms just occur? That's a very good question, Jane Elderson. And I guess, because we're short on time, I'm going to try to answer this as quickly as possible. But really, the withdrawal and regression can occur at any point in the stage, status post or after the trauma, the abuse, and it can occur while it's ongoing. It can occur afterwards. It can occur even many years afterwards, not even immediately. And yeah, it can occur in various different scenarios, like you described here, for those who kind of suffer in silence and kind of just let that sort of harbor and, in and brew and whatnot, and don't get any sort of treatment and therapy and whatnot. And likewise, it can happen, like you said, when a victim is, being supported and fully believed. When the victim is being supported and fully believed, that's usually at the stage when there is the therapeutic process occurring, when there is a sort of unconditional positive regard that's being displayed to the individual, when they are validating the individual, the poor, child, girl or boy, whoever you're referring to, when they are, believing the accounts and so on and validating, not only the accounts and the stories that the person are saying, but more specifically, the person in general. They're validating the person, frame of the statements and so on. So it sort of creates this sort of overall feeling of, wholeness, and overall sense of wellness, and I guess a comforting sort of notion, to where it sort of eases the sort of therapeutic sort of process. And a lot of times when that happens, when you sort of have that sort of fulfillment, then you can kind of see, with therapy. And I'm not sure if any of you good people have ever undergone therapy and whatnot, but a good therapy is like when you're seeing, like, if there's a good therapy happening, you can see, breakthrough irritability, afterwards, after the sessions. You can see breakthrough regression. You can see, mood swings. And that's not a bad thing. That's saying that the therapy is actually working, because, you're addressing this in your therapy sessions, and you're getting things out and so on. And as a result, you're seeing these aftershocks, like an earthquake, right? So you can definitely see the withdrawal and regression, even when, the victim is being supported and fully. So sorry about answering this like a long-winded type of answer. So you can see that in these kinds of scenarios that you described. Yes. All right. Love your energy without the BS. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I love your BS. Here you go. BS. Thank you. You kind of quoted your name, but in letters. We love Psych Guy. Thank you for returning your lesson. Hey, no problem. That's my goal. I mean, I'm not here to go and put down anyone. We're all equal. We all walk under the same sun. I don't know if you guys listen to the Scorpions. But they sing a song called "Under the Same Sun," and that's one of the songs that I really like a lot. And it's true, we all walk on this. They sing that we all walk on the same sun. Yeah, and like I said earlier, music. I like music a lot, and this channel is basically I'm a big supporter of an artist called Kylie Minogue, and all of his supporters are just basically like called lovers, and I like to consider like all my supporters this channel just lovers. We're all lovers here, and just trying to help one another, and that's why I'm glad that it's not too big of a channel, because I know once you get bigger, you can have like a lot of toxicity and a lot of people negativity, and I don't want to do this. It just makes YouTube just kind of not fun, and I like a more of a holistic, empathic kind of environment than a potentially toxic one. So no problem. Anytime. Okay, done. Okay, right on. Thank you so much. Good night. Hi. Hey, how's it going, Charlotte Reed? Hello. How's it going? I'm saying hello, and it's like, it's probably 2 hours later after the comment. Like, this person, Charlotte Reed, is probably sleeping, for all we know. Who knows? I don't know, but this person will probably not even get this, my addressing this, probably put in this comment 2 hours ago. Probably said, okay, wow, this guy's, not even getting my comment yet. I'm going to bed. Unfortunately, this video won't be up tomorrow, so this person's probably like, okay, we'll never see this. I don't know. Maybe she is. I don't know. Maybe you're one of the 23. If you are, thank you so much for sticking around. Good night. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah. Good night. Okay. If the state exam was positive for an STD, they would already know, because yeah, that's another good point. See, you guys are filling the gaps in. Exactly. I mean, I would think so. I think they would also know, and they would have definitely, why would they leave her untreated? Sorry, I wasn't thinking, and so on, but you're absolutely right. Unless if there's HIPAA violations and privacy where the hospitals are protected, with the records. So maybe she did have an STD and it got treated, and because of HIPAA, and because there's no court order to go ahead and give permission for the documents to be released to any party, until the court trial happens in January, to where they'll probably request these documents. Maybe that could have happened also. So yeah, this is all speculation, Okay, night. Okay, thank you for answering me. No problem. Anytime. Hey, I think I answered your question. I think I answered it on a roundabout what kind of way. Oh, chronic disorder is what I was looking for. Conduct. It's called conduct disorder, not chronic. Conduct. Sorry, I don't know if my microphone, or if sometimes I talk fast. I'll try to slow it down. But it's conduct. CONDUCT. Yeah, conduct disorder, not chronic. All right. But yeah, you can Google it and you can fact check and verify what I'm talking about. So yeah, okay. What is up? Here we go. All right, cool. All right. Very interesting question. Okay, here we go. Oh, boom. All right. Hey, thank you so much. Wow, there we go. That's the person I'm talking about who referred me to this case, Linda DeGraff. Thank you so much. She's the one that actually is in the same field as I am. As a lot of you good people are, I know. But yeah, thank you. I know 6 hours. I mean, who would have thought this is actually going above? This is impressive. Great stream. Thrilled to see the channel grow. My fellow colleague, and know that in a small way I was a part of. Yeah, you definitely were. You definitely introduced me to this case. Rake care. Okay, I think she meant take care. Stay safe. I'll try to do my best. Likewise, same to you. Same to you. Yes, same to you. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate knowledge, honesty, and sweet personality. You patients are very lucky to have you. I mean, I'm just listen. I'm not trying to be Superman. I'm not trying to be like Johnny #1 on the spot, super guy. I'm not trying to outdo everyone here. I'm not trying to say I have the best channel. I'm not trying to say that I'm the best doc out in the country. Really, my key to success is really, I think I have a good fund of knowledge, but really my key to success is personalizing and putting myself in their shoes and thinking, okay, how would I like to be treated? And really a lot of doctors, providers sort of neglect that. They just kind of ignore that really key issue. I wish that there were more courses in medical school that taught about empathy and the importance of respecting patients and, hearing them out. A lot of doctors are very closed-minded. They're very restricted. They think, in boxes. They're very robotic. They go down protocols. They want to only do what's best for them and not for the patient. It's just ridiculous. And I think that's one of the problems also with healthcare. Forget about mental health care, but healthcare in general. This lack of empathic, acceptance, and unconditional positive regard towards the patients is something I think is lacking in the mental health care or in healthcare in general. So that's really my key to success. It's not really that, mind-blowing, if you want someone use the word mind-blowing, but it's not really that much of a secret. That's just really my secret right there, and sure, I got some knowledge also, but really it's just the unconditional positive regards that I have for patients is really the key to my success, at least. Good night. Okay, right on. Cool. Right on. Thank you so much, Travis. Good night. Thank you for staying up. I really appreciate the diehard sort of allegiance and so on. And thank you. Appreciate the fact you love the show. Definitely in the future, it'll be more organized. It won't probably be at this long. This was just, I'm just going through a trial and just kind of running with this and getting more comfort level. So next time I'll be more comfortable. I'm just basically putting the hours like a, pilot flying through. They have to log in the hours, in terms of flight hours. I'm just basically logging in these hours. So I get the experience and kind of, get to the flow so that next time, boom, 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 we can go and run out the gate, instead of the really herky-jerky start that we started in the very, very beginning. I think we're getting, thank you so much. It comes from my own personal experience. Okay, good. I think we're almost finishing here. Early morning typo. All right. Psych Guy, you're amazing. Honestly, evaluations have me screaming and agreeing with you the whole. Hey, listen, again, I love you. I love your live. Please do some more often. Please also evaluate DCP. I'm not sure who DCP is. That a wrestler or DCP? I'm trying to think here. DCP. No, that was DDP. DDP was Diamond Dallas Page was a wrestler. DCP. Who is DCP? Please evaluate DCP. I think that's one of the YouTubers, I think, right? The podcast guy. But it's, I think, DPC, Dad Podcast Challenge. Yeah, I'm not, honestly, like, thank you. First off, thank you so much for the kind comment and for the evaluations and really, I'm not doing anything spectacular. This is not, in one of my videos, I think it was the red video or maybe it was the blue video, but I mentioned about critical thinking. I'm not even applying this at all. It's just common sense. I mean, really, like I keep saying this, it's nothing really too fascinating about what I'm doing, and the agreeing is just basically, I'm just using common sense, but they'll throw in a psych spin to it. So it's not like I'm just basically just like, hey, I'm just throwing an opinion and I'm just, a cool guy. No, you're actually hopefully learning something from this. But I appreciate your support, but I don't know, this evaluating other YouTubers, I'm probably going to pass on that. And the reason being is because, honestly, I don't really have much, I guess I want to do videos that are kind of interesting and not knocking down, DCP or DPC or whatever that person's name, but I'm sure the person also would feel the same way about me. I'm sure probably if there was a request for him to go ahead, hey, can you do a video on, Psych Guy? First off, he don't even know who I am. Okay. But secondly, I'm pretty sure he will not do a video about me. If that's who if that's who you're talking about. So I just don't. I want to do something that I'm very, very passionate about. Like I'm very passionate about, for example, like Kylie Minogue, like her music. So I want to do a couple videos on that because it's cool stuff. I love that kind of music, you know, and I love music in general, but especially Kylie. Lately, there was a channel, Disco TV, I used to haunt all the time, and it's no longer there. But that was like, yeah, my spot right there on YouTube. But anyways, yeah, so I don't know if I'm going to evaluate, to be honest with you, DCP or DPC. I respect the guy. I wish him the best of luck. I've never really watched any of his material. I think he's on the other side. I think he's on, well, honestly, I'm in the middle, but I'm kind of leaning more to a little bit towards mom just by default. And it's basically all because of dad. It's not because of mom. It's because of dad's lack of actions or the lack of evidence that I'm seeing. That's why it's a little bit skewed a little bit more towards mom, you know? But I think he is more on the dad's side, and there's nothing really too intriguing in terms of, I want to do these videos also to be educational, and I'm not finding anything that will just wowing me, you know, and the little things I'm seeing, I mean, he's a nice guy, but I'm not going to go ahead and I just see it'll be more of a kind of gossipy tea type thing. And that's not my forte, you know. I'm not a gossip kind of tea kind of guy. I'm more of just an educational, let me go ahead and not waste your time kind of guy. So, all right. I wish this was a joke. I heard that. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know exactly. The boxers. Maybe he was joking himself. I think the Josh guy is the DCP guy. Maybe he, you know, wanted boxers as a joke. He was joking around. I don't know. Who knows? I don't want to be dust either. That's why I have this silly again. Yeah, exactly. Oh, sorry, Lou. I assumed that you were a male. I apologize for my gender. I don't know what you want to call it, late at night, bias, or I don't know what you want to call it, but. Sorry about that. But no, I mean, the doxing, to me, like anyone who doxes someone, like it just shows that you're just, and I might make a video, by the way, in the future. I don't know if you watch my channel, if you've seen my other videos, but one thing I want to definitely do is CPS is BS. That's always a video that's always been in the back of my mind. I just never executed because of the lack of time that I have. And the other video I kind of wanted to do was doxing, the psychology behind doxing. And there's many different reasons behind doxing, but yeah, the doxing thing, you know, one of the reasons why folks dox is that there's many different various reasons. And I don't want to get, because it's kind of getting very, very late at night. You know, I appreciate all the questions, but, you know, a lot of times, you know, and this is a simple explanation, but if, for example, there is like a narcissistic injury involved, where a certain creator really has no point, you know, is at the last straw and really realizes, okay, their argument is really just invalidated by another person, and there was a severe, sharp narcissistic injury, a narcissistic insult. It's threatened their ego strength. So then they kind of resort to doxing, and so it just, to me, just invalidates the individual as a whole. Anyone who doxes someone just invalidates just their position and just their, you know, their, not only the position of their, you know, their argument, but also as an individual as a whole in regards to specifically being like, you know, a content creator. I think anyone who doxes anyone as a content creator just shows that, okay, right there, you're just basically just invalidating yourself. And, you know, if that's what you're going to do is resort to this sort of, you know, chicanerous, cheap kind of tactic, as a result of this narcissistic injury, a blow to your ego, then, hey, listen, don't spend the time on doxing. Maybe you might need to go ahead and get some psychological help, you know, that's just my own psychological take on, or one of them, I should say. There's many other different reasons for doxing. So, hey, you guys are learning something. It's like really late in the morning and you guys are learning something. Why not, right? So I'm giving you guys what you want, right? I mean, to those 24 who are still staying here, you guys are at least getting some stuff here, you know. I'm not just reading off comments and just commenting and just repeating them. I'm trying to teach also. All right, Julie Travis, here you go. Sorry, maybe I shouldn't have asked what state you were in. I was really wondering how late. Oh, don't worry about it. Hey, listen, don't worry about it. I mean, you know, I don't know if you heard of this Bon Jovi song. It's called I'll Sleep When. I'm a huge Bon Jovi fan. I love music. The Beatles are my favorite group. Kylie Minogue is my favorite female singer. I mentioned that before. And Bon Jovi's a great group also. And the song I'll Sleep When I'm Dead. I've always kind of carried that as sort of my mantra, you know, I'll sleep when I'm dead. No, but as being as a doctor, I'm used to this internship residency, like we have internship, we have no sleep at all when you're on call. I mean, it was sad. And the little sleep that I would have, like I would just literally go to my call room, and instead of sleeping on the bed, I'd be so tired. Well, actually, I would even not even go to my call room. I would go to like an office, like an office, an empty office, because I was so tired to even walk to my call room, and I would just basically lay down, get my white coat, roll it up, use it as a pillow, and just sleep on the carpeted floor like that. That's a true story, man. I would do that many, many nights because I was that tired. So I'm used to this kind of stuff. So no worries about asking the question. Okay, and I'd love you to help my daughter. I'll ask. Okay, yeah. Hopefully when this, I'm a very busy guy, but definitely it's coming. It's definitely coming for sure. Why not? Why not? What's stopping this? I think this was so far successful. I'd love to see you do a panel sometimes during your live so people can call in. Yeah, I'm all for that. If you want to call in and ask questions, you can remain anonymous, whatever the topic or whatever. Yeah, why not? For sure. All right. I've had a hard time signing off. Okay, wow. Okay, no problem. Julie Travis, thank you so much. No problem. All right, good night. Funny, the only person who gets my screen. Yeah, thank you so much. I just got that. I just got that because you just read it. I can read, right? BS. It's just simple act of reading. I don't know how to explain it. I can read. Courtney Grice, do you have a contact email? I'd love to ask for your advice regarding matter. I'm an Australian, unfortunately, psychiatrist order. Unfortunately, right now, at this point in time, a few people have asked me about this question also. I kind of mentioned this earlier. Honestly, and I hope you don't think I'm trying to blow people off, but because I'm really super duper busy, I mean, if you saw me in real life, like, I don't even know how I'm functioning. So, I'm so stretched thin that I don't even know how I even have this YouTube channel. I don't even know how. Today I had a lot of free time. That's why I'm kind of going overboard, But after tonight, I'm going to be back to my, grinding routine and so on. And so I'm super duper busy. So unfortunately, I don't do socials. I don't do emails. In fact, my real email, you should see the inbox, my Yahoo email is like, I was like, even like my real life, my mailbox, like these letters are coming in, junk mail, and it's like, no joke. My voice message on my phone, I don't do voice messages because I'm so busy with that. It's all full. So I'm really, really just super duper busy. So unfortunately, at this point in time, I don't do that kind of thing. And then as for the advice regarding a matter, right now, I'm not, unfortunately, because I'm sorry to hear that your daughter is going through what she's going through. I understand how it's really hard to find here in super long wait lists. And that's something I wish that the mental health care would improve. That's one of the things I'm really sad about. But hopefully there is an improvement in regards to this. We need to have more of a movement like this in regards to spreading awareness instead of just celebrities popping in and out and just, mental health day or whatever. And then boom, disappearing. We need to have more of a ground game moving forward. Hopefully we can start some, I don't know, who knows? But unfortunately, I'm not taking any kind of, I don't do any emails. I don't know. I'm sorry. Maybe down the road, I might open it up to like someone earlier asked about, do you take any private patients or whatever? I'm not doing that right now. Maybe down the road, I might do a consultation or something, kind of thing, like a Patreon thing. However, I'm not going to shortchange anyone. I know for a fact, I know my time, and I know if I wanted to, I can probably try to make it. But then again, if I did that, it would be kind of unethical because I know for a fact how much energy I can invest into something and how much time I can invest. And I know a lot of doctors probably would take advantage and just try to profit, and do a half a job. That's not me. When I want to go ahead and look into something, I want to go ahead and do a thorough job above and beyond. So the last thing I want to do is con anyone or even promise something like here where you're saying, I'd love to ask for your advice, promise something when I don't want to instill false hope to where, yeah, sure, I can go ahead, whatever, when in reality, I'm just right now, I'm just so stretched thin. I hope you understand. I think you understand. Maybe down the road though, maybe if I'm not, as busy down the road, hopefully maybe down the road, or maybe, one of these Psych Guy lives, maybe if you feel comfortable, you want to, ask this question later, maybe in an anonymous kind of way, or not as a detailed kind of way, or a Psych Guy live phone call or something, maybe that might, but at this point in time, long story short, I don't, unfortunately, I'm not taking any sort of I don't have any emails or something. So sorry about that. I apologize. But who knows? Maybe you might learn something here over time, or in a future video, or a future Psych Guy live. So, all right, cool. I appreciate that. All right. Thank you, Psych Guy. Excellently explained as always. Hey, no problem, Jane. Listen, I appreciate the question. You were the one that asked that. Really, I know the question about the different scenarios about the SA victims and the regression and so on. So I appreciate that, and I love your picture, your avatar. I love elephants. Very cute. Hey, Leanne, FP. All right, can't believe you're still here live. You're tired. I have been popping in and out. All right, look forward to Psych Guy Disco. Yeah. Smart there. Leanne's definitely a friend who I was, am I tired? Yeah, a little bit tired. But there's this channel called Disco TV. It had like music, and for the past 3 weeks, and it had nothing but Kylie Minogue music. And I'm a huge fan of hers. I don't know if you guys know who Kylie Minogue is. Maybe not. Probably now we're getting to the later hours where I think we have a lot of folks from Australia and New Zealand and around the country. And I don't think we have that many. I'm here in America, but there are not a lot of Kylie Minogue fans out here in America. I think they're more Madonna fans than anything, but for 3 weeks I had this channel just going out. I would every day, literally, I would go to work and then pop in between breaks, lunch breaks, and I was so addicted to that channel, and also afterwards too. And for my nightcap, and just listen to good music, and so yeah, I'm gonna definitely do some Kylie Minogue videos for sure, no doubt. So yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Leanne. All right, BS, you want to understand comments? Sorry, Josh. All right, sorry. Just pop in and say hi. Hey, thank you so much, Amy Restad. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much for saying hello. And I love your videos. Hey, thank you so much. I love doing the videos myself. I wish I had more time. I wish I, can invent more hours in the day. Honestly, you would not be seeing this video, me I'm doing this right now, if, I don't know if you caught my earlier, but I mentioned how folks in the healthcare field, they know what monitors are, but monitors are basically like surveyors, kind of, they go around and survey facilities and so on. But they were going to come next week, but it was canceled. It was postponed. So had it not been postponed, I probably would not even be here talking. I'll be probably more preparing and whatnot and so on. So so I'm kind of stoked about that, because honestly, they kind of, I don't know, it's not really it's just kind of a, you guys know what I'm talking about. The ones in the healthcare, I'm just gonna leave it at that. You guys know what I'm talking about. All right. You're still alive. I fell asleep about 4 hours ago. Now I'm getting ready for work. Hey, no problem. Anytime. All right. No problem. Bosco Monster. But yes, no problem. Hey, he just always says, if you're against the dad, you're against the child. And that's simply not Yoruba. Okay. I'm not sure what Yoruba is. Is that a Street Fighter character or something? I don't know. But if you're not against the dad, you're against the okay. I'm not sure who Yoruba is. But okay, cool. Oh, true. Okay, true. Sorry. Oops. So he always says, if you're against the dad, yeah, exactly. That narrative. He's just spinning it, he's basically taking advantage. And I explained in one of my videos. It's this totalitarian type, authoritarian type, oppressive sort of narrative where, like, hey, listen, it's almost kind of like communist sort of like a communist type manifesto of some sorts, where, hey, if you don't if you don't side with the dad, you're not siding with the girl. And it's unfair because there's two sides to every kind of custody case, and everyone wants what's best for the girl. Not just the dad, but the mom's camp also wants best for the girl. We all want what's best for the girl, right? So just, I don't know, that's kind of unfortunate that narrative started, and they're rolling with it and so on. Love your live. Thank you so much, Tanya Roden. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Honestly, this was a herky-jerky type experience, especially in the beginning. What a disaster that was. But now I'm getting smoother at this, I think. And what do you think of Harry Styles? Yeah, I like Harry Styles. Yeah, I don't mind him. I'm down with Harry Styles. Honestly, I like them. Honestly, I haven't heard his latest stuff, to be honest. I respect. I think he's a great fashion icon, for sure. Someone that I definitely emulate and look up to. My gosh, he's very, very stylish, and I definitely respect. I was following him more on One Direction, and I liked One Direction a lot. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I like all kinds of music. Like I said, the Beatles are my favorite band. Kylie Minogue's my favorite female artist. But I like pop rock. I like rock, metal. I like all genres of music. And One Direction, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I like a lot of pop sort stuff, the boy band. I don't care what people say or think, you know. But yeah, I mean, even Backstreet Boys, Westlife. I don't know if you know these guys, A1, Steps. But yeah, Harry Styles. Yeah, One Direction. Right on. They had some good stuff for sure. All right, don't get mad at me on the DCP. All right, okay. So I think we got established. It's the Dad Challenge podcast. That guy. Okay. Yeah, and I don't know anything about this guy. I'm sure he's a good guy, and hopefully he's successful. No ill will towards anyone. No hate. No hating here. We're just lovers here. We're lovers. All right. Okay. What's here? All right. We are scrolling down here. Hi. Should we let some Psych Guy get some sleep? Good night. All right. We are almost okay. By the way, the DSP. Okay, we're at the very end. All right. The DSP wasn't joking about the wishes. I heard it's real and he hasn't made boxes up, but enough about that. Sorry, no problem. Anytime. All right, this is the last comment. Love, yes. Thank you so much. Love to everyone out there. Love. All right. Well, wow. What a marathon. My gosh. Who would ever thought? This is just mind-blowing. We ran through the comments. When I first started this was basically a dream that's been going on. I've done so, and thank you so much. Honestly, this was something that I was always dancing around this idea for the longest time in my back pocket. I was going to do this next year, but I said, hey, why not? I went to Best Buy the other night. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Some more lives. Okay, I'll try to. Thank you. Good night. Thank you. That was great. Thank you. I went to Best Buy the other night, and I just got this webcam. And sorry for the ambiance or whatever, but and I decided to go ahead and just do this today. I was going to cancel. There's a Kylie Minogue song called "I Was Going to Cancel." That's really it. But I went ahead and just went through with it. And fast forward, I was going to be a 30-minute because my last video, when I debuted Use Your Delusion one, literally, I kid you not, it was on Halloween. It was sad. It was basically like a birthday party where there was only 6-7 people that showed up. But it was late at night. It was 11 o'clock on a Halloween night. And I thought, okay, wow. And it is honestly one of my strongest videos, I would say. That I personally, that's one of my favorite videos. It's very, that I would highly will regard it in regards to my individual videos. I think my strongest series is probably the series on the case series on this topic. The colored series I call it. Sophie Long case. So if you don't check it out. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But it explains everything from start to finish. And my thoughts up until this point in time. But yeah, no, I went ahead and I wasn't expecting much when I dropped this, this link, I think 2 hours before the live stream. I just decided to go ahead and go for it. Why not? And I saw a couple of thumbs up and maybe 4 likes and a couple of comments. Okay, let's just go with the show. My plan was, okay, as long as there's one person, let's rock and roll. And wow, I'm happy. I'm very happy. And, yes, it wasn't I'm not expecting to be 1,000 or, something, that high, but as long as there's, at least, one person, that's all that matters, man. If I can make a difference in people. And I think for the most part, it's staying around 30 and so on. So thank you guys so much for sticking in there and for hearing me out and, giving this channel a shot and seeing what I have to offer and so on. And I appreciate everyone. It's amazing how we've been doing this for 7 hours. And this was a good run through, just my getting used to this and comfortable to this. I'm definitely gonna do more of this. Now I feel more comfortable. My next step is to kind of see how to go ahead and invite people and so on, and try to expand from this. But thank you so much for having the patience. Number one, number two, for not trolling. I'm surprised that we actually did. We probably made history. I don't know if any chat that has lasted for 7 hours where there was no trolling. There's no moderators, nothing. And we just kind of ran through with it. We respected everyone. Everyone was cordial. There was all loving going around. There was no really malice or anything like that. So I really like the sort of the restraint that you get people all, exhibited. It was actually awe-inspiring for sure. So that being said, I don't even know how to put people to be a moderator. I don't know what that. I think it can be wrenches or something or herd, but I don't even know how to do that. But I'm glad that I have to use that sort of technique or that sort of approach. But all right, just finishing up here. Thank you chat for civil and generally willing to learn. All right, good night to everyone. Yeah, good night, BS for sure. Thank you. No problem. Good night. Thank you, civil. Have a wonderful day. Okay, thank you for the time. No way. I'm gonna catch a few Z's. I'm definitely gonna no problem for sure. I'll get what I need to get for sure. And you rock. Thank you, Lou. I think so. I don't know if I rock fully completely, but I think I do. And yeah, if you like what you saw, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe to the channel. Like I said, this is the definitely nice hangout again. Absolutely, we'll do it again for sure. If you like what well, this is so simple. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Unsocial Justice Warrior. Yeah, thank you so much. And this is definitely just it's all speculation, and I like this kind of. I'm glad that we had this fruitful discussion and so on. Even though it was postponed, I thought we taught a lot. I think we learned a lot, hopefully, and plenty more to come for sure. And if you like what you saw, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Unfortunately, this video will not be up tomorrow because I think I can't download this video and put it on the thing. Not only that, but I think there's a limit. I think there's like a 4-hour limit or something, or in order to put it on, and who's going to watch a 7-hour video? You know what I'm saying? So I think this is probably just a one-time, one-night only kind of thing. So in the future, I'm probably going to do it shorter and more to the point. Now that I'm more comfortable and have put in more hours, 5 hours for this. So thank you, hearts. Yes, hearts. No problem. Hearts. And all right. Well, with that being said, then, hey, you guys. All right. Blow up the internet. I'm not even blowing up the internet. This is just like a small town channel, you know. We were stuck at like 2,950 or something subscribers, 55, and for the longest time, you know. And like I said from the beginning, if I wanted to, I can probably get more subscribers by using chicanerous techniques. Just going after other subscribers, talking about boring topics. I think they're boring, you know, about, you know, other YouTubers, and I used to do that in the beginning, to be honest, but I just thought, what is this? This is kind of just wasting time, and I don't know. I just want to go ahead and do things that I like to do and things that I think is more educational and so on. And we'll keep it small, whatever, you know. Anyways, hey guys, thank you so much for watching. It's been a blast. We'll definitely do this again. And yeah, feel free to hit a comment if you want in the community tab if you want, and we'll go from there. But plenty more to come. All right, you guys have a great night. I love you guys, and we'll get some Z's. All right, take care. Peace out. End broadcast. Okay, this is. I don't even know how to end this chat. How do I end this chat? End broadcast. Here we go. See, this is why I need to know how to get this. So, yes. All right. Thanks, guys. Exactly 6 hours, 54 seconds. Perfect. All right, guys. I'm ending broadcast right now. Take care. Bye.